Hello and welcome to The Voice of the Realm. We are your nightly podcast for all things Dota, specifically.
Spooky.
Oh, I thought someone actually screamed
Are
outside.
you joking me?
I was very afraid of that.
What I thought. Have you muted the players for that long? We're your nightly radio show / podcast here for your
The
coverage
best-
of the Realms Collide 2. I'm trying to think. The Salty Sweet. Yeah, salty sweet.
Are those opposites?
Yeah, no. Salty, as in salty, like.
No, I understand
no,
that. I
sodium
understand how
chloride.
the new meaning
and then,
is.
and then a sweet, as in like SUITE.
yeah. S-U.
Not sweet.
Oh.
Salty sweet. See, it's not really an oxymoron
It's
because
not an oxymoron.
well, technically it's not, but it sounds like one, doesn't it?
No, because sweet and salty aren't opposites either. Like the normal
they
different.
are.
No, sweet is opposite from
They
bitter.
are. I don't really know. I would say salt is pretty bitter. Anyway,
What
we got ourselves a
is
draft.
wrong with your taste buds today,
Let me go ahead
friend?
and let it load. There we are. We've got our first match: Omega Gaming versus Infinity Esports.
So excited to watch OG play.
Yes, OG, getting ready. The Bolivian OG, I think.
It is the Bolivian OG, yeah.
Some people are saying. They're going to go ahead and pick up Avenge now. I realized this when I was waiting for you to come do your job, but Snapfire is one of the only heroes that doesn't actually say their own name when they load in. She just shoots her shotgun and goes, yeehaw, and that's it.
Tons of heroes don't say their own name.
Uh,
Chaos Knight just didn't.
It's-
Undying just goes,
Chaos Knight actually just said his own name.
He just goes,
And then he says Chaos Knight.
Anyway, let's go to the draft itself. Omega going for some of their very popular picks. The Bloodseeker for Oscar. This time they're going to be running a Vengeful Spirit for Panda, which I think they're going to be running because of the Bloodseeker, of course. Usually Panda likes to go for the Crystal Maiden, but this time they don't seem too afraid of the Beastmaster, which is mainly the reason why they pick up the Crystal Maiden so early.
What are you, a panda expert?
Yes.
All of a sudden?
Yes.
You know everything there is about pandas?
Yes.
Okay.
You did not see our last panel
Okay.
for the SEA games?
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so Panda this time he goes for the Vengeful Spirit as opposed to the Crystal Maiden because there's no need to counter a Beastmaster. He doesn't feel the threat of the Beastmaster. I think Infinity is not commonly playing the Beastmaster on Balki because he much rather play heroes like Timbersaw or Legion Commander. So that's why they're respecting it, even Sanking. I like the ban of Sanking actually by Omega. They clearly have studied their opponents, even though judging by what he told me yesterday, he does not respect them whatsoever. And then the Starfire pick also pretty decent to secure your lanes in general. The
So
Void.
you're talking to the pandas now too.
I'm talking to them, yeah. The Void Spirit is a pretty solid mid laner to go with all this because you just want secure lanes. Sorry. The
It's
Void
okay.
Spirit. The Void Spirit's a really solid laner to go with all this because
I just don't want to get evicted.
he also
Alvaro.
we will get evicted regardless. It's a very solid mid laner because he can pull heroes with the Bloodseeker Rupture, so that's always a plus point.
Oh,
He
yeah.
has a very consistent lane, has a solid early to mid game with a lot of ganking potential. Infinity has attempted to go for very strong lanes with kill potential, but it's a much more risky proposition.
I don't really like this Mars pick either against Avenge. I mean, it's not as bad as some other, Venge counters or like the Venge Void Spirit, not Void Spirit, sorry. The Venge Faceless Void is what I meant to say, is pretty tough as well for the Faceless Void. At least for Mars, you still can get your initial burst of damage in before Venge really swaps them out. But I don't know if I really like that matchup.
It's a tough matchup, not just against Venge, but also against Bloodseeker and Snapfire, both of which can zone you out of your own arena of Mars, which means that you can't arena of Blood, sorry, which means that you cannot really fight within it and get the quick kill, right? So like if Venge swaps someone that's against the wall, and Venge just lays there, and you lay that on Blood right, and the Mortimer's kisses, what is Mars to do, right? And this also limits Mars' build a lot. He cannot go for Yule Scepter this game, or he can, but as a second item, he has to go for the Blink Dagger first, otherwise the lane's gonna be really difficult.
Yeah, it's a really good draft out from Omega. They've countered the Undying immediately with the snap, of course, thinking about the Tombstone in fights. Same thing with the Bloodseeker here.
Also, Bloodseeker's great against Undying and lane. And you also the biggest mistake here by Infinity though is picking up a Chaos Knight actually. Though Chaos Knight can actually decently deal against Bloodseeker in lane, the more popular way to deal with Bloodseeker is actually just pick a carry that can jungle. like Terrorblade, for example, because Bloodseeker's going to win his lane no matter what, because he's too strong a laner, especially if you combine him with Snapfire, which is a very strong combo. And so if you pick a Chaos Knight, you kind of, like, there's a lot of risk in Infinity's lineup. First of all, can you even land the Arena of Blood? It's going to be really difficult this game. Can your offlaner be powerful enough with Alina? You know, like, can you get kills? Kind of difficult, honestly, with the Vengeful Spirit here. They have to make a couple mistakes. It depends on what the carry is. Can the Chaos Knight get kills in lane? Well, with an Undying, not really that likely. Moreover, can the Chaos Knight even survive in lane? Like, there's so much risk in Infinity's lineup right now.
I see what you're saying. I think the Mars Lina lane's not actually that bad.
It's a really good lane.
Yeah,
it's a risky lane too.
It's a strong lane, but that's it.
It's a risky lane because this lane is not drafted thinking about the mid game. It's drafted thinking about the early game of the lanes.
And that's
so
what I'm
if
saying.
it doesn't work out, then you actually become much weaker.
Sure. But when you say Mars and Lina, can you really get kills there? In lane, yes. What you're talking about is in the mid game without a Yule setup. You know, they're very item dependent.
I mean, literally, that to make that lane work, to make this kind of draft work, right? You have to get kills. There's not a question about it. That's what I'm saying. It's not that the lane is weak. I'm not trying to criticize the lane. I'm saying that this kind of lane needs or has a lot of risk because inherently the mid game from this lane is not so strong. So you need to snowball from the lane.
See, that's why it was confusing when you say the lane is bad, because initially you just said the lane is bad. So I'm
saying the lane is risky.
I was just trying to clarify what you were saying.
I'm saying the lane is risky, not that it's bad. The whole proposition by Infinity is risky because they need to do so much in the early game for this proposition to work. And now you need a mid laner that ideally would be a bit more consistent, especially because you don't have last pick.
Sorry, it's the first draft of the day is usually when I just drink my entire coffee because it's pretty darn good. Made it very tasty today.
Congratulations.
It's so good.
I'm glad.
Last picks here then. They banned the Riki, which is a pretty good ban overall. Right, the silence against the Void Spirit.
Because they always play a carry mid as well. If you actually watch Infinity's drafts, they always play too greedy and they play carry mid. There we go. That's going to be Mars mid. That's a much smarter idea. Or actually, sorry, that could be either Abaddon Mars lane, which would be a bit weird to be honest, and Lina mid, or Mars mid, and then you put Abaddon Lina on the offlane, which I think is the proposition by Infinity. Abaddon Lina.
The Abba last pick, we saw Beastcoast bring it out yesterday, and Ector was he was taunted basically by SVG's Enchantress.
I was rewatching that game again.
This is I mean, that was basically it, right? He was just like, I want to kill Enchantress.
Yeah. Honestly, if you watch that game, though, I was kind of like, all right, Ector has kind of given up halfway through the game.
Yeah,
you could really tell.
That's what I mean, there's no way you just run at Enchantress with your 10-second BKB. And
you're so... Well, that one he hasn't given up yet. That one he was still trying to play. I don't know what happened there. Clinks is the last pick for Omega. Interesting choice of the Clinks. I wasn't quite expecting that. I mean, maybe they're trying out something at Zoomer, so try it out too. Yeah. I'm surprised they're running the Clinks against a Chaos Knight.
Yeah, so am I. That's what I was just thinking.
Oh, interesting. Infinity's going to take one off... so going to go for the Chaos Knight plus Lina offlane, taking one from the European teams, actually, and going for the Abaddon carry. Okay, actually, I kind of like this a lot, actually. It's pretty good.
I mean, I guess the build is still going to be the, like, Echo Saber Radiance or something here for the Abba.
Yeah, it's the same build. I mean, not Echo Saber necessarily. That's not common, but the Radiance for sure. But that's pretty good. I like this much more because the Chaos Knight plus Lina lane has much less pressure to get kills, right? Because that means that your carry lane is much easier here, as the Abaddon can survive the Bloodseeker, one of the few heroes that can actually trade against Bloodseeker evenly in lane, especially with an Undying. So Abaddon is much easier, which means Chaos Knight Lina can get kills, not necessarily, but obviously this lane is really good at getting kills anyway, especially against the Clinks.
It is. Lina plus a stun is...
Well, but particularly Chaos Knight, because you can put the Clinks out of position very easily with Reality Rift. So it's very good. You can set up for Lightstrike Array. And then on top of that, you actually get the Mars mid, which beats the Void Spirit very well. Oh, wow. That's very impressive by Infinity. Kudos for them. That's a really good flex draft. I was not expecting this at all. They had me completely fooled. It was very, very good. I might even say they might win this. I don't know. I think the skill difference is a bit high, but
they've got themselves a good mid lane, right? Which can kind of always set yourself up for victory there. There we go. We did switch it over. But I'm kind of inclined to agree with you. The Omega, I think they've been really, really impressive as of late.
Infinity has won one match. It's been against Midas, which is the only other person.
It's a good draft, though. I'm excited to see how the Abba safe lane will do this time. But we do have a message from our sponsors, don't we, Alvaro? Our Rhyme Master.
Oh, really? It's me now.
Oh, I mean, is it? I mean, I could do it real quick.
No.
This draft doesn't have a lich, but that doesn't mean you cannot follow us on Twitch.
We use that right.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Don't mind me fixing day number 9 to 10 here live on your screens. There we go, we've done it, nobody saw anything. We are now live with day 10 here. Welcome. We are exactly halfway through our group stages after today, Alvaro. Who is, oh, right. We cannot hear. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, it's not his fault. Let me go ahead and make sure that we can indeed communicate with each other. One moment here, as that's pretty important. Hearing the chicken of Alone.
Connected.
As we will then get started here. Taking a look at our bottom lane, Panda plus Mingate.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, this is going to be
Oh, wow.
welcome. I mean,
Wow, this time it was on you. Interesting. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about, first of all.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
never my fault. Anyway, this bottom lane as well is actually going to be not too easy just because Valky, he's got pretty decent base armor. He's done well, I should say, to start off with a rune of regen. But it's a lot of minus armor here already between the two. There's no Blightstone, luckily, but Prada as well would do well to stay pretty far away from this Clinks, which is easy to do because she is a Lina.
Yeah, it's not the easiest lane in the world for the CK Lina, but it certainly has a lot of kill potential. But they have to wait for the level 2. I'm actually kind of surprised though. I think Balki has made the mistake of wasting a lot of mana early just to harass and annoy the Clinks. And the reality is that you should be trying to just wait for the Reality Rift plus Chaos Bolt combo, which we have seen so very powerfully on a lot of heroes. The lane control is also not that great, so Mingate will be able to last on their tower. And usually with ranged heroes, this is a problem, but not with the Clinks, of course, because you have Searing Arrows to add damage. And the tower hits are actually much more beneficial to range heroes now. Look, they're even pinging the last hits they're going to go for. In the top lane, Bloodseeker's also doing decently against the Abaddon, but as I expected, Abaddon actually does trade decently against them.
Yeah, he was getting pretty hard bullied as well as they kill. Nice body blocks. They will silence him out. Be careful here, though. He does have that Soul Rip available. And he's going to have a pretty decent amount of damage to do here. Soul and a decent amount of strength here. Just about everyone in this lane. But now G. So yeah, quite nicely though. 8-1, keeping pace there with the offlaner. But so is Bloodseeker, so needs to be a little bit cautious there. They are indeed just always going to be skirmishing mid. Mars enjoys any melee matchup here, of course. That doesn't mean that Void Spirit still can't win this lane. He's got some funky ways to play it and some good skills overall, but
well, I would honestly say that he shouldn't be winning this, but Darkmago is just doing a really good job. He's just outplaying Alone by a fair amount here. Mind you, Alone is much more of a carry from the mid lane kind of hero, right? Like, he is a guy that is really good in the mid and late game especially, but he's not that great at the laning stage particularly. And that's not to say that he's not, talented at the laning stage, but especially compared to other pro players. Darkmago is a bit stronger in that sense because he's more of a traditional mid laner. As we have seen Alone, he did used to play carry as well, right? So he does come from that kind of era of being helped by his supports, etc., etc.
Yep.
So just very impressive by that Mago. This is what Omega does keep claiming though, that they're too good. They can't lose that mid lane because they just trust their mid laner, and they even kill Balki down in the bottom lane. Super easy with a strafe. Oof, that's what I'm referring to though. You really should be going for the easy kills. You should not be making mistakes in this lane. Now G dies in the top lane. Ooh, now this is starting to look much more dire for you. Or much more radiant, I guess, in this case.
yeah, or Dire Tide if you're Rakill here, who's got himself a nice little pumpkin on his head. Which is freaking sick. Yeah, that was
nice.
A bad turn of events, obviously, here for Infinity. As at least they will have now the stick over on the Abba, and now the full Bracer, 900 HP. Might be able to keep himself alive there a little bit longer in this lane, but yeah, that off lane is pretty brutal there. Snapfire and Bloodseeker are two heroes you generally don't even want to be facing at all, and well, I guess now you got both of them in your lane. What are you even supposed to do here? Darkmago is doing a good job here harassing Alone. Should be able to get himself this regen rune in the bottle, no problem. Oh, although I say that, no, that's Panda rotating over. All right, good job. Both supports actually rotate over here on the side of Omega to make sure that they're able to claim that rune. We haven't seen a kill yet in the mid lane, which is going to be important really for both sides here. As Mingate standing his ground and fighting there, completely burns through his mana, but also nearly gets another kill onto Valkyrie down bottom. Reality Rift, the LSA here for Panda. He's going to get off the Fairy Fire, looking to continue the fight, however, as Now Prada, not Panda, is going to end up dying. Mingate, though, is going to get an Urn Charge applied to him, courtesy of Valky, and down he goes.
Not
Mid
bad,
lane,
actually.
Dark Mago got pinned to the tier 1 tower. He's going to eat a little bit more damage, but it's okay. He's sipping on his bottle, and he's off away safely.
It's honestly incredible how Mago's only 3 assets away from Mars. I've seen this matchup before, and I've seen like Mars absolutely crush this lane if he plays it really well. Right? It's just Dark Mago is on point here. Look, they even forced a TP from the Lina here. What are you doing, Dark Mago? What? The Lina to refill, of course, a lone Swallow, and that's gonna give him a lot of an advantage. But Dark Mago's like, why don't I don't need to support the TP? Pandas is walking to lane instead. I'm just gonna go and get the other rune. I'm gonna get the bounties.
I was checking that Panda does not have a TP currently available, so that would be why. But yeah, he's gonna just go get a bounty. You're exactly right. They still have this bounty here in their triangle for him to go and grab, and he's gonna go and do that now after farming the Vool Assassins.
That's what a true top tier player does, right? True top tier players, they don't need support to rotate. They just go for the bounties. They lift themselves from their bootstraps and find their own bottle charges.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Okay. Bottom lane, Mingate could be in trouble as Valky tries to go for the kill again, but they didn't hit the life strike array here, which Mingate means he can just run away. Honestly, this lane, you need to be much more coordinated to be able to run this combo, right? I've seen a lot of Real Madrid that don't end up in a...
Dark Mago is still alive, actually, somehow. Is alone. Looking
oh,
for
he'll survive this
rebuke. There goes INS, then rotating over from the top jungle. They need a little bit more. One more right click. There we go. Up, making sure he's on the high ground. Actually didn't have any vision, but INS is going to be able to secure that kill.
Well, very well played there. Very well played, INS. Nice little kill there to the Mars, and very good rotation, predicting that Mars would want to play aggressively there. Meanwhile, what they also did, by the way, look at the top lane. Very smart, right? To make sure you don't leave the Bloodseeker completely alone and defenseless, which could die to the Abaddon if he plays a bit too aggressively. They just help him out by putting the lane like this, right? So they skip the lane completely, and Oscar can farm easily while the Snapfire still helps the mid lane.
And
honestly, Omega's playing the lanes much better right now.
Void Spirit smoked out of the base. He's got an
Valky's
Invis rune active, and that's going to be a kill onto Valky. As easy as they come. Ended up using both Astral Steps there to locate his enemy, but ends up being worthwhile, right? He uses his level 6 power peak to gank and get a kill, while Alone almost gets a kill on the enemy mid laner, and then dies himself, which unfortunately this is not Horseshoes, almost doesn't count in this game.
What?
Yeah,
what is Horseshoes?
You ever play Horseshoes?
What is that?
Yeah, well, Horseshoes. It's a very American game. It's when you toss horseshoes at a stick.
Is that a real game? I thought it was just for like cartoon shows.
No, and then the closer you are, you win.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I say close doesn't count in horseshoes. Close only counts in horseshoes.
Yeah, okay. No, it's a good reference.
Arena of Blood, Dark Mago.
Still alive, dude. It's incredible. Like, Omega it shouldn't be winning these lanes as easily, but they are just by virtue of much better rotations, much better space control, unless Oscar commits suicide here. Oscar.
Nearly.
Tombstone helps him. He needs to get the kill to heal back up. There we go. Oscar is safe now. Aspera joins in. Ray kills. Still also going for Dark Mago. The zombie is giving vision. Oscar kills one zombie. He's satisfied. He's going to get away from here now.
What the heck is INS? Okay, there it is. He was waiting for a little shredder. It is a level 1 tombstone, so the zombies really suck, as INS will then die to the Lina right clicks.
And in the bottom lane, yeah, as we see that Valky has already activated that Phantasm, Mingate will attempt to defend his support. Panda, be very careful.
Forces the fairy fire.
He doesn't want to die anymore. His team will flame him if he dies. Oh, Void Spirit, careful. We have the Astral Step still, though. I think he should be able to get away just for now. Another near attempt for Mars, but not quite good enough. However, in the bottom lane, they do kill Mingate relatively easily.
Yeah, and if he comes back right away, they're going to kill him again, assuming Lina can get a little bit more mana regen on herself, because now she's going to hit level 6. We're going to have Phantasm in 30 seconds. Panda still only level 4, so can't really save an ally with swap yet. That's just not in the cards, at least not yet. So we'll see where Mingate is going to farm, because this is the only lane that's going pretty tough for them. They're 1-2 and make that 1-2 and 2 here. They do have another friendly support rotating on over, so they're willing to try and fight this one a bit more. Prada now has the clarity on board, so it's going to be a little bit more mana regen for Arlena. I don't know if they really want to fight this down bottom for the side of Omega. We do have a little. We've got the kisses at least. We've got the kisses.
That's a tough one though.
And we have used as well Death Pact, so they're going to try.
Okay, kisses for Valky. He still... No, he doesn't have Phantasm, or doesn't want to use it, actually. Which means that he will just die to those kisses easily. Mingate has to run away now as Alone sets up the Arena of Blood, killing Mingate and maybe Panda in the process. 2 dead already as the Bloodseeker finally joins with a Rupture. Tries to go for a Alone. They start a Tombstone in a matter of seconds. This Undying is still silenced, but they can't quite kill him as a TP will save his life. They heard the Rupture like, oh, let's all TP. We don't know who was Ruptured. Let's all TP.
Everyone run. What if we're ruptured? Everyone TP.
We can't tell who's Ruptured. It's impossible. And there's like a little icon. No, just TP. Just TP. It's easier. So they saved themselves. It was not bad, actually. Infinity was quick on the draw there. And the Abandon's doing decently now in the top lane, recovering well. So it's not too bad for Infinity. They've recovered from what should have not been the worst lanes. Oh, INS, come on, dude. You had Cookie. Did he really just deny the rune up top to not have to go and take it himself? Alone has haste rune. Of course, INS did not know this, and I think he might just die. There's no TPs. INS is just trying to create space for his team as he dies slowly.
Wastes a little bit of time. It's a good rotation out from Alone there to then go top lane with the haste rune after he got himself a kill mid. Sorry, make that bottom. But yeah, that was kind of what I was afraid of, really, was the fact that, yeah, they might get the kill onto Valky, but he's not the carry here. He's just an offlane CK. The good news is that they have stymied the Abyss farm. Now G's doing okay, going for that Radiance here first item, so eventually he'll become a farming machine. But for now, he is 0-1-1, and he is actually still topping the charts in terms of net worth. I think almost everyone has died this game except for Dark Mago. He's, I want to say, the only person that hasn't died in this lobby. No, Oscar as well has not died. And actually, Dather has Raykill. He is truly the Undying today.
Yeah, nice. I mean, there's no point in killing Raykill. It's just concentrate much more on the tombstone, so I think that might be why.
There's Valky.
Yeah, Valky will certainly die. This is the 3rd time, I believe.
Yep.
No, 4th. Oof. Wow.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a tough game here, but the counter rotations yet again. We're looking for an LSA. That's a beautiful 2-man LSA setting up for the arena. Oh, good
nice
swap
Panda.
out from Panda at the very least. Oscar, he wants to fight. He's like, let me back in. Panda then will be sacrificed as the Blood Right only tickling the 2 enemy heroes inside of it.
Panda,
and a good counter
courier.
rotation.
Now they're screaming at Panda going, who's the mid, Panda? Ooh, 2, 3. Why do you save the 3 before the 2? And Panda's like, I just wanted to die, guys, okay? I didn't care who of you didn't die. I just wanted to die myself. Anyway, the little pause by the Mars, okay? But Infinity's starting to recover a bit from this offlane. This is really the worst lane for them. I was hoping that CK Lina would do better, but they might have not practiced this combo too often. They missed a fair amount of the combo of the Chaos Bolt Reality Rift into Lightstrike Array. I think they had much more kill potential, to be honest, and they haven't really denied the Clinks too much. However, on the other hand, you do have the Abaddon who, because he got so much solo experience because of the pressure they're putting bot, has managed to farm a considerable amount, is beating Clinks, and once he gets the Radiance, he's going to be a real threat that Clinks honestly cannot deal with. Because the whole point of Clinks is, I have just barely enough... I love Dota. Look at that. Oh, broken chat message. The whole point of Clinks is I have enough HP and damage to murder everyone before they murder me. But of course, that's impossible with an Abaddon who... Well, there's not about time, right?
Yes. Yeah, and he's got the evasion, right? It is going to be a scaling Clinks, though, so he's already having the Midas. Yeah,
which is
fully
good.
built. So at least he's going to be able to try and keep pace using that. If anything, he's going to be able to most likely get more experience than now G, just off the virtue of the Midas and the fact that they're both going to be solo farming. We'll see, though. As for now, it's going to be Oscar TPing back top and booting now G out of the lane to make sure the tower does not fall. No free gold for the Relic. Not yet, anyway.
Oh.
And that was going to be a pretty big kill onto Dark Mago as well, courtesy of Alone's Arena of Blood. They only escape with Oscar there, so currently only Oscar, the lone man to be not killed yet here for the side of Omega. Not that that like makes a difference or anything, but just curious that it's
it's just a fun fact here, right?
that it's the Bloodseeker of all people, right?
Well, Bloodseeker doesn't tend to die. He's actually quite a tanky hero and has a really good escape. I think Bloodseeker, it makes sense, and he's also going for the typical build Oscar likes going for, which is more of an aura build, as opposed to the build we see on Bloodseeker more typically, which is the Veil Discord, Yule Scepter kind of build. He likes the Creeps build particularly a lot. Even Pipe, we might see a Pipe this game a bit later. I would like it very much. Mago is being, he's being stalked right now.
Yep, Arena in 2 seconds.
No, he's gonna die as soon as the arena's up. Well, he might not die, but they're gonna try. Alone. I know your name is Alone, but I would like it if someone here to help you gank. Nope. All the stalking for nothing, you know? Much stalking about nothing.
Yep, now G's going to show in the lane, try and bait Try and bait the little Void
Yeah,
Spirit
but you're the
on
Abaddon,
over.
dude. Abaddon is the worst person to bait because this whole game they have been ignoring the Abaddon, not ganked him whatsoever. I don't think you're gonna be baiting anything here.
They still don't know about Alone in the Trees. They might suspect someone is there, however, but for now it's just going to be.
Yeah,
oh,
Oscar
there
now
they go.
knows.
Now they know.
Yep, Dark is like, I don't care, but oh, he might be in trouble. Tombstone, Light Strike Array, and they'll kill Dark
Actually,
In a matter of
I
seconds.
don't think they did know. I toggled over to Radiant Vision. I don't think they saw him there with the Blood Right for some reason. The day kill is going to end up dying, but he's going to be running away. The team fight breaking out. Meanwhile, in the back lines, Dark Mago diving onto the Lina, picking up a kill as well with the Resonant Pulse onto Alone, and indeed it will not matter. Valky gets off a 3-second stun at least before he goes. Makes Panda think about what he's done, as they've done well as well to ignore Raykill, who is going to be the only survivor, along with now G of this engagement for Infinity.
Yeah, so those two are the ones you want to ignore because they're either too tanky or too useless, right?
Yep.
And you're right, they might have not known because Bloodlight gives actually vision, not around the whole Bloodlight, just around the middle area, ideally, right? So it's kind of hard to tell when you're in the trees if they're going to see you or not. Now G could not be in trouble. Of course, he still has the power of time, hasn't put a point in it yet, but he
had a point.
Oh, he didn't? Oh my goodness, he didn't.
Oh, no, he didn't.
He put a point
yeah,
in
he
Miscoil
has
now.
the-
What the?
And he has the 8 strength talent as well. Yeah.
Why?
He just dies.
No, I mean, the 8 strength, okay, but why the point in Miscoil? What?
Maybe he thought he could deny himself.
Oh, come on. Now you're insulting his intelligence. Come on.
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
God. That was a... oof.
I
was a big
mean, I don't know why you put the point in the miscoil, though.
I don't
To
get
be fair.
it. There's no reason why you should do that ever.
That's what I mean, though. Maybe he thought you could deny himself.
Like, I would really rather he puts the point in borrowed time and quote-unquote wastes in the early game, right, than putting the point in Miscoil and dying with it. It's not like level 1 Reincarnation has a lot, like, that has a long cooldown, right? 60-second cooldown, dude.
Borrowed
It's the-
time, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's the only second on borrowed time, I mean, yeah. It's the only reason you pick the Abaddon carry. It's like with the match with the Ector when they were constantly fighting without borrowed time, and I keep questioning, what is it? What is it about Abaddon carry that makes him good if it's not the borrowed time? Clearly nothing, because they keep losing with him.
I guess so. They're going to go in and rotate into the jungle, expecting the Abba there. Instead, he's going to be farming right in front of their face. In fact, no one's in that jungle for Omega to find. So they might just continue pushing on towards top. They got really great vision set up here as well. Ward outside of Roche, Ward right here, just watching the outpost, and then a Ward as well. That'll scout rotations out from middle, kind of, and see anyone that is going to be farming in this camp. So it's pretty good vision set up for Omega. It's good warding. Very, very aggressive posturing here, clearly, but that's kind of the tempo that they've set for themselves, and makes sense because they can actually kind of keep up with it given their lineup.
Omega, though, they're... Infinity, though, now they're starting to reach the mid-game, and this is usually the stage where they've struggled the most as a team, because they're really good individual players, but they haven't played together for long enough to develop good strategies yet, and they also don't have a captain with so much experience, or even a coach, or anything like that, and we've seen usually Infinity kind of starts to scramble about in the mid-game, not having very clear what each role is. As we say this, Brother goes top to defend the dead lane, not bad, but as we see Infinity, are they trying to invade the enemy jungle? It seems like it right now. It seems like they're trying to take over the enemy jungle, dividing the farm a bit, but they're not really threatening for kills. And Chaos Knight has not really done anything for the past couple minutes.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's fine. They definitely recognize that heroes are missing on the map, and I think Prada might even be dead here. Rotation's coming from Alone. Good stun there onto the Lina. Kisses raining down. More TPs as well up from Infinity. They're going to have to use the Yules there offensively, and they will actually catch Oscar there, who ends up catching the spear, nearly killing himself, but he does have that mechanism to keep himself a little bit longer. Tombstone focused down by INS there. As getting punched to death will be Panda by a giant zombie.
Well, that's something I like to see much more, right? Like usually I didn't see them like when they would commit for like a TP or something like that. They would only half commit sometimes. This time, yes, you lose the Lina in the process, and you almost lost Alone there, but it ended up being good because you knew you were stronger. You knew the Clinks wasn't there either. Mingat, of course, the fastest pusher and the strongest source of DPS here on Omega. And you take a fight like you should be taking. You have a lot of strength in the mid game with this lineup. You have so many stuns, really good team fights, solid damage as well for the most part.
We haven't seen Mingate for a while, I feel. What's he got?
No,
he's
been
full
farming.
Deso?
Yeah,
full
full
Deso.
Pretty good though. He's actually beating the Abaddon farm right now, which is what you want to do. Oh, though, Dark Malo could be in trouble.
Oh yeah.
I don't
3
think he
seconds
get
stun.
away.
Yep. He's not going anywhere. Very skillful stun out there from Valky to make sure he got the 3-second stun, not a 1
thank God he
second
pressed the 3 seconds.
he pressed the 3-second button.
I hate
And-
how some Abandons, some CKs keep pressing the 1 second or 2
It's so
seconds.
bad, I know, right?
Oh my God.
Abba, he's pressed the Radiance button, so he's going to be burninating everything around him for the rest of the game.
What did you say? Burninating?
Yeah, he's going to burninate him.
Burninate him. Alright, okay. Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
He also has Dragon Scale, so he's going for the full fire build here.
Oh, he's burninating the entire world. There we go. He's like, you know what I hate? I hate how I can't burninate the towers. And then Ice Rock's like, now you can.
You know, some people just want to watch the world burninate.
That's true. Panda
Panda
is going to burninate against the wall.
What?
Maybe he
The
won't,
magic
actually.
missile? I think he's... Oh my God, he actually swaps himself for the offlaner. Panda says, I'm not going to die today. They can't set up the blood right quite yet, but they do set up the Mortimer's Kisses, which is already off cooldown. Alone will fall. Oscar looking for the kill on Prada as well. He has to hit only once, doesn't deal too much damage. No blood right just yet. Oscar realizes a mistake as they catch him in the backlines. The Laguna played him, double stuns, and he is going to fall. Oscar question marks his teammates. Where were you guys? Where were you? I was chasing after Lina.
Yep. Oh, Dark Mago is still dead. He was still dead through that entire engagement. That's incredible.
He's too high level. This guy's
Yeah,
too good.
he really
Should've
was.
lost his lane. You know, that's
He's
the problem.
really high level, actually. Yeah, level 13, so that'll explain it. Oscar getting kited a little bit there versus the Lina CK. Kind of dubious, either that the fact that he went alone or that his team went for the Undying instead. You know, I think they're going to have some communication about that because I think you do either or, right? You don't do both, unfortunately, there for the side of Omega. And they ended up, you know, trading their offlaner for a mid laner and a support. Make that an offlaner and a support. So, you know, it's not still the worst trade for Omega, but maybe an unnecessary death here or there, right? So it should still be fine for them. Now G's continuing to farm up, going now for the Manta style here on the Abba. As he's farming up a few stacks here, you can already see he's trying to close the net worth gap between him and Mingate. Easier said than done, as Mingate going next into the BKB, just continuing to farm very, very quickly with the Desolator. As a good invasion of the jungle here, they're trying to find Dark Mago. We do have Yule's Scepter and the Arena of Blood. Okay, so they used him, but they then walk into the 8th Remnant, but it's not going to matter because 5 heroes is always going to beat 1, well, usually. And Prada there with the LSA, or Laguna, is going to get the kill.
The only exception to that rule is if you're playing against Hector, in which case,
Or
it's a 50-50.
Arteezy. Arteezy had that one rampage.
Oh, it's true, the
versus
Lifestealer.
5. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a good play as well.
Yeah.
I remember that play. That was top tier play.
Bias caster. Only Hector. No. Well.
Okay, because we're watching the North and South America. I've watched Artesian forever.
Is
I
Arteezy
haven't-
not an A?
Alright, I'm so sorry. I'm so
excuse
sorry.
me?
I forget that since I'm from Spain, obviously I support all Peruvian players.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Bias caster?
We have good relations between
Arteezy's
Spain
not
and
an A? Question mark?
He's not in this tournament, is he? Is he in this tournament?
Well,
Seek and Strike? Exactly.
you
There
know,
we go.
what am I
Also,
gonna
he's EU now. Arteezy is officially EU.
I don't know about that one, Oscar.
No, we claim him. That's what happens. I'm
NA
sorry.
at
You lost
heart.
him. Nope, you lost him.
Canadian boy is going to be running around going,
Canada
"Hey,
speaks
hey,
French. They
hey,
speak French
hoser."
in Europe, and that's it. He's European. That's how it works.
He's just walking around in his Canadian suit, as we call it.
What? That's not a thing, is it?
A Canadian suit is when you wear jeans and a denim jacket.
Really?
Yeah.
Because they were stuck in the 80s, I suppose.
I'm not really sure. They're going to break smoke to try and kill the courier here of Now G. It's not going to work out for them. They might get the kill onto Oscar. No, but instead Panda, they're going to dive onto here. If they're invis, they will be dusted up and now killed. They kill nearby. Kind of just standing here, waiting for his abilities to come off cooldown. Can't really do much. As Prada on the backliner is now trying to at least make his way towards this fight as Oscar focused on by 4. My goodness. Messy fight there for Omega, and it's not over quite yet. The Semolate, or rather Resonant Pulse, at least is going to pick up the kill onto Undying, who was on the high ground, but it cost 4 heroes to get that kill. I don't know, is the Abba online now? Kind of feels like it.
Yeah, did you see what Mingate did there, by the way?
I did not.
He did not. He was checking inventories in the fight, and once he checked out that they had dust, he actually revealed himself. But if they didn't have dust, they were just gonna run away. You could tell, because right as he starts attacking, they actually use the dust preemptively to check if he's there, and then he runs away, right? And then once the dust is off, off him, of course, once it's been used and he's killed the hero with Dust, which was a CK, and then Lina dusts him again. He's like, well, I'm out of here. I'm going to save TP. I mean, God, they had no intention of fighting that fight whatsoever.
But I mean, that's good because, I mean, he's got a lot of money, right? But he's actually pretty darn weak if they can actually focus him is the problem right now. He does have the BKB now, so I think maybe this begins to change. But he needs to take his engagements wisely, right? I think that would have been a losing engagement for his team overall, so he decides not to stick around and continue fighting. With BKB, maybe he does.
No, for sure. I mean, you're totally right. The issue here is more along the lines that they were fighting near an outpost, I would say. Right? That was not the best place to fight near an outpost. You're giving Infinity a lot of leeway to regain the momentum of this game.
Yeah, and that's the best place to be farming.
Oh, this is a really good arena blood, but Oscar luckily has this guarding freeze. Valky gets killed off by the swap Panda. Not sure if he's in or out of the arena. Decides that he is just going to die regardless, so it's fine. Panda's being slowed down. There's the cookie. Stuns them. Panda with the minus armor. His team has decided that he is the sacrificial pawn. In fact, Snapfire might also fall.
Wow. I don't know if
the
you
pawn
saw
and
that.
the horse here, or the knight, sorry.
I think Mingate missed like 3 or 4 auto attacks onto the tombstone, which was
the high ground.
Yeah, which was confusing because at first I was like, oh, Radiance burned, but no, because he was BKB'd, so that wouldn't have been it. He just got really unlucky. He missed like 3, like literally at least 3 auto attacks onto the high ground, and then he was like, fuck this, I'm out, and then just ran.
Losing Dark Maul or not having Dark Maul for that engagement was the bigger issue, I would say, though. Like, if you're fighting there, you're underestimating. I mean, I don't think they're underestimating necessarily, but Alone's Arena Blood is very strong, right? Is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah,
and
for now until like the next 5-7 minutes.
Exactly. And you have to be really wary of this. The only one hero in your team has BKB. Greaves are great for Oscar, of course, but they're not enough to deal with the Arena Blood nicely, and the supports are just kind of sacrificing themselves for you. And now he's going to go for the more traditional Abaddon build, which I support more than what we saw yesterday, which is the Manta style with the Radiance build that I was talking about. And now he is fully farmed. I would say the Abaddon is probably online now. And Klink struggles against Abaddon. That core-to-core matchup is not a good one for the Klinks.
Yeah, anyone with a silence really against Klinks, right? Even if you need to hit him 4 times, it can be a little deadly. As speaking of silence, we do at least have the Aghanim Scepter for Dark Mago. He's not really been able to show it off, but now he does have those 2 charges with the Resonant Pulse, which will silence. What is it, for 2 seconds or something crazy? Doesn't even say, huh? Does not say how long it silences for. Wow. Guess that's one of those things you just gotta know, huh, Valve? You're not gonna put it into your tooltips.
The what?
The silence duration on Resonant Pulse, if you could say that.
Oh, it doesn't actually say?
Nope,
It just says
doesn't
the
say.
X. Oh. Well, it causes silence, dude. What else do you need to know? Like,
what else do you need to know? Okay,
do you
it
need to know it's
silences
2
you.
seconds or not?
Valve's like, hey, it silences you. Shut the fuck up, okay? You're silenced.
I mean, how long has this Ags been in the game? Like 6-8 months? It's
Like
no
6,
big
8
deal.
months? Everyone should
You
know
need to
by
know.
now. Come on.
That is the way how Dota works
Oh
most of
my
the time, to
goodness.
be honest. But they
Like
make
this-
some like
like
really
this-
complex skill, and they just forget.
This
that
doesn't
they
make any
made it.
sense. Like Nether Swap, Ags, you know, it causes the fear,
Yeah.
but it tells you, oh, here's the fear radius. Here's how long it lasts, right? Brand new hero, newest hero in the freaking game with an Ags? Nah, look it up, nerd. Great kill. In trouble here. He's going to be
Oh,
nuked
nice
out.
dab to
Gobble
gobble
up.
up.
Beautifully revealed there onto Valky. Now is in trouble is Prada. He is currently ruptured. Do they have a stun for them? The swap will do. Down he goes.
Little swap combo with the Rupture, very nice always. Killing
it
the
up,
CK,
nerd.
important, because a CK will be in a difficult position in this game. He is not the best offlaner to play from behind. You were hoping for a better lane. Since he didn't have such a good lane, you have much less leeway for CK to recover, or for CK to still keep getting kills here. And I mean, Omega still has a Klinks, right? Despite how strong the Abaddon is, the Abaddon doesn't really have much of a choice to fight alone, unlike a Klinks who can get solo kills. Abaddon is much more dependent on his team. Without stuns, an Abaddon is rather useless, right? Which is what we saw yesterday, actually. Because Ursa was like, kill me, and that was the closest thing he had to a stun, and that would work. Now they can stop Nao G, but they might not be bothered by this. Alright, okay, he already used the Manta style to trigger the silence. Wants to kill Oscar no matter what. He still has Greaves, though. Yeah, Nao G, way too cocky about that play.
I
They
mean,
can't
he's-
really rupture him, though.
He's an ABBA. What are you going to do, right?
I mean, I guess it's like stuns, right? I mean, you could have gobbled up the Bloodseeker
Yep.
and thrown it
He
there.
tried to actually aphotic shield himself to purge off the curse immediately, which you can do, but requires a very, very precise timing. Much easier said than done, but it could be done. You saw him try to do that for the Blood Right. He was in mid-cast animation, but I got silenced. Poor thing. I've accidentally done that to myself once. I purged off a Mirana arrow from myself on accident once. I didn't even see it coming. I was like, I'm a god gamer. It was amazing.
Okay, you're a fool. But what I like, what I don't like about the build for Oscar, even though I do tend to like this kind of, you know, Bloodseeker with the auras, is that Yule Scepter in this game is particularly really useful against the Abaddon. I am very surprised that not only him, but also no Yule Scepter on the Snapfire, no Yule Scepter on Dark Mago. I don't know if they want to like play this game on hard mode or something particularly, but like the Yule Scepter here would be a great counter to the Abaddon.
Yeah, they're great against him. Yule's, of course, is a great counter initiation. If you get Yulesed by the Mars, for example, you can Yules yourself if Valky is attacking you. Yes, a lot of really good reasons why you'd want to Yules. Meanwhile, we have, I think, only the Yules on the Mars, actually. It's the only one this game here. Support Lina, Prada, and instead deciding to go straight into the Aghanim Scepter. Not even mana, well, mana boots then dissembled into the Aether Lens, so I should say Aether Lens then into the Ag Scepter, to be more accurate. So now has that 900, not even 900, currently still only 700 pure damage Laguna Blade. 700 pure damage.
What is that even, dude? Does that even kill a support in this game?
I
No.
spit on that. Yeah, I mean, that's a bunch of damage, of course. Panda, be aware, that'll leave you with 500 HP. But it's still good.
Panda's like, I don't care, I'm gonna die anyway, dude. What do you
pretty
think,
much.
Laguna Blade? If they wasted on me, Panda's happy. That's his role this game.
Full Daedalus, by the way, for Mingate, going next into the MKB. Maybe I would have preferred to see the MKB first, considering the, you know, I guess evasion you do have, courtesy of the Radiance.
Yeah, I can see the point, but I don't think it's big enough an evasion to try to condition you that way. Like, if you as a carry think Daedalus gives you much more, right? I can see why 17% is not enough to deter you away, especially because Abaddon did not go for Heaven's Halberd, which could be a good idea this game against the Clinks, honestly.
I mean, I see that. That makes sense.
Again, I don't disagree with you, just saying, yeah, I can see his choice.
You're right. I mean, I always forget. For some reason, I thought Radiance was doubled. I always thought it was 35%. That would be broken. Now G is going to be able to run away. They do well to defend their 2-3 tower here, as the rest of the team smoked up behind them. Mingata, I think you could say, oh, why didn't he wait another second? Didn't want to lose his tower. Did not want to lose his tower there.
They're trying to push up top, but then Dark Mao was like, oh wait, I'm a Void Spirit. Yeah, I don't push. So then he literally grazed the tower, he did 200 damage to it, and he backed out.
Yeah.
Now they want to fight though here. Okay, Panda, I don't think Panda, look at that Laguna Blade. And I was not joking when I said that Panda wants to die.
Yep.
They were even prepared for that, but of course Panda went too far in. As a Vengeful Spirit, you don't want to do that.
I just snapped my camera over in time to see Panda getting taken for a ride by the spear, immediately to a Laguna Blade. And I was like, oh, Panda.
There wasn't much more to it, right? That was all that happened. He just died in those 2 seconds. But I want my Yule Scepters, guys. Please give me Yules. Like, I like the Shiva's choice because the Shiva's will reduce Abaddon's healing, and that's nice. But I think Yules is just so effective in this game. Now, G, you rupture him, right? Imagine you have Yules now to control him. You don't. So you just have to let him go.
Runs around a little bit, and he's full HP.
Right?
He's like,
guys,
guys,
it's a 2,900 gold item. Okay. Maybe they still can fight this, but in the arena point, it's a bit difficult. And Malo has the BKB this time. They gobble up and throw the Clinks inside. No, outside, actually, so he can't hit. Now with a BKB, can finally join in inside, but Oscar's already dead. Now G dies to a single hit from Mingate. Valky might also fall here in a matter of seconds. Alone is tanking Clinks decently, but not enough. Oh, maybe he is if he distracts himself with the Undying. Okay, Mingate? I feel him. I have ADHD. It happens to me all the time. I get distracted as well. I don't know what the fuck that was, though. He almost had the kill.
I don't think he was expecting Bulwark to actually do something there. He was like,
no, he had the magic wand. I think that surprised Mingate. I don't know. I don't know why he was trying to be so efficient, dude. You didn't kill the Undying either.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they did get 2 very important kills there. Of course, the Yabo taking the fall. Had the Greater Fairy Fire, didn't get the chance to use it. He's actually now got the Basher on top of the Manta. Well, who knows? Yeah, that was a bit curious for sure, but nearly a full MKB now completed for our Clinks, so he's going to be doing some even more damage in these team fights. You can see he's already crit for close to 1,000, which is a lot of HP here. So basically allowing him to one-shot heroes, but they're going to be going for a bit of a hunt now, so they will move into the jungle. They make that the triangle. In the river goes Mingate. They don't actually have detection here for him, but the Skeleton Walk is about to time out. No, going for the backliner Lina, but of course they're going to be able to waste a little bit more time with the Ghost Scepter. Mingate into the pit. BKBs for this kill, and It's not worth it, but Alone, meanwhile, should be able to escape here for free after he Yules his Oscar and TP's away after getting ruptured. And maybe now Oscar's memory is jogged and goes, oh yeah, Yule Scepter, good item. Nope. He's going to go, why would I build Yule Scepter if I can just build an Abyssal and cancel their TPs, Avo?
Right?
I mean, stupid.
Please build the Yules, guys.
Holy
Start
moly,
to
look at this
hurt.
minus armor Roach.
I mean, they
my
kill it so
goodness.
quickly, especially with double damage on Clinks, right? Oh, he has Paladin Sword now, by the way, which is going to help a bit with the healing.
Whew. That was brutal. Roshan just getting murdered in like 10 hits, maybe.
It does not feel like they're taking this game too seriously on Omega side. I'm not going to lie.
Really?
Between some of the misplays, the fact that they're not playing so consistently. I mean, compared to the Quincy Crew game or the Thunder Predator game, I'm kind of, it doesn't
Well,
sound like
I
they're
mean,
taking
it's
it
the
seriously.
first game of the day, right?
That could also be, yeah.
I feel like you're being a little harsh on them.
Well, it's not like an insult. It's just that that's what I'm telling you. Compared to the games I saw against Thunder Predator and Quincy Crew, this is not the dominating game. I think Infinity is certainly playing much better, but I'm seeing much more like, oh, let's just go in, let's try to fight kind of situations, right? They're not thinking as hard about their plays because they feel like this game is under their, like it's in control for them no matter what, right? It's good to have confidence, right? I don't think they're making like game-losing mistakes, is what I'm saying, but they're also not trying to win as soon as possible.
I would say that's true. I mean, they're pretty confident in their late game matchup, to say the least, as there's the nullifier down for Clinks.
That's what I mean.
And I do really like Panda's build, right, which is basically just Vlad's into Glimmer. You know, if anything, I might just go for, I don't even know, it's another great aura item. I might even just go for actually the Helm, to be honest with you, this game instead of the Glimmer, just because what's the point? You're going to die so much anyway. They're going to be carrying Dust Detection Gems for your Clinks. And then you can set yourself up for the Mr. Stomps combo, which of course is my favorite. But not only that, it's two great auras that you continue to give your team once you die, right?
But
that's
the
okay.
the Glimmer Cape saves you from the arena blood, though. Because if you Glimmer someone that's stuck on the arena, then you prevent the spear damage considerably. So,
Yeah.
But as you can see here,
Yeah.
Infinity is very
That's
similar
fair.
to
Or you
yesterday.
can just swap them out.
I mean, obviously, yeah, of course, but you don't want to die anymore. So maybe you Glimmer yourself and you swap them, right? That's always an option. Anyway, my point is, Infinity here, they don't seem to be really making any moves. It actually kind of reminds me a little bit of Beast Coast last game. I think if you want to pick the Abaddon carry, now that the more I see it, the more I like it more with like an offlaner that can create initiations for you. The Mars is starting to fall off, and now Infinity is starting to see like, all right, what do we do now? Right? If the Mars cannot initiate, the CK cannot really initiate because he's been falling off for forever. When's the point that we start being stronger? And the reality is that Infinity is late, like ultra late, is actually kind of decent, but they have to wait to that point. So just a bunch of farming, trying to skip lanes, getting the items, and hoping that Clinks doesn't kill you before then. Because it's one lost team fight, and Clinks will punish you very hard.
Yep. And I wanted to say, actually, the reality is it's an armor reduction now. It's not a slow, so.
Yeah, so?
I was making a joke because you said the reality is, and then you explained the late game situation. And I said, no, but the reality is a slow, because it's Reality Rift. It used to be minus armor. Dark Mago is getting caught. Save me from my terrible joke. No, they do not have the Spear of Mars ready.
There's a skill in this game that's called Reality. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's Reality Rift.
No, another one that's called just Reality.
Oh, there's another one that's called Just Reality?
Yeah, and
Let me
in
think
Dota,
here.
not in this game particularly.
Let me think. Yeah, obviously not in this game. Wait a second. Hold on. I think I know. It is... Isn't it Haunt?
Yeah?
Isn't
What
it Haunt,
part
the
of Haunt?
active? It's the,
Yes!
it's the active.
Good on
Haunt.
you. There we go. Look at this little piece of Dota trivia. Nice job.
I had to think about it. I was like, wait a second. It's spooky? And it's a ghost?
It's a ghost?
Yeah, that's the one. I remember.
There you go. There we go.
You can't fool me with your questions. All right, Oscar's got a BKB now.
Okay.
You can't fool him with your Arena of Blood anymore.
He'll die without a Yule Scepter this game. He will not buy that item. This is a challenge for some reason.
He has died 4 times without it, so.
I mean, I don't think. Sorry, I didn't mean that he'll die.
G.
He'll
Scouted.
end this game. Yeah, but what do you do now, though? You can't purge off borrowed time, can you? No.
No, my
I was wondering.
goodness.
It's like he went for Nullifier. I'm like, okay. Well, the swap. I guess the way to control him. Now the Magic Missile, the Cookie. This time you have enough
All right,
stuns.
they're
He's
they're
healed
gonna
back
heal
to
him
full.
That doesn't
They're,
matter.
they're hitting from outside the arena. It doesn't work, but Clinks is inside. Thank God this time. So that's going to be enough to kill them. And now they go for Prada. Easy for Mingate. Another quick kill. See what I mean, though? Like, they're just really confident in this game. They're not rushing for anything. They're punishing enemies' mistakes. And since Infinity feels so helpless right now because they know they have to take this game too long to win, it's really tough for them to propose anything and get back the reins of this game. And Klinks is super scary to lose a team fight against. It's very similar to yesterday's Quincy Crew draft, the second draft particularly, where you're like, okay, I mean, we can win a bunch of fights because we have a better team fight, but at the same time, the moment we lose a single fight, we lose the game.
Oh, buybacks. They're going to try and get a kill on Tumingate.
He has
He's
Aegis.
pretty low HP. Does have Aegis on board. Good silence, courtesy of Now G. First life will be bursted through. He's going to come back with full HP. Reiko dropping the tombstone here onto the high ground. Do they have something for him? They do. Tumingate getting the swap out. His Panda trying to distract him, but everyone just BKB running past him. The gobble up, though, from Oscar is going to allow him to counter-initiate here onto the Undying. Tumingate getting zapped, however, as Prada will be able to reach him from long range there. Get him with the 900 pure damage of the Laguna Blade. Next to fall will be Dark Mago as he's rooted down and killed. And Oscar with no BKB anymore is Yule's up in the air, sent for a ride. 4-second stun courtesy of Valky, pulled in with the reality, and that's 4 heroes dead off of 2 buybacks from Infinity.
And now that's the other side of the coin of the confidence, overconfidence, of course. Right? They all buy back. You don't really have the tools to deal with them entirely. Klinks is not in the best positions, and Infinity will punish you. You can't completely underestimate this Infinity lineup. Right? We have Basher on the Abaddon.
3 buybacks. I misspoke there. 3 buybacks.
2 buybacks, but still.
No, 3. Lina, Undying, and Abba.
Yeah, I said 3, yeah.
I said 2.
Okay, it's okay. Viewers will forgive me.
No, they will not forgive me.
And now Infinity, they have a decent push with the Abaddon. It's not as fast as the Klinks, but it's pretty respectable as well, especially since he went for the Manta style build. And they're trying to make the best out of this situation. Can they take a melee Rax mid? I think so, actually. And this blunder might cost him even 2 lanes of Rax, and the Abaddon is good enough. Nice repair kit, though, there, giving him a bit of space. And INS just needs to keep his distance and try to fight from there. He doesn't have Mortimer's Kiss any longer. They even Tombstone to make sure that he can't get away, so well played. I think they're okay with losing 1 lane, but they're not okay with losing 2, though.
Yeah, we'll see. They are going to be applying some good pressure here. A little shredder onto the tombstone.
Oh no, the mess up was the last hit there. Oh, they were hoping for that.
Yeah. They are going to be going for 2 lanes of the melees. Oh, wow, and they actually can basically get them. Almost guaranteed here.
Yeah, it's power of the Abaddon. One of the best assets of the Abaddon carry. Has really good pushing power. Not Klink's level, but really good.
Yeah,
like
and a good punish there. I mean, like you said, it was not going to be as good as the Klinks, but it's pretty darn close, isn't it? Ngate now back alive. He's basically eating people's souls now with the Nullifier, and he's got himself a Demon Edge queued up. What is this for, Ngate? Can you dissemble Nullifier?
For the twins.
For a Rapier? Or is he... I don't know what else he would be doing. Oh, MKB. Okay, right. All the components were in the courier. That makes sense. Okay. Now he's going to be going for... All right, I'm just going to kill them here, I guess. That's fine. Now he can... Well, he still can't miss, but... you know, he's got some good chances to do way, way more damage. So he should be pretty much just killing just about anyone here on the side of Infinity. Yeah, and even now, G is not really going to be able to do much against this.
Princess Knife on Klinks. I would argue that usually Princess Knife is better on supports in general, but on or some fast carries. But at Klinks particularly, I think the projectile speed is actually kind of worth it for this hero.
Seems to really enjoy holding on to the Paladin sword for now, as they do have vision of Nao G, but
but he's keeping the knife in the
pony
inventory.
is real fast.
Since he's keeping the knife in the inventory, I'm pretty certain he's looking to swap it around maybe for initiation, because the Hex is really useful for a Klinks, of course. 1.5 seconds for a Klinks is actually kind of enough, and the projectile speed is
Valky
really good.
has BKB'd, by the way.
What?
Yep.
Why?
I don't know. I think he maybe just meant to use... I was just kind of watching him, and it was actually kind of unfortunate for him that I was just randomly watching him split push the bottom lane. I think he just meant to hit his Phantasm key, but then he BKB'd, and then he spammed a few voice lines, and now he's not even microwaving the Phantasm illusions. So, you know, he's having a good time.
Sometimes you just fat finger it, dude. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, right?
It happens. I do it all the time.
Just,
I
you know,
honestly do.
fat
Valky,
dog from midterms, dude.
He does have an Agged, and you know what? He's queued up another one here. So he's going to go for the double Aghanim Scepter build on CK, which does not work, of course. I'm sure that's just a quick buy thing. And
No, he will. No, he'll someone just double the illusion. What are you talking about? You never
course.
seen that?
So yeah, isn't this global or something? No.
Yeah, it is global.
It is?
Oh.
It's not a cast range, so I don't think it is. I always
I'm
thought
starting
it
to
was.
doubt.
I always
Because I know
thought it
they
was
change
global.
it. No, I'm doubting it because I know for a while it wasn't.
Yeah.
But now I'm doubting it, to be honest. Because I was talking to Flapchick about it, and he was saying that this is really useful against global silence.
Alright,
Stuff like
you
that.
see Roche? Now you see him, now you don't. He's dead.
It actually took longer than last one, to be honest, because they.
Well, it's because they didn't have a DD room this time.
Yeah, right.
Now they actually had to do it the old-fashioned way. We've dropped a Princess Knife on someone. Venge has the Ags, which is going to apply a 2-second fear and a 700 AoE. What does Dark
Nice.
Mago Ags do? No fucking clue.
The game is still in beta.
The
dude.
game
You
is
can't
still
blame
in beta. We'll never know. Like, look how descriptive Gobble Up is. Very good.
No, smoke. Let's see. This is a good initiation. They're trying to backdoor them. This is the best way to play with the Abaddon. Look, as bait, they're actually falling for the bait of the Abaddon. They're going to come from behind the arena, but the swap, though, will crush the Abaddon, force that borrowed time. Panda needs to get away. Needs another swap here with the fear. He'll force now G away, and he interrupts this complete initiation. That Agonist might have just won the game here, as they destroy the Undying in a matter of seconds. Here comes Valky with the Phantasm. We figure out it's not global indeed, as he didn't get enough illusions out of this.
Oh.
But he gets some of them. Oscar
Whoa.
still trying to run away. Finally gets a silence here. It's a CK. They do
got
try
it.
to stop the clinks,
he
but
needs
they hex him. And the BKB is not available. Mortimer's gets
bash.
to help him out. Insta bash. Now
G
G though can
is
still
dead.
die. He's trying to fight to the end. And they do get a kill for a kill here as Prada is stuck in this Blood Rite. Silence first. A second silence from the Blood Rite will kill him.
It's all up to Valky
Dark
now.
looking for the kill against Balki. But Omega now, they know there's no buybacks. The GG will come out from Infinity. Honestly, pretty decently played by Infinity. I don't think Omega played the best game of their life, but I think Infinity did play pretty decently, and we are seeing improvement from this team, right? Much more coordination in the mid game, actual calls. It seems like they have a tactics and a battle plan. You know, it's not Infinity's not the kind of team that you should be hoping to win in general. This tournament or the group stages, it's the kind of team that you should be looking for improvement. And you should be looking for them to just get slightly better and get the more experience they need in Dota. Right? They're not quite at the level yet. It's not an insult, just the fact that they have not been in competitive for this long, and it's nice to see them at least improve a bit with this team.
Yeah, I agree. I think the build on the ABBA was pretty darn good, but...
Yeah, that's the right build on the ABBA. Yesterday's build I don't agree with.
He didn't take the cooldown reduction, though, which maybe... You never know with the CDR. 80 damage is a lot of damage, don't get me wrong. I'm curious as to why he decided that was the thing to go for when they do have a CK that already can provide the burst. That's curious. Either way, it doesn't matter. They are gonna end up losing, but yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head, Mr. Avo, and it will be Omega Gaming taking game number 1 here. Looked a little dicey for them after the 3 buybacks, but they just roche up and they get real strong. The Aghanim's Blessing there for Panda, which almost doubles his net worth, by the way. Puts him in a really good position there to take the fight. Like you said, it was Infinity with a really good call there at the end. I was watching the smoke on the back lines, and unfortunately, just the swap kind of wrecked him there with a 2-second fear. Really big, really powerful Ags, to be honest, on Panda. Very powerful. But that's going to be it for game number 1, folks. We'll be right back after a short break for draft number 2. You're watching Rhombus Collide 2 with Abba Plus and Seek and Strike. And we'll see you in a bit.
Hello and welcome to the Voice of the Realm, the nightly radio program for all wandering vagrants, for all lost souls looking for a place to come and enjoy NA and SA Dota. Though particularly today, it's mostly SA Dota. It's actually all SA Dota.
I think it is. I think it's all SA.
It's all
Dota.
SA
Yeah,
Dota.
I was actually just checking. Let me see here. Yeah, because this one's SA. No, we've got Quincy.
Oh, Quincy's the second match.
Yeah, we got Quincy versus Midas. So technically, I mean, it depends how you consider Midas.
Midas is definitely SA Dota just because they move. So what? I'm not Spanish anymore.
So
I'm
what?
Malaysian now?
You're saying Arteezy is still NA?
Fuck, he got me.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Get destroyed.
Actually, to be fair, Arteezy didn't even move though. I think
Get-
he's still playing in Canada.
Destroyed, Alvaro. Anyway, we've got a draft here. Let's take a look between our two teams, and let's spare Alvaro from getting destroyed live on camera.
Just want to point out though that the rest of EG then therefore is European. Though,
Seek
so
and
still a
Strike
European team.
destroys Alvo
a
Plus
European team.
on stream live in
Still-
front of 10,000 viewers.
It's still a European team. Also, we have like 600.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Arteezy is NA.
Oh, okay, but EG is European then.
Well, I don't care about EG. I was just talking
I
about
just wanted to
Arteezy.
check. I just wanted to double check.
I'm just caring about Arteezy. I
Your,
like.
your best team is
I see. I
European.
see how you're moving the goalposts here already. Even though I never even brought up EG.
You know what I learned
You see,
that from?
I was talking
I
about
watch your Congress
NA.
occasionally.
I was just talking about NA and Arteezy.
EG is
And,
European.
and you start moving the goalposts immediately because you realize, I'm wrong.
EG is
I'm
still
I'm
European.
on unsettled footing. My footing has been unsettled.
Unsettled? You mean
I am
uneven?
unsettled.
Unsettled.
And I need to move goalposts.
Unsettled like a sauce that has cut itself.
No, unsettled is an engineering term for when the foundation of something is moved. Actually, it actually is.
The fact that you call it an engineering term.
I mean, excuse me. Sorry that I took several engineering courses and
Right,
can
because the
quote
concept
from
of
them.
something settling it does not exist outside of engineering. You need a whole degree to understand the concept of unsettling. You
Well,
elitist.
what I was
prick.
referring to specifically. Sorry that you're moving the goalposts again because you've been unsettled.
Oh my.
Sorry that I'm using the correct terms for these
Can we
things.
cast this game?
That your
Can we
foundation
cast this game?
has been
This
unsettled.
is so much cringe. Cast
Alright,
the game.
Let's
Are we in the draft?
settle you. Yeah, of course we're in the draft.
Okay. Ember Spirit, Ancient Apparition, and Timbersaw the picture Omega. Rarely do you see a Timbersaw first pick, and Infinity Esports goes for something that Zoomers has been doing a lot these days, which is a Tusk IO combination.
Yeah, it's a strong one.
Very strong one. Luckily, the thing though is Tusk IO has been picked particularly as a combo specifically against Undying to counter him. Because Undying seems like a good pick against these heroes, and it's not, especially a good pick against IO. So what you do is you bait with the IO, they pick Undying, then you go for the Tusk, and then, Undying is all of a sudden weak, right? When Omega has a chance to define their safe lane, like they did right now, not as strong of a combo. Because, yeah, Trouble and Ancient Apparition are not going to win their lane here. But they're not going to lose it as hard because they're both ranged. They both have some sort of slow to run Tusk to just run at them, right? It's not as weak this time. And that was a mistake that Infinity did. This is why I don't love it when teams copy other lineups, right? Because they don't always fully understand the grasp of the lineup. And I think in this case, that's a clear mistake because Omega doesn't seem to have much trouble with this, honestly. And the Timbersaw will still have an easy lane against the Sven.
Yes, I agree with you. Nah, I was just thinking about the dual range as well for the Tusk Wisp combo. I'm curious as if you want to switch it up, but then no, I don't know. Sven has really no fun lane to go in right now, which is kind of the problem.
No, because if you go Io Sven, for example, right, in Tusk 4 with an offlaner, you
No,
lose.
I was thinking you do Io Tusk, but you just literally swap the lanes.
Oh, like top.
Yeah.
And you go into Timbersaw. That would work, right? But Omega might just predict that as well.
Well, yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, that is a bit of a kind of a guessing game. Omega might try to play around with that, honestly. But the fact of the matter is, though, the IO Tusk is supposed to be a really strong combo against particularly the Undying, or when you've sold yourself a bit, right? If Omega started with a Timbersaw, it's not as easy to counter. Maybe Omega was even expecting this combo, which is why they picked the Timbersaw once they saw the IO as opposed to something else.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Timber was just a really strong pick, I should say. To be honest, Oscar on the hero does very well, and you still have a pretty flexible draft. Could be the mid lane Ember, could be the 4 Ember, so not really too revealing as of yet. Of course, with last pick, Omega will be able to make that decision themselves.
Yeah. To be honest, though, that Mago, they do like picking his mid early, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're just trying to force the Ember mid, especially against an Invoker. They don't... the Invoker Ember matchup used to be much worse for the Ember because you used to have to go Flame Guard build every single time. Otherwise, it was a bad lane for you because Sleight of Fist was not good to max. And so Invoker would just kill you with... Or not kill you, but dispel the Flame Guard easily with Tornado. Nowadays, though, since Ember can max the Sleight of Fist and just go for a more offensive Ember build, I don't think it's that bad. Also, Ember sets up really well for the Cold Feet. Very good with the Searing Chains. So it's a nice little combo there. In fact, I like Ember. I would like it actually if Omega picked a 4 here. That would be quite strong at getting ganks in the mid lane. The bans from Infinity are pretty good. The Earthshaker, the Mirana, the Earth Spirit, the Tiny. They're banning all the 4s here for Tano.
Yeah, we need a good stun. Is what we need. We don't have a guaranteed stun right
No,
now.
something that combined with the chains is enough.
Because you're right, Searing Chains, Cold Feet is good, but if you're fighting with a creep wave there, that's not guaranteed all of a sudden, and then you can't lock down a Sven, and he's very angry, and he's a tomato and running at you. Yeah, so you need something here. There's also really nothing to support the troll, which is fine, but you look at the other side here, Infinity, of course, they can buff up their Sven, a crap ton here, overcharge, tag team, alacrity, right? It's a lot of really scary things. A troll by himself is still pretty darn scary, but all this really does is it allows Infinity to fight a little bit earlier than normal with a Sven.
Yep.
So that's going to be my concern right now with Omega. They still have a really good team fight though with the Timber and the AA. Interesting ban on the Knicks.
They're running out of 4s to ban because they've banned so many 4s. They've literally banned 5 4s in a row.
Yeah, Rubik as well has been banned by Omega. Yeah. And if you're Schofield, so is the Ursa Warrior position 4 has been banned as well.
Dude. They only picked that because they got countered by the Viper pick. They did not mean to pick a pause for Ursa.
I know, I'm just teasing.
I wonder what Omega will do here as if they're 4, as a 4 here, because I know they like using the Ember with a stun combo. I think Infinity should honestly pick up an offlaner here though, and go for Tusk 4, because the IO Tusk lane it's not gonna work as well, and you're gonna have a much weaker offlaner. However, you pick an offlaner with good team fight, there we go, that's good. So you pick an offlaner with good team fight, which is the Axe. Axe is much better against Axe is a bit weak against the Ancient Apparition, not the best hero against the Ancient Apparition, but still okay. And the best thing about this is that even if you lose your lanes, Axe recovers nicely in the mid game, which is what you're looking for, right? You don't want a lineup that relies on lanes to also have bad lanes, whereas this lineup now is a bit more on the mid game. So that's a good recovery by Infinity, and good read by Omega as well. And Omega will counter this with a Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, I mean, what other position 4 could you really draft, I guess? So many of them have been banned. It's an interesting pick. It does well against the Sven. At least you can always just ult him to lock him down, ult anyone next to a Sven, and they're going to die, almost guaranteed.
That's true.
So it's not terrible. It does, again, kind of leave you a little bit slower on lockdown, but you will at least have a slow in your lane to give you some kill potential with the Timber Saw. And since you're up against a Sven, most likely, that is, not completely an impotent lane. You could get something there.
I see the point now of Infinity. So we're gonna run the IO Axe, right? And with IO Axe, that mitigates so Axe is countered in the lane most always, right? Except for counters like Ursa. Most always is countered by the support, and the supports that counter them are the ones that deal high magical damage. Particularly Ancient Apparition, particularly Lich are also good ones, right? Lich is the much better one, but Ancient Apparition's okay. However, with the IO giving you healing, not so big a deal, right? So yes, Ancient Apparition still carries a slow. You probably cannot dominate this lane as Axe, but you certainly can cut the lane and just ignore them completely, which is a good play. So I like it. I like the lineup by Infinity. I think they fixed Blunder in the beginning quite well. I think it's quite even in terms of lineups. Much like last one, it's gonna boil down to execution. I think last one Infinity didn't draft that badly either. I think the drafts are actually pretty solid for the most part.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know if I would call picking Tusk and Wisp as your first two a blunder, as much as maybe just revealing your hand a bit too early. Of course, it still can be flexible, as we've seen here, right?
But you put yourself in a difficult position with the Timber Saw lane no matter what, because you wanted to do this combo, and you forced this combo. That's what the blunder is.
I don't know, they didn't force it, though.
They did, though.
Well, they didn't, because they picked the Axe last.
No, that's right. But now you have an IO plus Fen lane against a Timber Saw.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tusk plus Fen lane against Timber Saw.
But they didn't force it, though.
But that's literally what forcing is.
No, it's not. I would say they forced it if they needed to run it.
The Ursa yesterday was forced as well, because they forgot about the Viper. When you force something is when you are... If that works...
me not type in the chat. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are now live in game here. Had to switch over real quick before the horn.
What the hell, dude? What was that?
Well, you never know. I don't want to miss a first blood because we're playing an ad.
This Richie.
What do you want? You want me to miss a first blood?
Just sad because he doesn't know drafting well enough. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's okay. We can't all look at that. Watch this lane top and then watch how it goes. They're gonna actually they're gonna try lane maybe early. Not a bad idea either to deal with the Timber Saw. They might actually try lane until he doesn't hit level 3. But you know what this means though, right? This is literally the definition of forced. When you try lane because you realize your lanes are not too strong.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure
I am so sorry.
as to why you're taking this so personally.
It's just ridiculous. It was a ridiculous conversation. Ridiculous conversation.
He's very offended currently. Panda getting bullied here early on, but of course this is doing well as it's going to pull aggro. Mingate just free to last hit as he wants to, and now we see Valky, poor thing. I mean, what's he to do here? This little axe, just battle hungering the AA over and over again. But battle hunger level 1, basically just eat a tango and you're good to go. INS in the meantime pulling Prada away as well as the creep wave here together, as the creep wave will then lose their aggro and run back over. So good job there maintaining equilibrium.
The choice by Infinity to run the Twilight against Timber is good for their Sven, but it's a bit sucky for Valky. I'm surprised they pick on Axe though if you're planning on doing this, because while Axe can solo lane and cut the lane relatively effectively, he's one of the heroes that does rely on having a relatively okay lane most of the time. We have seen some variations for Axe though.
Oscar's dead. They did commit the stun. Oh,
that was a bad Timber chain, yeah, definitely. Definitely dead there. He was hoping to get a bit of distance and a bit of damage. Not much you can do there. That's good. If you Viking GG does this a lot when they play against Timber, so they just try to stop him from getting level 3, and then if you don't get level 3 in lane, you're just kind of completely useless, right?
Valky, oh, is he gonna get this courier? Yeah, he will actually. Not bad. That'll give him level 2, so that gives him actually a lot more kill potential. He did well to actually avoid getting the range creep denied as well by Panda. So not bad out from Valky, and that's allowed him to put in the point here into counter Helix. The small camp will respawn, but he's still going to get bodied here by the AA for a little bit longer. He's got an item coming to him, though. It's just a salve. Yeah, he's going to need that ASAP, as we can see Valky nearly dying to the cold feet of the Wisp, or the AA. Almost called him a Wisp, even though he doesn't really look like a Wisp, other than the fact that he's blue. Speaking of Wisp, Oscar is probably dead again up top, as he will get a good Timber chain away. Can he live any longer? No.
Yeah. The Tri-Lane's working. It's a good way to solve into your lanes. But the Axe is not, unfortunately. We'll see how this turns out, though. Sven is not farming too much, but he's getting the kills there, so it's not too bad, I would say. Tro will still be faster than you just by the nature of the hero.
INS is dead as well. Got a bit too close. Oh no, they stopped. Okay, they almost, for some reason, let them live there. You know, cool guys don't look at explosions. Sort of deal was going on there, and then they fairy fired and they went. Oh no, we actually have to get the last hit on him now. There's our axe here. Still only level 2. At least has the windlace now, and of course the stick. But it's, I mean, Panda is just going to be, oh, hello, friends, and immediately hit him with another bit of, what is this, chilly fingers? The chilling touch.
It's just the AA is pretty good against the Axe to begin with, like as I mentioned. Without the IO, I don't see this lane going the Axe's way, unfortunately. Valky has a actually respectable amount of last hits because he knows how to play this lane. It is one of his better heroes, the Axe. I think his best heroes are Timbersaw, Axe, and Legion Commander, I want to say. And yeah, I can see why he's pretty decent at the Axe here this game, but it's still tough. It's not much you can do about it. And Mingate solo farming.
Yeah, INS is dead again. They're going to go bring now G on over for the kill with the Stormhammer. Very well played.
That's good, though, because Oscar is getting... Oh, wow, Oscar didn't go for the second point directive armor. Oscar, you cocky bastard. Yeah, the Timbersaw is giving space by the Winter Wyvern, so I guess it's kind of fine. But you're also giving a lot of liberty for Panda to rotate. Because once Troll beats the Axe in levels, you can also just beat him with Troll. Troll's not a bad hero against Axe either. And look at what Mingate is doing. He's already bringing the lane, so Axe cannot get the last hits here. Well played. Well played. They know how to punish these lanes.
Yep, there's a little bit of finicky creep aggro, of course, for the first 5 minutes. You can only actually, as we just saw Oscar top lane, you can only aggro your enemy, well, actually any enemy creep now within 500 range of the tower, which is actually, oh, well, now I can't draw on the map. It's a bit closer to here, So Mingata does well to, once they're past the basically offlane tower, you can pull them. So he does well to pull them behind the tower and stop Axe from doing any more shenanigans. It's going to allow the AA to rotate over here around the minute 4. And I believe, do we have a rune?
That's adorable. They literally, he went, so what's happening, guys? Who's Alone sleeping with? And Alone goes, I love you. And then Naoji goes, yeah, come visit Panda. Alone sleeps spooning Balki. Alone says, I sleep with the ugly one. And Reiko answers, he sleeps in Nao's ass, or butt, sorry.
Yeah, when Reiko arrives,
they all like sleeping together
yeah.
in a threesome. You can come in and join for a foursome. Because Panda used to be in the same team as All Infinity, right? They're actually good friends still.
Yeah,
and
he was calling him Bando Little in the lobby
no,
chat.
that is not Panda, dude. That's,
was that?
That's
was
Red Monster. That's Red Monster.
Valky is maybe dead? Down bottom? It's close. He lives. One stick charge there, not really granting him anything, but Alone that time getting the kill. Was that a Sunstrike kill? No, he just walked himself over.
The Tusk-IO combo is still powerful as a support combo. Obviously not as dominant as a Tusk-IO as an offlaner, but it's still powerful as a support combo, which they should be using. Unfortunately, though, you don't have enough experience to make it use. We'll see. Oscar now has finally recovered in the top lane, though. Recovered in terms of experience, so now he should be okay. It's be really hard to kill him, I believe, and he's starting to cut the lane more effectively, whereas the Axe still is going to struggle. There's no point in when the Axe becomes strong enough to be able to fight a troll or an ancient apparition, unlike the Timber Saw, which does have a bit of a point of inflection once it gets a level 2 reactive armor, which is a big deal here, especially against an IO and a Tusk, which both deal physical damage. Sven, though, will be given complete liberty now, and now G should be able to farm efficiently. We'll see what comes online first, if the Sven or the troll this game. Because the troll obviously comes online quote-unquote first by less items, but if Sven matches his timing decently, you usually are able to withstand troll's push power.
But they also have a crap ton of buffs for him this game as well, right? The Wisp, the Alacrity, because it is going to be, I think, bonus attack speed. Well, once we get a single point in Exhort anyway, right? It's going to be mostly attack speed for him, not damage. What else do we have to buff him up? Tag team, Tag team's going to be meh by then, but, it's extra damage, so Sven will obviously take that. He'll take really anything he can get, as in they go top lane. They've accidentally broken Tether, but it's not going to matter too much. Another one in 3 seconds here. INS is going to be the target, and is most very likely going to be dead if they can actually scout this Ice Wyvern, which they can't. So for now, INS does well to maintain, or not to maintain vision, actually, and will live, even though a haste turn quite deadly there on a Tusk. They might try for Oscar instead?
Yeah, the God Strength. Now, Gido, so much damage just out of the Splinter. Wow, Oscar is tanking this nicely. He still has the Whirling Death. Finally, second Whirling Death. Can they kill him with a Splinter Blast? No, this one misses, I believe.
Yeah, they're going to have the Splinter Blast in 2 seconds, but they are not going to be able to get any more kills there. And there's another kill onto Oscar. Oscar's third of the game. Now G's second kill. He's been involved in 4 of the 6 kills as well to some degree. So this Sven pretty darn strong right now, of course. I mean, in case that wasn't apparent, because he's already level 6 in a tri-lane and has Mask of Madness. So he's doing very, very nicely here. Bottom lane, they are chasing Valky away at the very least. Maybe even trying for a kill here. We need a bash, but Dark Mago then rotating up from the mid. He's going to go ahead and set up for the kill there with the Searing Chains.
No, this is the Achilles heel of the Infinity lineup. They secure the lane for the Sven. They get a pretty decent lane mid because Alone is just a good invoker and he has managed to match up Dark Mago, but it's difficult for the Axe to recover and you won't be playing with an Axe that has this early game peak as much. I'm not surprised he's rushing the Blink Dagger. Maybe now Alone can start to rotate a bit with the invoker cross Wex, start to get like solo kills, especially to get earn charges, which is very important, and then let Axe farm Alone in the bottom lane. We'll see.
Yeah,
they doesn't need to leave here.
They do need to catch him up here a little bit, that's for sure. The good news is that since it's an Axe, like, a call is so good this game, right? Because it sets up for so many other things here. It locks down the Timber Saw. Speaking of lockdown, Dark Mago getting all of his mana burn, but he's got a full bottle now to contend with that. So it's it's possible for him to get back in the game. They have given him a few stacks, although I suspect that Mingate is like, no. I make that Naji, and Naji's like, no, don't touch those. Those are mine. Those are my stacks. As the Sven, which is his right. But they do need some way to get this Axe back in the game, and it's not going to happen bottom here. Not even versus the Troll, who's completely alone, as they will rotate both supports over to the mid lane here. Go for a kill into Dark Mago.
Oh, Illusion dispels the Cold Snap. Not bad. Snowball those. Might still catch him. He has no mana for Remnants, but he's going to be okay. In fact, Panda comes in here and saves his life here with Splinter Blast, finishing off poor Prada. Well played there, Omega. I was surprised that Ember actually survived without mana there. That was a really good rotation by Infinity, honestly, but the
There are
supports were on
so
point.
many stacks for Sven, though, is the problem right now. It's really the only problem for Omega. They can't really contest these yet. He's probably going to go ahead into the triangle here immediately after and farm these up. In fact, I don't even know if Omega have all their tier 4 or tier 1s. No, they don't. Of course, Infinity, courtesy of all the stacks being farmed by Sven, have all of them completed. Looking for the kill into Dark Mago, who is level 8. He's got 2 Remnants, so that one's not happening. INS playing very aggressively. We'll find the Stormhammer now of
Nice
our
Searing
Sven. Searing Chains holding down 2 as Prada will get cold feeded. It will proc. Dark Mago then is
What do you
gonna
do?
actually
No!
Remnant back in. And Tornado will catch him alone. Needs to run here from the likes of Panda, who almost right-clicks him down, but the dunk, courtesy of Valky, finding the kill.
That was a mistake, clearly. I think he misclicked there.
Oh, we've
Was
got a
hoping to
call.
go for the other
We've got
Remnants.
a call to count. The Dark Mago dies, by the way. Now G right-clicks him
Yeah, of course he
down.
did. INS, the next one. You saw him die. He was cold plated. You mean Panda?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Dark Mago there, I think he just misclicked there, honestly. I think he was trying to go to the other Remnant. He always had a Remnant set up there, and he just misclicked there, unfortunately. This happens. It's whatever. But what sucks, though, is that this gives the timing to the Sven much faster, because he can now engage in kills relatively early, in addition to all the stacks that you were mentioning.
He stole a stack of yours as well.
Yep. Mingate has to run away from alone, because now they have liberty to go rotate to the bottom lane, especially when the supports are dead, and annoy Mingate. His timing is incredible for the Battle Fury. I think you might have him in at 11-12, which is really insane, considering the items he went for as well, Phase Boots. But it's not fast enough to beat this Sven as it stands.
Yeah, and here he goes, farming a triple stack of Ancients here. No problem. We finally have all tier 1 neutrals dropped for the side of Omega, so that's nice. But yeah, this Sven is insanely farmed right now. He's almost got the Echo Saber already. In fact, he will have it here. Dark Mago looking to steal that last one, as they will be able to kill him here, courtesy of an Ice Blast. Nice job. Wisp not able to do much there. Didn't have enough mana for the relocates, even with the 2 stick charges. Bottom lane, though, they are going to be trying for Mingate, at least a little bit. Ice Shards will locate him. Looking for a dunk. We do have the Tranquil Boots, as there's going to be the call onto 1. Nice job there. Rakebill not getting involved. His 2 heroes falling quite low, and Oscar will be able to just kind of mop him up there with one little chakram into the Whirling Death. They will commit here.
Cold Feet, though?
Yeah, Cold Feet was going to proc. I was curious as to why they committed. That was for the Cold Feet. Nicely done. Tornado's not going to save his life. Oscar with 3 kills. Looking for a 4th on the Rakebill, as he will find it then with the Whirling Death. Now G looking to 1v4 here.
Oh, no.
Potentially could with the Echo Saber, but he has bitten off way more than he could chew, and that's now a Rampage for Oscar.
And now Oscar went from one of the least farmed heroes in the game to the 3rd most farmed hero, just shortly behind the Troll Warlord. That was really well played, and that's what happens. You know, Infinity, they're showing some signs of improvement in terms of their tactics. That Trident was a really good idea in general, but they still don't measure the engagements as well as more experienced teams. It's one of the biggest faults, and we're starting to see it here.
What
For example,
does
that play from
Epale
LG.
mean?
Epale. Epale is like, not a word, it's like an expression. It's the equivalent of like andale kind of situation in Mexico. Or
Interesting.
hey in Spanish. Just is really just. Yeah, I guess it doesn't mean anything. In my mind, it clearly means so many things, but I can't really articulate it into words.
So,
I can just scream it for you.
So it doesn't mean anything. It's just kind of like a let's go.
No, that's not the kind of definition of andale. It's like andale as an expression of like surprise more. Like, oh my god, like, oh, épale, mano, like, oh, the kind of situation. Does that make sense? I don't know how to translate it. I'm sorry. This is one of those expressions that I don't think has a clear translation. I apologize. Searing Chains for Prada. They go for In's Ice Blast. It will hit the Sven and the IO. That's perfect, but INS will lose his life first. Prada might die as a result. The Trolls joining in. Nice Berserker's Call, which might confirm the kill on Panda. Mingate is going to go for Valky. Deafening Blast will save Valky's life, not if Dark Mago is here to prevent it. And Dark Mago will ensure that the offlaner dies as well. At least the Sven is alive. Alone should be able to get away as well, though we do have a sentry here, and Dark Mago wants to play this aggressively. Can he guess where Alone is? No dust. It's a bit dangerous. Better just to play this.
Yep, they get the kills on the supports, and they pick up the axe in exchange as well as the tier 1 tower, so they equalize on that front. They're going to be pretty happy with that one, as we do see Oscar, of course, the Yule Scepter, courtesy of our co-casters pinging him in the other languages. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone's pinging it. Very fun. We all have, now we all know. He has Yule Scepter. Thank you.
Thank you, L+.
Oh boy. All the,
I'm glad that this has become a meme now, where we all ping.
casters having a laugh.
I like it. This is what happens when you make a tournament where all the casters know each other from all different languages, and they're just all. There's a lot of good fun between us. Good people. Blue's a nice guy. Go follow him in his page, Blue Dota. Shout out.
Alon's just chilling here, like he wants to go for a kill and might be able to. He's gonna go for Panda instead. His Ice Blast will whiff. Not able to connect onto anyone. Dark Mago Invisorin is safe and sound.
Did you see what happened there? He changed the golem. My goodness, by accident. Because he didn't see the golem and he sleight of fisted 2 units.
Alone?
Yeah, there was a little shard.
No,
golem
Alone
shard
is okay. Well, I don't know why he just TP'd like that. That was an interesting
expected.
decision.
No.
No, he saw it. They all saw the Ember go invis though.
there. Yeah, I know, but I don't know. He thought he left. Maybe he thought Ember was going to be more efficient. I don't know. I'm not questioning this. The mud golem thing was a bit unfortunate for that Milo, though. I think it was quite funny. Having a mud golem shard in the middle. I don't even know how they had a mud golem shard there. Who has the help? Was it just a neutral?
Well, could have been. Maybe he was pissed. He got Ice Blasted anyway.
Like, genuinely, what?
I think that's what Panda Ice Blasted. Oscar getting really aggressive down bottom. Ice Blast, speaking of which, coming in. That should, oh, good relocate just in time. Tornado. Can they actually counter-initiate here? I don't know. Oscar's gone way deep, though. He could be in some trouble here, especially with the tag team now. Walrus Punch doing some good damage. Still has the Yule Scepter as Valky onto the back line. He goes. There's the dunk onto Oscar. Get rid of him. Winner's Curse is going to absolutely nuke through Prada real quick. Don't mind him. INS over the ward spot as Valky will spin, kill a courier on accident. Almost has another dunk, but it's ultimately unnecessary. It's now Dark Mago in between 4. Searing Chains onto 2 is going to be okay. But we do have Valky. Oh, yeah, just baiting him.
That's why he put the Spirit there, because he already had a Spirit behind, and he wanted to bait them to waste time. Because he's wasting so much time so that Troll can outfarm the Sven, and Troll's actually very close to outfarming the Sven. He's only 300 gold away. Sven's participating in all these engagements. Now they kill Panda, but in exchange for Valky, so kind of an even, actually a good trade for Omega. And that's what you were talking about, right? They're playing around the Sven, because Axe and Invoker are both not really heroes this game yet. Which means that Omega can just outfarm the Sven relatively easily by wasting his time.
They got to get back now, though.
Oh, now G could be the target. They have Battle Trend still. Timbersaw, I don't think he's too concerned. Good Tornado by Invoker. That Malo has to avoid it. Does it with a Spirit. Oscar trying to go for the IO and a beautiful Searing Chains into 2. He trying to save him with a Snowball. It's not going to be enough. Poor Nauji will die. And Prada will join him in the grave. Alone is the only surviving member of this engagement. Do they have any dust to see him? They do actually on INS. They might use it just... No, they won't.
Yep, and a good fight there. They're able to still team up. They call in some reinforcements real quick. It's got a Yasha and a Battle Fury, so not insane damage, but honestly, it's just the fact that AA has got such a low cooldown on the ulti. 40 seconds Ice Blast, for Ice Blast that is. It's a 30-second downtime here at level 1, and honestly, Infinity are kind of just very willing to fight them, which is fine. I think they can do that, but then they just risk Ice Blast after Ice Blast, which of course is going to be really, really powerful against a Wisp naturally. Especially against a hero like Sven, who the lifesteal is not insignificant on him either. But we do have a blink on the Axe. He was able to put some decent use to it in that fight. They're going to keep fighting here, which I think is going to be wise, but they are down 7k, as Mingata has basically just been free farming the jungle for the past 7 minutes here. Almost the entire game, to be honest with you.
Smoke from Infinity's side to catch Ember Spirit is a good way to mitigate some of their early game. Find the Ember. Golden Brace though. Okay, it's gonna help with the Winter's Curse now, setting up for the Ice Blast. Okay, that Ice Blast was. Alright, let's not pretend that didn't happen.
He hit him with a debuff.
Yeah, he put a debuff. Yeah, that's what he was looking for. Actually got the Sven with the Ice Blast in the end, so I guess it works out. Yep, and he will die now, G there. As they almost try to find the IO. The only surviving member is the IO, but I think that, yeah, that was relocated back. Okay, so he's gonna be okay.
He's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
I don't believe they actually did catch him with Ice Blast there. Doesn't look like they did. But yeah, it didn't matter. I mean, they've got plenty of damage. Mingate there did over 2k, and guess what? He would have done a crap ton more. It's fine. Ice Blast, you hit him with the debuff. That's the important part. You don't got to worry about really the damage. That just steals kills. And stealing kills is bad. A great counter initiation by INS there, Cold Embrace, but Winter's Curse as well to turn that one on its heels, and that'll be a 9k net worth lead now all of a sudden for Omega, just like that. Mingate now with a bunch of stats. The part of me is he's almost ready to fight. I think he would like this BKB. I was going to say he's ready to fight. Not really. He's just got a really strong team behind him here. two good supports, and despite not having a lot of lockdown, they're still actually making it work against the Sven, which is a bit surprising to me. But shout out to Omega for making it happen.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, Omega is now 10k ahead with a Troll Warlord super farmed. It's very difficult for Infinity now to come back just with the Sven. They need to find farm for the Axe, but this is what happens when you tri lane. Of course, you sacrifice your offlane. That's why I'm surprised that the Axe was the choice if they knew they were going to tri lane from the start, because he's not a hero that does well to recover in general. I was wishing that maybe a Centaur or something like that would have been a bit better, even though the hero is not that strong.
Oh, they want to fight bottom. They have all the ultis back up again as well.
I wonder what they're going for here. Invoker?
It's tough. They don't have any sentries just chilling right there.
Oh, they killed the Invoker's courier. Was it carry? No, it wasn't carrying anything important.
I was on the way back.
Tusk though. Oh, Panda. He's like, guys, don't worry, I'll tank the Tusk. Look at this. He has no snowball anymore. Oh wow.
Nice
Nice
shards.
play. That was really good. That's not always accurate. You can't like do this consistently every single time.
Oh, just running around in the trees a little bit here, just wasting
He is
some time.
wasting time. Yeah. It's good after all. You know that if this game goes late, the Sven should be able to beat the Troll, right? So you just need to waste time right now and cut lanes. It's your best asset that you can do as Infinity.
Wanted a long kill on that courier? What was that?
Dire's middle
I
tower
didn't quite see. Was it the
Oh,
green
oh.
recipe?
Oh, I did not see. I'm
Nice.
sorry. It might have been.
Stealing a nice little stack here as well. Not too bad for alone. At least getting something done here. Farming some neutrals up. Why not?
What do you go for now, though, if you are
Oh,
Omega?
there's another courier killed. That's the second one.
Okay. Alone's like, all right, we got to cut lanes. Well, I'm just going to come here and kill critters. Right?
Pretty
That's
much.
his job.
I mean, why not, right? If they're just going to keep sending them his way, might as well. Free gold for the team. 2 couriers there, nearly a third, but I believe
Yeah,
INS was too quick to micro his away. He actually carries for the courier.
He's the support player, you can tell, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how the Axe is going to get back into this game. You just got to kill, like,
Just got to kill a bunch of couriers. It's just dunk
15
them.
more couriers.
You can
and then,
dunk
yeah,
couriers,
It's true, it's
so-
true, it's true. That actually might not be that bad this game, to be honest. Just because it gives you the movement speed to
goodness.
also cut lanes afterwards,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it doesn't refresh it, of course, right? It only refreshes when you kill heroes, so you know it's kind of a long cooldown, to be honest, on the Calling Blade, right? 75 seconds is not an insignificant amount of time, especially because you kind of need it to kill Troll, right? I mean, if you want to fight him even.
Oh, that's true, right?
So-
Because they haven't even gotten him low enough that his battle turns, like they've Culling Blade through his battle turns.
I mean, yeah, right. I mean, he's died once in the lane, right? So he's
Yeah, but wasn't through that.
no, of course, right. I mean, he didn't have it in lane, right? Yeah,
Exactly. What I mean is more is the interaction hasn't happened yet because they haven't really been able to do much against him. Look at this. Literally right now, that Kamago is playing with a low.
Whoa,
Oh my goodness,
Oscar.
Oscar is crazy,
he's gonna
but
get
he's
the
going to get the kill.
Yeah.
Nice coordination there.
Might be
Where's
able to
Oscar's call?
punish this. Yules.
Blast.
Time. Blade Mail active, not going to matter. Now onto the back lines. They're going to get Sven to kill his partner.
Oh
Wisp.
my goodness.
That's 3 dead already.
Oh, that hurts.
And by the way, Mingata is taking your bottom lane of barracks. Real quick, don't mind him. Poor Sven got strength, but can't do shit here because he's just controlled, unfortunately.
And he just killed his partner, dude. He has like a, this is true PTSD. It's like Umbrella Academy all over again. GG.
GG. Yep. Everyone's just going to pop their BKBs and the ultis. Now G just having a walk. And that's going to be the game.
Okay. Well, as I said, I think Infinity did the best out of that situation. I still think they're learning. I'm quite happy with their performance overall, but Omega is just a superior team right now. They drafted better, they played better, and especially the mid game, Infinity still crumbles a bit in that mid game. You need a more solid captain. I think Infinity would benefit a lot if they could get a coach, but of course, when you are, I'm not sure how many resources they have for their Dota team. I'm not gonna lie. So
It was that was interesting because I thought for sure they were farming real nicely on Sven, and then I think he got Echo Saber, and then they decided now we're ready to fight. And I was like, I don't know about that.
The problem was that if you're Infinity right now, right, in the early mid game, your Invoker is strong enough as a Quaswex that you can just kind of play with him, right? But once you go into the mid game, like honestly, it doesn't even go that long, but like 15, 16 minutes in, Invoker doesn't have the damage to kill alone, right? So you need someone else. But who's going to join? Axe is too poor, so he's not useful, right? Because he's not that kind of offlaner. So Sven has to fulfill that role. I think Infinity did the right thing. It's just that once you're put in that position, it's really difficult to play because you have to literally play your team fights perfectly. And Axe didn't have a game. Not like he could, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Oscar got a rampage, and the game was kind of just all in favor of Omega from there. And they finish up the series 2-0, another 2-0 for Omega Gaming. That'll put them here pretty nicely. That puts them at 3-2-0 for 8-2 overall, compared to Zoomers who are 9-1, compared to Beast Coast who are 7-3. So they've got themselves a very, very good position here thus far, and could even make it out here in the top 4 of the group stage, which might surprise some.
That'd be good. That'd be good. I mean, I would be surprised, not gonna lie, coming into the Storm, but I'm happy because Omega is just, I think, 4 months ahead of what Infinity used to be, right? Because Panda was playing with them, I think, literally like 6-7 months ago, right? So if you watch this Infinity, don't be so quick to dismiss them or to shit on them. They're a team that just needs the experience, right? Only Raykill and Prada has played in competitive for long enough, and even they haven't been given major chances. So now G alone and Balki, this is literally the second team, or well, realistically like third or fourth, but like the proper second team they actually belong to. So I'm hoping for Infinity to just keep improving. I hope they don't give up. I hope they don't disband at all.
Yeah, I mean, they still got a few games to play here in this series. That will be Infinity then falling to 0-1-4, so they should be 1-9 then overall. They still have a few more matches to play, however, so we're not done with them yet. We're actually going to see them tomorrow versus Infamous. So if you're an Infinity fan, then stick around. You know, drop a follow on the channel because they've got a few more games. For now, the next game coming up is going to be Midas versus Quincy Crew. We are right on time, so that one should be starting here in just a few minutes. For now, though, you are watching Realms Collide 2. The darkness collides with brightness. We'll be right back after a short break.
What the? Hello, hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm. We're here, continuing the coverage of the NASA Dota that you love, you know, you love.
Or European Dota, depends how you define it.
Depends on you define Midas. Are you
Yeah.
defining it based on where they're based or based on where they're from? Is it their culture and their style or where their feet touch the ground? Who knows?
Well, some people like to argue about it a bunch.
Now here, yeah, particularly Europeans that like to claim EG as their own, or Americans that like to claim teams that are not European as their own. I think it's the dumbest argument in the world. I think it's whatever you call yourself, to be honest. Remember the
pretty
big
much.
argument where it's like Samael would say, "I'm American," and everyone's like, "No, you're not." You're like, all right, okay,
Yeah,
calm down, guys.
Oh, so that was very silly.
That was
It's
borderline racist as well, to be honest.
Well, I mean, yeah, right.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the particulars there. I like Sumail, don't get me wrong. He was on
As a
that
player, mind
TI5
you.
winning roster.
Yeah.
I don't, I just
I
let him
didn't care about his
let him
nationality.
play Dota,
Yeah,
right?
it's the dumbest argument.
Let him play Dota, guys. If
Especially
he-
because Dota is such a mixed, like international kind of game,
Yeah,
right? Most
yeah.
teams are kind of mixed to some degree, you know.
Yeah.
Like it's nice to I like talking about the nationalities when you talk about like a team that's coming from a region that's usually underdeveloped. That's nice, you know, because you're like, oh, you have a Bolivian Dota. We haven't seen this before. It's nice, But when you talk about nationalities to discount someone, it's pretty shitty.
Yeah.
I'd like to meet someone one day as well that's from a country that doesn't exist anymore. I wonder how they would define themselves.
Well, I don't know what I was going to say here. You are still okay. I'm just curious because, of course, we have the brother of Sumail here in this game, not Sumail himself on Quincy Crew.
But Yawar does define himself from that country because he speaks Urdu as well, which is the language of Pakistan.
Yes, that's what I was just checking here on the Wikipedia page. I'm sure you saw me doing that.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Though to be honest, Wikipedia does just do it based on your passport unless you request otherwise. So I'm not sure if you are requested otherwise.
Yeah, I have no clue. Again, I don't really know what the particulars of the situation. I'm just kind of looking whatever's on Wikipedia. I was more of using Yawar as a segue to get into our draft, but you just really wanted to talk about nationality in Wikipedia.
Interesting. It's one of my hot topics.
As we do have ourselves a draft. It's a pretty
good.
good.
A very cool video of Yawar speaking Urdu with Pinda Panda. Really recommendable.
I don't know Pinda Panda speak Urdu.
Pinda Panda is so cultured, dude. She speaks Urdu. She speaks Hindi as well. Which, mind you, they're not that different, but still pretty impressive. Obviously, the language of Brunei, which I'm even too uncultured to know, and the perfect English. Incredible. That woman is incredibly cultured. I was very surprised.
Yeah, a life steal, so they're going to be able to set themselves up for Yawar quite nicely. They got the minus armor with the Slardar.
Yep.
Very interesting that they picked the Slardar up so early. I wonder if they might end up having to run that in the 4 position, if it'll get counterpicked by something.
I think that's fine, right?
Although, I think it's fine. It's just that, of course, there are not many lanes that Slardar loses as a 3. It's just that, I don't know. I think he's just as good on a 4, to be honest. I think it puts your position 5 into sometimes a little bit of an awkward space, depending on what you want to pick with the Slardar, just because the hero needs a lot of farm.
I just want to point out, because I don't think he's bad as a 4, but he's not been played as a 4 a single time in this tournament. He's only a 5 or a 3.
That's right. He has been played as a 5.
Yeah, he's not been played as a 4.
He just runs around on the river.
Because the problem with Slardar playing as a 4 is that, okay, you have a Slardar 4, right? Support, not so important, but at the same time, he's still the same lane. So if you're countering the Slardar in that lane, then you're like, well, what's the point of still running him here, right?
Yeah.
So the 5 changes lanes for him, which is a bit more important.
They'll ban the Ursa, so I think Quincy, for now, maybe thinking they want to put it in the 3 position. Either way, not too certain. Could be thinking the Timber, who is
maybe you're right.
not banned.
They're just trying to put him in the 3 position until they say otherwise.
Yeah. I think he excels there. Why not, right?
Yep.
If you need to, you can put him in the 5. It's whatever. Your support maybe won't enjoy it as much, but who cares if you win the game with it?
The only team I've seen that flexes it, that does not flex it, like they flex it because they want to rather than on purpose, because they're forced to, is 4 Zoomers. Because they do like that Slardar 5 a fair amount. The other teams only flex him, and then Beast Coast, where you actually never can tell if they're flexing on purpose or not.
Yeah, they banned the Ursa 4, is what I should say.
This is scary. The Slardar in general, I think most teams just rather play as a 3 because he's such a strong hero right now. I like the Slardar Lifestealer combo. I think Quincy can try out more things in this game because they're probably pretty confident against Midas. After recovering from the slump a bit, they just got 3 wins. Quincy seems to be back full form, and I wanted to start going for variety again. Because yesterday with Beast Coast, we saw very standard drafts for Quincy, drafts that they like playing, and now they're going back to drafts that are also good for the meta.
Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do now, because if the Grim is gonna be the 5 now, almost certainly, which means I almost feel like you've locked your Slardar in. I guess you could run him as a 4 if you really need to, but I don't really know. We'll see what Midas want to go with here as for their 3rd pick.
And what heroes can you use to? Oh, I guess they have the Drow. Drow's the only option I can. Drow's really good for Midas, though. Lifestealer's not that great against Drow. With a vehicle, it depends, right? Because you're so dependent on how good is your execution, and Quincy certainly has good execution. But Drow still beats Slardar. You have Mars to protect her, Io as well. I think it's actually a really good Drow game for Midas.
I think you pick a support here, and then if you go Drow next phase, you get 2 bans. You don't get a counter pick immediately. You can still, if you pick a support, you can still flex the Mars mid if you need to.
I agree.
That's a little bit still vague, though, isn't it?
Huge flex, right? Because Wind Ranger can even play 3. Rarely, but you can see, usually it's 2, 4, or 5.
Yep.
And with an Io always diffuminates the line between 4 and 5, because even if he plays 4, he kind of plays 5 or kind of plays 4. He's always a mid, so he's 4.5 no matter what. He's all in the middle, sorry. And the Wind Ranger does the same.
Yeah.
I still like the Drow, though, especially now with the Wind Ranger. I think it combines really nicely in your lane, and Slardar will have a really tough time.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to do here. Quincy actually have no draft time remaining here, so they don't have really much to think about, or rather they have a lot to think about, but not a lot of time. I was thinking the Chen.
Oh, so it's Grimstroke 4
yeah,
then.
I was thinking the Chen. Grimstroke 4 with items is good.
Yeah. With the Slardar in lane, I can see the combo.
You've got actually, is it gonna be? Yeah, Slaughter
Yeah.
in the lane. Yeah, at this point, it's pretty locked in for Quincy Crew. There's not a lot of room to deviate here.
Is that or mid, like the 4 zoomers run it sometimes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like the Drow so much right now.
Yeah, you just pick the Drow and you kind of just smack his creep, right? You don't quite one shot them, but you basically do with one of the procs on marksmanship.
Yep.
Yeah, the Drow looks pretty good, especially with the with the Windrunner. And then
And the Mars is great with Drow.
they don't have last pick, unfortunately. That'd be great. Could you even have if you can pick Drow here and have last pick? That'd be so broken. Because then you can always decide what you want to do with the Windrunner. Put it in a core, pick a different support, right?
Yeah, I mean, if the phase changed and you had last pick in the second phase and the last phase, GG.
Yeah,
right?
GG. That'd be insane.
Because yesterday, Panda was actually telling me that he thinks the first pick has a lot of strength just because of this particular pick. He thinks this is one of the strongest picks in the draft. Morphling. Okay.
Similar, I think it's decent for similar reasons to the Drow. I think I still would prefer to see the Drow, to be honest, just because the Grimstroke can kind of wreck a Morphling.
I see why, though. Yeah, because I completely agree with you, by the way. It's just that I think the reasoning is behind the Morphling Windranger combination.
Oh,
you buy
the
Axe
Windrun.
on
Yeah,
Morphling,
double Windrun. Yeah.
and that's particularly really useful against Lifestealer. Like, Drow against Lifestealer is
Yeah,
okay, but
yeah.
still a bit dangerous because they can gank you with a bomb, especially starter 3. But with Morphling, you don't have that issue.
Yeah, that's true. They just need to watch their positioning right on the Morphling, because if you're caught by the Stroke of Fate, or sorry, the Soulbind,
Yeah.
and it's not a core Windrunner, which at this point it's still vague, right? So it could be. If it's not a core Windrunner and she doesn't have eggs as well to keep up with you, GG. I mean, you're just locked down for not forever, but for a Morphling, it's forever.
Interesting. Quincy thinks it's Morphling mid because they ban a carry now. Interesting. It could be, but I guess they ban. I mean, if they ban Zeus now, I would maybe say Morphling mid. Oh, well, Zeus actually Morphling mid is not that bad. Because, yes, Zeus can burst down Morphling, but at the same time, Morphling can burst down Zeus once he gets higher levels, because Zeus doesn't have any escape, as opposed to Lina has a stun. So, especially Zeus with the lightning, I don't know, with the, what's it called, Arc Lightning build that people use now.
Yeah. But usually you max the Arc Lightning. Even take the talents, I tend to see. The Arc Lightning talent. The 25.
That's the best talent.
Plus
a long
320.
shot.
Yeah.
That was always the best talent, though. I don't think they ever took
I don't even know what the other one is.
the cast range talent. It's a huge
Is it
cast
really?
range talent. Yeah.
Interesting.
Which is why it's okay in some situations, but mainly more for support Zeus. But
Yeah,
anyway.
there's been a lot of mid ban.
Well,
Okay.
they were correct about it. Okay, the Zeus is amazing now, actually. So is Storm. They have a couple of options here. Any sort of high... Oh, Storm is banned.
Yeah.
They
so-
banned all the Queen Spirits. Zeus is really good here against Morphling, against Terrorblade. Even if your lane doesn't go that easily, Zeus is great
Yeah.
at bursting that IO, Windranger, Morphling, Terrorblade.
I was gonna say it's pretty good. He suffers to his brother though, the Mars. You do have some good healing and not really quite a save for him. The Lifestealer can always hop inside him as well, give him that
His
extra
son, no?
HP. I've got no idea. Actually, I don't know.
Pango?
Okay.
All right, Pango's better in lane against Morphling for sure, so I can see that point. And he's still decent against Terrorblade and Morph. He's very good against Io and Mars though. Pango's much better against Io and Mars. I like it. I mean, I think it's also more of a Quinn hero. I think Quinn likes playing heroes that have like high skill caps in general because they take advantage more of his skill level.
Yeah. Doesn't really synergize with the Grimstroke too nicely. Not that you need to, right? The hero's not about that anymore. When he came out, everyone was always looking for the double Doom, the
But
double
there's no
Laguna.
synergy in general.
Double open wounds, double what is it? I mean
Corrosive Haze.
that's not too bad. Double corrosive haze, double the what is the Chen
Penitence.
Q? Yeah, the penitence is actually pretty strong as well because it gives everyone a crap ton of attack speed.
Yeah,
on the two
and with
targets.
Swashbuckle, you like line them up right, and I can see the.
Like, it's you know I think it's fine, right? Grimstroke doesn't need to be played this way that much in my opinion. It will be the Slardar 3 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the Grimstroke to lane with him. Yeah, that's a pretty mean lane too as well. I don't think it's as mean as like a Snap Slardar, but it's still pretty darn good.
I'd be a bit scared if I was Midas. I'm not going to lie. You have a much greater lineup with not really the best tempo setter because Mars sucks against Lifestealer on lane, so he's not gonna be able to farm as much. And Quincy has an incredibly good lineup with two
Yeah.
heroes that can go for mixed damage. It's scary. Even Slaughter didn't get countered here. I would give this one to Quincy fair enough by the draft. I wouldn't dare say out draft, but it's certainly a better draft for Quincy.
I agree. I'm really surprised that the Mars kind of got dealt with very early on. I mean, Yawar is going to be so comfortable in this lane. Basically, he's just going to farm. He's almost always going to be full HP. I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
Yep.
We'll see. Maybe the Windrunner 4 can actually do something here, but that'll be the draft for game 1. I think we're both kind of favoring Quincy, and seeing as they're back in form, I think maybe they're going to be the favorites as well.
We'll see. Well, guys, before we get into the game, though, remember that even if you favor Midas or if you favor Quincy Crew, we still would like to get a follow from you.
There we go. Welcome back, everyone. Live in-game, well, paused in-game, as we have our traditional SA pause, even though technically neither of these teams are SA. Technically, according to the rules anyway, as both games will be played on US East.
No,
right?
Midas is SA.
Oh, that's right, they are SA.
They're considered
they
an SA
are
team.
considered SA. I was completely wrong, and I was literally about to quote the rule that says because they're SA, they have to play both games US East. Actually, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Because of Quincy Cruz anyway. Quincy Cruz is the more relevant one. Well, for the rule anyway, right?
No, so how the rule works is that North American teams always get to play on US East, the 2 servers, right? Because they refuse to play your tournament. Otherwise, that's actually why the rule exists. And also because their ping is a bit bad to Peru and Brazil. And Midas, because they moved to Europe, but they were invited to this tournament when they were still in South America, and 4D did not know they were moving to Europe. They don't get any special treatment. Like, they're not a European team that they got invited because they used to be in Brazil kind of situation.
Yep. So basically, Quincy Crew is relevant for the rule because since they're NA, it's going to be both games on US East as we get a little bit of disconnections from SVG as well as actually Lelis. Oh, wait, Lelis paused? It doesn't matter. Someone's disconnected, and we're going to get started here in just a little bit. It looks like someone was writing a little message there. Can't quite read it, though. Someone's signing the map for a brief second. Who's blue? That would be Yoar, so maybe he wrote something there.
Oh, Lelis is lagging. Of course, Lelis is the guy that has the biggest struggle playing this team because he still is in Brazil, so he does have a high ping in US East. I remember interviewing him, and I was asking him, like, Lelis, does the ping affect you? He's like, no, not really. The only thing is I cannot take bounty runes. So I was like, that's a very good point. Never really thought of that.
That's true. Having played to 180 ping with my mates in US West, actually.
Yeah, because we can't get to US East.
Can't get to US East. A little difficult. You're talking 250 ping at least usually from here, at least in the SEA region. Anyway, shout outs. Quick got so many bans as well. Just watching the ban. Actually, speaking of which, don't need to watch. Oh, interesting. Twitch doesn't give us a video quality option today. Sorry about that, guys. That's strange. You can only watch it in 1080 60 frames. I apologize about that.
Give it time. When we have 1,000 viewers for enough time, they'll give it to us.
Yeah,
it's just a matter of time. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's a Twitch-sided thing. There's literally nothing we can do about it.
If you guys want to watch with qualities, though, we do have a YouTube stream. There's a command. If you just go !~ YouTube, and you can see all the qualities there.
Yep.
We're not going to lower the quality, unfortunately. I know that some people have
Yeah.
bad connections, but we want to make sure that we have the best quality possible.
Yep.
I mean, that's not even true. We can't even use the best quality possible. But, the best quality that we can muster on Twitch, at least.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
Anyway, at the horn then, everyone's going to be running around a little bit as we do have a little bit of an invasion out from Quincy. Will be MSS snagging that rune, and actually Wind Run level 1 revealed. Not the biggest reveal in the game,
Yep.
but it is going to make life a little bit more difficult here for MSS, who is just going to have to kind of just watch around and, or he's going to just walk around and get right-clicked a bunch by Wind Runner early on. We'll see. I imagine Yoar actually did not opt for a Ring of Protection, which is fine. He's got 4 base armor anyway. It's a pretty decent stat, so he's not going to be overly concerned, but it's slightly more damage here that he will be facing, courtesy of that Blightstone. You can see, just very quick to use that one. And range creep stolen. So pretty standard stuff from the Chen lane.
Yep. It's a tough lane for, with the Wind Ranger. I think Wind Ranger is pretty decent, the matchup against Lifestealer at lane, but it's just Smart sucks so much against Lifestealer. Not much Sexy Fat can do, but as far as best as possible. MSS is also pretty decent against the Wind Ranger because Penitence annoys a lot at Wind Run, and you can even get the Purge creep a bit later on and purge the Wind Run away and just continue the harassment.
Yep, does exactly that. Is going to be blocking, actually both camps end up getting blocked. I believe MSS blocked I think this is a medium camp. It's a hard camp actually, with his own dominated creep. So no creep for him. Just right now.
I mean, he can't take it anyway, right? Because he's level 1.
Yeah, and now he's going to block it manually. All right, so no pulling shenanigans whatsoever. I'm surprised. I mean blocks there to make sure that MSS can't pull, but also so he doesn't get the creep. And MSS blocks because UR is totally fine with this matchup. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's funny. They both read the same thing and both do the same thing because they both think it's beneficial.
Yep, exactly. I mean, it is beneficial for different reasons, but Quinn is already off to just an amazing start here, 7-3. This is the second time I've actually already seen him under the tower, so I'm switching on over just to make sure he's, you know, not diving too far against Mandy, and that's not the case yet. As we already see Sexy Fat starting to suffer a little bit to the open wounds of Yawar. Again, in case you're unaware, Feast just percentage lifesteal off of the max HP, not off the damage you do. So Bulwark does literally nothing to stop it.
Exactly. Yep. So you still heal a bunch, right?
Yep.
You, of course, don't deal the extra damage like you used to, but it doesn't really matter against Mars. Because you're just hoping to survive in this lane. And top lane, Starter also not too... Like, he can't really threaten the Terrorblade as much. Grimstroke is a bit better at doing that. But he also is not going to be too threatened unless he has the Metamorphosis on. And even with it, Lella's managed to farm 10 last, which is very decent for him.
Yeah.
And look how aggressive Quinn is playing already against the Morphling. I like it.
I mean, you can tell, right? The RDO played that differently. As soon as Lelos has the number 3 above his buff bar, right? RDO plays that differently. Because it is difficult, right? I mean, RDO has to really misplay. He knows what Grimstroke and Slardar do. This is a lane that used to be like picked every single freaking time in Dota 2 for a while, back when Slardar was always off lane. I mean, it's this. It's exactly this, right? Here we go. Inkswell, as they're going to instead try for Duster. We've got the Slithering Crush at the ready. Do we have the damage? We do not. And, wow.
Whoa!
Very nice job from SVG.
Level 2 Stroke of Fate. That's why he got the kill. Nice.
I think he got 3 creep as well as RDO, so that'll do it.
That'll do it.
Very
well
nice
played.
job indeed.
And First Blood, you also spoke about Grimstroke 4. Actually not bad to get items on this hero. Like, I can scale decently well. Even the Ags is kind of decent in this game because you have 2 hard carries on the enemy team.
The Ags is Dark Portrait's a lot of fun on him. I think it does. It's basically single target wall of replica, right?
Yes, but
and
even more damage though.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't let me finish with Ags, right? Single target well, old Ags, because new Ags reduces vacuum to a usable cooldown, and old Ags used to do like I think 140 damage, 160% damage on the illusions, which Dark Portrait does now. So yeah, like you're saying, it's pretty good, and because it's single target, of course, you can double that with Soulbind. So yeah, it's pretty darn good. I think this game you probably prefer to go for something like just a Rod of Atos, though, to be honest. Because your team's not really that shy on lockdown, but hey, if enemies aren't moving and they're already lined up for Quinn, he can roll them over, he can swashbuckle them up. You know, an Atos against Mandy is going to be fantastic. An Atos even against a Windrunner is great, right? Use it to cancel the Wisp as well. There's a lot of great items you can go for. You can't really go wrong with anything, except maybe a Yules.
I don't even think a Yule's that bad, to be honest, actually.
Sometimes, I mean, the double Yule Scepter is usually not that good, though. You know, it's like when you multicast Yules on Ogre, you go, ah, man, I didn't really mean to do that one.
Oh, because you save some people.
You
right?
save some people, yeah.
What if you double Yules, though, and you sat between them and you Inkswell? Like, look at that next level play.
Look at that next level play. Well, unfortunately, that's another counter synergy, though, because then you don't stun them for as long.
Doesn't the Inkswell still affect them?
Nope. Actually, that's a good question.
I'm pretty sure it does.
That's a really good question.
It doesn't deal damage, of course, but I thought it still affected them.
That's a really good question. Yeah, it just might, because
I genuinely don't know, though.
I don't know. I think it probably does, knowing Dota. It doesn't do damage, obviously. You're 100% on that one. I don't know.
I don't know. Anyway, that said, the middle lane is completely being dominated now by Pango as he forced the Morphling away. Because once you get level 6 on Pango, you can kill Morphling easily. Yeah. The reason why Pango can't kill Morphling early is because you only have physical damage, or mostly physical damage, right? No, actually only, because you didn't even go for a point in Shield Crash. And Mandy, even if you're full agility, you have a lot of armor, which tanks the Swashbuckle somewhat. But with Rolling Thunder, you can punish Mandy, especially if he misses up the Attribute Shift and you pinball him into Oblivion.
So a really big win actually for Quincy with their draft and consequently their lane.
Top.
Yeah, there they go onto RTO.
But they realize this is good by Lelis, right? Immediately backs off as soon as he sees the healing and the overcharge, because there's no point in continuing that aggression.
Yep. And real quick, just to finish the point, a good thing about their draft and consequently their lanes, right, is because Yawar is basically okay now. He's got 3 points in Feast. Every time he hits Sexy Fat, he's going to get like 100 HP. Not quite, but he gets a crap ton of HP. that allows MSS to be just roaming, farming up his mechanism, get that even faster. Mandy could be in trouble, by the way. Is Rolling Thunder actually going to hit him once, twice, and maybe even thrice? We do actually have, of course, our waveform at the ready for Mandy, and Quinn unable to get that fourth bounce, the legendary fourth bounce there in the pinball zone. MSS can't offer much, but will steal the rune away from him at the very least.
Oh, but this is scary now. Quinn finally got his first source of mixed damage, which is the Javelin, which means more magical damage that Mandy cannot deal with if he's full agility. So now Mandy has to start being careful. Yeah, now is when Morphling can't be as efficient per se with his stats, and now has to just morph a little bit of strength to survive a lucky swashbuckle.
The MSS gank kills a courier. Sexy fat. I mean, this is a pretty mean gank, to be honest with you,
Bottom though. Can they kill Lifestealer? Yes, Rage still. Open Wounds. Healing. Oh, yeah. Open Wounds is based on the damage you deal, so Bulwark will help you against that.
It will.
But Amin will die here at this rate. He actually has the Alpha Wolf to deal extra damage. The Ghost as well. Amin dies to the Illusions because they had extra damage from the Alpha Wolf. Wow, MSS, that's some next level stuff, dude.
Yeah, Alpha Wolf is very, very, very strong.
I haven't really seen this combo with the Illusion earlier, but I think that's why he picked it up. Very smart, though.
With the Illusion Rune. Oh, wow, Quinn dies.
Yeah, because he gets Illusion Rune, then picks up the Alpha Wolf to boost the Illusions, and now they actually deal somewhat damage and they kill the Wind Ranger.
I think he's just doing whatever he can. He took the Illusion Rune there, so Mandy wouldn't get it earlier, and he took the Alpha Wolf anyway because it's a good creep to have. But yeah, I mean, why not, right? If you can combo with it, do the damage. I don't think that's like necessarily the OP part about Chen. I know that's what you're saying, but it's like,
I just like the small efficiencies I've seen in Chen.
It's really good. It's really good.
It's not like I've never thought about this before. It's just like I want to remark the details the pro players do, because all these small details make up the pattern that is the game, right?
It's like whenever you build a Helm late game, you always want, of course, the Alpha Wolf because the aura is just OP. It helps you push, helps you fight. It's really, really strong here. Quinn ended up taking a death there, gets a little bit too aggressive. Is going to go again for Mandy here in the pinball zone. The waveform is out in time, and there goes Quinn.
That's the I am too ashamed to stop this Rolling Thunder. I will commit to it till the end.
He doesn't have Swashbuckle. I don't think Mandy can kill him, though. So.
He has Infused Raindrops, though. Very smart.
Should be fine.
Also, Mandy went for waveform build as opposed to Adaptive Strike, so there's no kill potential here. I mean, rare kill potential, right? You'd have to mess up a bit as Quinn, and he won't do that. Bottom, though, they do see an opportunity for Sexy Fat. They go for the Inkswell. Rage. Sexy Fat's like, well, I can't spear him away. Yawar goes behind him. Not quite. Still gets speared. We still have an arena blood by Sexy Fat. Are there going to be any TPs to help him out? Apparently not. The Infest damage is available, but they're just going to let him go. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's fine. There's no Tier 1 tower anymore already, 8 minutes into the game. And they could rotate to the Tier 2, but the problem is the Tier 2 is really far away from a lot of farm you want to be taking right now. So Mandy's not interested in that. RDO is definitely not interested in that, right? That's normally where RDO likes to live once he has got a little bit more damage. So he doesn't really want to be farming in that area quite yet. So no one really wants to rotate over. If Sexy Fat dies, I go, shouldn't have played that far out, I guess. It's a crappy lane for you, sorry, It's kind of the offlaner, right? It's kind of the offlaner's role.
Yeah, especially with like Lifestealer versus Mars, right? Yep. As Mars, you really don't do much here. SVG in the middle lane, dies here as Quinn. Unfortunately, can't quite kill Mandy. Rolling Thunder is available though for Quinn. But okay, that was maybe a bit too aggressive. Mandy looking to punish this with his waveform. Rolling Thunder, he may just baited it out as MSS is nearby. He is in a decent pinball zone, but as that we shifted completely, because magical damage is not good enough. They have a Centaur Stomp as well. They actually keep him stumped for a fair amount of time. They have Duster without Relocate though, but they do heal him a bit. Waveform to get away from Mandy. No more Tether healing. Swashbuckle, actually used by Mandy, teaching Quinn how to use it, and SVG won't be able to secure the skill, unfortunately. They'll both get away.
Yep. Everyone escapes. That was just Lelis does well here to stop RDO from farming, though. He's just like literally standing here menacingly and has to force RDO away. So that's going to be, unfortunately, Metamorphosis, where he's not really farming as efficiently as he could have. So that's going to be real annoying. But yeah, Quinn has been unable to actually get a kill this game on the Pangolier, which is kind of surprised because sometimes when he gets this hero, he kind of just pops off about it. Or on it, right? And see, he's going to be maybe looking for a kill bot lane. That should be almost guaranteed here if they can get Yawar to join the fun, and they will. Inkswell, nice job dodging the spear there. Stroke of Fate to slow him a bit more. Yawar with the open wounds. Someone get behind him, please. As they almost pushed him into the little river there, but they will eventually get the kill. And Quinn even getting some experience off of that one, so not bad.
I think that Yawar just doesn't like hitting him from the back. Because the second kill I go, they just hit him from the front more and more. And okay, sure. Quinn has the Rolling Thunder. Going for Mandy, breaks the tether. Another Rolling Thunder, I think, is just to waste time, honestly. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't see this being a kill. Oh, he's like, ah, right. You thought I was wasting time. I'm actually going for Duster. Haha, says the Pango, with one last swashbuckle available, but
Yeah,
he's not going to get it.
He's not going to use that one offensively, I think.
Oh, he would die. Oh, with
Yep.
the Arena Blood, Pango cannot get away here with the Spear of Mars. He's stuck against the wall. They hit him the Inkswell, and he doesn't need to get away. Actually, he can just fight Sexy Fat,
Wow.
who got a bit overzealous and will get punished for it. The weakness of a double carry draft is precisely this.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when your offlaner is basically countered, right? So he doesn't really have any items. He's only got
Exactly.
Soul Ring, hoping.
And he's a Mars as well.
Yeah, and he's a Mars. Well, I mean, you know, sometimes you see the Mars pop off, right? It's,
No, I
it's
mean-
not unheard of. Oh,
Sorry, I meant
wow,
more on the
wow,
lines.
Lelos really wanted that courier kill. Lelos blinked up to the tier 3, eats a few auto attacks from the tower just to kill the courier.
Grimstroke is also in trouble. SVG. Inkswell not going to save him, I don't think. Stuns the IO, that's fine. No, I mean the Mars because Mars needs to win his lane to be impactful.
Yeah,
or at least
exactly.
trade his lane even.
Exactly.
Like, some heroes like Centaur, for example, can lose the lane and still be powerful just with a simple Blink Dagger. Or even Stampede.
I mean, and in this game, the Mars he's trying his darndest, but he's just, what is he to do against basically you are? It's already the first 2 towers down here in favor of Quincy Crew. They are looking to make it the 3rd. Also, a big difference maker there was going to be MSS, who already had the full mechanism up. He had Hand of God in case the team needed it, so there was no chance I think they were actually going to be able to kill Quinn there.
When a Stroke of Fate forces Mandy to attribute shift, you know that it's trouble, right? They're afraid of that Stroke of Fate. There were so many creeps in front of them. Defend the mid tower. They want to keep map control. It's very important when you're playing against these greedy drafts that you play as aggressively as possible, but not necessarily by hunting them down all the time, because they'll be waiting for that and they'll have ways to escape that. It's much better if you just try to defend any sort of towers you have, so they can't regain map control.
It's even better if, you know, the best defense is good offense if you push their towers and force the issue,
Exactly.
right? Because look where Quinn is able to stand now. Yeah, there's an outpost right there, but it's a 6-second TP, right? Quinn's not just going to die to an outpost TP. Bot lane tower's already gone. Mid lane tower already gone here well before 15 minutes. And we can see now where they kind of just have to play. Oh, actually, Mandy? No, he's going to be okay, at least for now. He's going to go ahead and morph back into the morph lean. As Quinn approaching, they will be let. Oh no, actually they cancel the relocate. That'll put Duster in a bit of trouble. Has the wand charges at least to get Mandy to full HP, but there's a kill. I don't know if that relocate was necessary, but
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
yeah.
I was like, okay. I mean, sure, relocate, right? Do you know what the issue as well is between these 2 carries is that they're, on top of the fact that they're obviously super greedy, they're actually both countered very similarly. You're looking for mixed damage on Pango and on Lifestealer. That's why they're both going for the Maelstrom. And that's how you counter both Morphling and Terrible.
Yeah.
You know, high armor when Morphling is low HP, Terrible always has high armor and low HP, and that's your win here. And that sucks when that happens, because they don't even need to expend special items to counter one carry and then special items to counter the other. They just both go for the same build, and everyone's effective against both these cores. And as you mentioned, Mars already countered, so they're not even considering him as a hero, to be honest.
Yeah, pretty much. He's kind of just the hero that they save for Yoar so he can actually lifesteal a bit, because he's, like you're saying, he's not going to lifesteal too much off the TB before he gets stats. I mean, he's got 840 max HP. You don't really get anything from that compared to right-clicking on an enemy Mars, who's got almost double the HP, right? That's stonks. That's what you're looking for. They've taken Roche, by the way. Lelos with the Blink Dagger. We're going to go ahead and ping that one out. Of course, for some reason, our Brazilian, or yeah, I think the Brazilian Portuguese casters really like pinging whenever the offlaner gets the first item. I think last game it was...
Specifically,
it was
Sherlock,
Oscar
dude.
with Yules, right? I think
Yeah.
that's what they pinged.
Yeah, Sherlock cannot believe this, dude. Like, Sherlock is like, oh my goodness, he has Blink Dagger on the
Right,
Slardar!
That blink for 4 minutes when he blinked high ground. Yoar could be in trouble here, by the way.
Yeah, I hope he didn't just notice it now. That would be really awful. Sexy Fat. There's the corrosive haze. Why is Sexy Fat here?
I think he was trying to bait top lane. They were kind of positioned nicely to possibly kill Yoar, who does not have Aegis, but he can always just rage TP, and they have nothing to cancel it, so he just does exactly that and leaves. There was 4 heroes that both committed to both kills there, but obviously the kill onto Yoar is very, very difficult, to say the least, at least without the Arena of Blood into the Spear, right? And even that is not quite a pipe dream, but very difficult, because Rage, I believe, is just instantly applied, right? You're just mad immediately, like Hulk.
Yeah, exactly. You're totally right about that one. It's 0 cast point. I don't know, it was an odd play. Quinn looking for the kill on Amin. Should be able to find it here relatively easily. Inkswell stops the winner from coming out. Swashbuckle punishes her. But pushing that lane bottom, even if you're creating some space, it's just not the best to play, because you are losing not a support, but your space creator. SVG will maybe actually survive here because of the Hand of God.
Yeah.
Wow. Midas can't even kill a support at this
No.
rate. That's not looking good at all for them.
That's Mandy then getting stunned in the river. He's going to
Oh.
go up to the high ground. The Infest Bomb as well.
He has
Oh,
Rage.
okay.
Nice relocate.
Good reload. That time it was very appropriate. Wisp's going to sacrifice himself. The rest of Quincy are going to farm the immediate jungle before they head back here. They got 12 seconds. Everyone already getting ready here. We want to have an Inkswell, but no stun either. But there, okay, Loveless is going to be able to blink onto him. Yep, he's very dead.
Okay, Duster will die, but at least you save your core there. That was a good relocate, as you mentioned. Sexy Fat has to run away, but they can take a tower as a result here. That's another issue, right? If you're Midas right now, you're trying to make them fight as far away from the objectives they want to take as possible, and particularly the tier 2 up top probably was the next objective they wanted to take, as this allows you to invade the rest of the jungle, right? So, not the best of plays here.
MSS pops the mechanism here. He's going to unfortunately lose his Satyr. That's going to be a little bit difficult, but they will eventually be forced back. So the rest of Quincy have cut the way, but they let the catapult die here. As I hear them fighting again. All right, there's a kill into SVG. Not bad.
Radiant's courier has been
Yeah, you killed the support this time, right? Yawar, though, is looking for a mean. I don't know if this is the easiest target. Well, if the starter joins, maybe it is, but Lella says, let's go for Duster as RDO dies to Quinn down the bottom lane. They're looking for the kill here on Mandy. They've already gotten rid of the IO, so no more relocation shenanigans. He didn't have it anyway, and looks going to let him go in the end, as Morphling is a bit too hard to murder.
What the heck did Quinn even bounce on? He hit RDO twice with Rolling Thunder. Where did he die? He died. Okay, it was going to be off of this tree because RDO died right here. So how it bounced in, bounced out, and there we go. Nice job. Good job by Quinn using the positioning. He really excels on that hero.
Yeah, Quinn's Pango is ridiculous, dude. I love watching this here because I'm particularly a big fan of Pango as a hero. I think that the best Pango players are really enjoyable to watch, and Quinn is a delight. Because he also plays a very offensive Pango as well, which a lot of Pangos would disagree with. So, one lucky. I wish he was on stream here so they can comment on Quinn's Pango.
In trouble. Did get at least the attribute shift off. He's got the Ghost Scepter. Yeah,
Nope.
a relocate. Okay. It's always just so jarring. See you later. Relocate. We're out of here. Back into the fountain.
Yep. Yeah, I guess you can't really kill the IO here. They even defend him here. A lot of wasted time, though, by defending the IO, but at least your support doesn't die. But both cores in the enemy team are farming faster than you. Another thing that Maelstrom does as well, that's so good for Quincy, right? It also helps Lifestealer farm. It'll help Pango farm. Pango, which, by the way, is insane in walking between 3 heroes.
Yeah,
That's how
seriously.
confident he feels. He has H's, dude. So I guess that's why. Yeah, you're not going to do anything, man. You don't have his Maelstrom. He's much stronger than you.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is. Windrunner pushing bottom, but gonna have a blink soon. That's gonna be nice. The blink shackle shot definitely a very reliable, somewhat source of initiation because that at least can allow Sexy Fat to then follow up. He's got an item coming as well. Sexy Fat, what do you have? It's gonna be the full Vlad's. Okay, no blink here. So just going for the sustain in these fights then. I don't know. I almost feel like a blink would be better, just so then you can find MSS, because I don't. Even with a Vlad's, you're not going to be able to out-sustain a Chen mechanism Hand of God. It's something at least, and Mandy will do very well with it here. This Quinn is just hitting him with a Rolling Thunder, at least baiting him with it. Okay.
Quinn's having fun, dude. I like this. I like seeing that the Quincy crew is back and to having fun with the games and everything. I think it must suck if you're at the top of the region and like you start losing a bunch of games, you're starting to doubt yourself and everything, and you come back, it's like, all right, guys, we got this. We just need to chill a bit. I like seeing Quincy crew back in full form.
They're playing their game and they're feeling pretty confident on it. I think it's always nice whenever basically every offlaner, right? But the Slardar especially, someone that can kind of just solo kill, right? Not every offlaner can just do that. I think he kind of excels on these types of heroes. He's not. I wouldn't call him flashy. That I don't mean to say Legolas is bad by any means, but like I think he does well on this type of hero here.
He's snowbally, right?
Yeah,
I think Legolas,
that's right.
I mean, Legolas can make heroes that are not flashy, like for example, Underlord look very flashy. The guy is pretty good.
Bait.
They're gonna go for Wind Ranger, the Inkswell, nope. And with the Arena Blood, they're able to turn this around. Legolas in trouble. The healing from Mechanism, then the Hand of God. Is that going to be sufficient? Apparently not. We don't have Rolling Thunder either on Quinn. They have to get away for now. Morphling to the low ground, trying to save them with that Soulbind. Quinn, 3 seconds to Rolling Thunder. Might start charging it now. Still has the BKB. They're going for the Grimstroke. And thanks to SVG's sacrifice, they won't lose any of their other cores. And Yawar can even farm in the mid lane like a really, really confident to carry.
Like a madman. Yeah, I mean, the problem is Yawar's been farming this whole time. I believe, is that a full Scotty, Manta? It is a full Scotty. Wow, second item, 20-minute Scotty after the Maelstrom. It's pretty darn good, of course, against the likes of RDO, against basically a Wisp, right, against Mandy as well. So that's going to be the main reason for it. I like it. It's a good item. It's just really early. Not bad, I guess. In fact, I would wager to say that a very early Scotty is good. But that's going to be the strength of RDO. I mean, they just kind of fight him in his little area. They bait with the courier, but it turns on its heels as soon as they get a good arena of blood out from Sexy Fat. Very well played. Very well played.
We'll see. Quinn has a... Now with the Rolling Thunder, with the BKB, I think he's going to be much more confident to fight there. They got him overzealous. They overextended slightly, and they got punished for that.
The Duster overcharging there to make sure he wins the Battle of the Wards.
Ooh, wow, saved by the mechanism, but that was... Oh, Grieve, sorry, but that was close, though. My goodness. Just a single hit from an active strike almost killed him.
They're still defending this ward with their lives.
They're gonna murder Amin here. Oh, or maybe not.
One.
The stone? Hurl Boulder!
Hurl Boulder.
Hurl Boulder!
From the Mud Golems.
Didn't quite work there, unfortunately. Amin has a Blink Dagger already. Lifestealer solo farming top. I don't know this is the best of choices. You're completely alone here. RDO comes in like, look, my team is behind me, Run! Run! This team is not behind him.
You are just not scared. You can just always rage TP. They still have nothing to go through that. They not until Mandy has a Scotty and maybe a +1 item. Not until TB has a Scotty, right? Can they really reliably stop his TPs with damage? It's the only way they have. I mean, and eventually at one point they will have enough damage for him, right? So it's not like it's going to be impossible, but they just don't have the items in the farm yet. For now, it's just a bit of farming. Quinn has
that's what Midas wants to do, anyway.
Yeah, into the blink. Yeah, you're right. It is what they want to do. The problem is right now, you have gotten the top tier 2, which is kind of fine for Midas. They're going to seed most of their jungle and just kind of play in this area. That's why you see them defending and turtling even right here on this high ground so much. Lelis now, they're going to go in for the smoke. Nice job there, making sure the arena does not come out. Looks like the spear was getting channeled as Lelis pops his 10-second BKB now. Has the blink at 8. Will not be able to catch anyone else, but it will be able to at least pierce the high ground there using the smoke. Nice play by Quincy. This might allow them to get some damage on the tier 2, should at least force a fortify out, and maybe they can just continue to now take a little bit more map control here. 2 D wards there by SVG as they want to really try and boot Midas out. But the thing is, once you still have control of this high ground area, that's still decent farm, right? Because you don't want to just be turtled in your base with this kind of lineup. That is no farm for you compared to, well, at least the triangle camps.
Left tier choice for Scotty, huh? I wasn't expecting. Oh, actually, pretty good against Morphling. Yeah, it's like a spurred vessel on Morphling, right?
Quinn almost died, by the way.
What?
He had a BKB. He was going for, it looks like, the likes of Mandy and nearly died there. Whoa, some server lag. You feel that one?
Yeah, I feel that one too, dude.
Ooh.
Now they're gonna confirm. It's like, did you guys feel lag?
Yeah.
I felt lag. It's like when an earthquake hits and everyone's like, guys, is that an earthquake or am I just crazy?
I've never been through an earthquake.
It's I haven't either because of course I'm European, but every time I was in I stream to Peruvian players, you know, obviously, and they have a lot of earthquakes in Peru. And sometimes my stream will people will just go, "Hey guys, is there an earthquake happening or am I just crazy?" And then some people would type like, "I don't know, I'm drunk, dude. I'm not really sure." And someone's like, "No, there's an earthquake. I'm sober. There's an earthquake." And I was like, "Ah!"
Earthquake! Oh no!
Because they're used to it, right? So a lot of the structures
yeah.
are built to it. It's not that dangerous. Usually, it's not earthquakes like I'm not talking like 9, 8 level earthquakes. I'm talking like 4s or so. So you can feel them, but they're not dangerous. I wouldn't make fun of the real things, right? Obviously.
They're going to head into Roche, then Yawar with the Scotty going next into the Basher. He's looking pretty close to fighting, but I mean, Midas have got some really good farm on their cores here, and they're going to be looking to contest this Roche to boot. Sexy Fat, does he have a blink? No, but he can just walk in an arena. Can they get in time?
Okay, they stop SVG. With Creepstone, they stop the initiation from Sexy Fat, and they'll kill SVG. They already got the Aegis, but Yawar might have to use the cheese.
No.
He doesn't. He loses the Aegis immediately. Doesn't use the cheese either. They don't have Rolling Thunder here, or BKB, for
Rage. What? Wait, excuse me, what?
Okay, yeah, those walls in the Roshan. Nope, that's not how you spear them. Yawar will die, even eating the cheese in the process. Wow. Wow. This might actually be the turning point. Might be able to turn this around, actually.
Well,
this is a huge kill.
Aggressively? They really want MSS.
Oh, and they're going to find the Chen. Shackle shot. Chen's going to go down. I mean, wow. I don't know what to say, honestly. They're starting to lead. Both their cores are super farmed. Quincy certainly cannot beat their cores right now, or ever, right? They had to win first at the temple, but they're starting to lose because they're taking engagements when they shouldn't, right? They were overconfident here. Rolling Thunder was on cooldown, BK was on cooldown, and they still take Roche with way too much confidence.
I was shocked, to be honest, because like I said, Sexfet just walks in an arena, and it's a thing of beauty. Yawar, he rages because he's maybe expecting someone to try and stun him and jump him, so then he's able to walk into the arena, but then the rage ends, and he can't walk out of it, so he's forced back, and then he just gets exploded by RDO.
Okay, Amin. Nope, not gonna be found out.
Wait, so you telling me you cannot pin people to this outside wall in Roche? Because the spear just went right through.
No, you cannot.
Oh, I
They
didn't
changed
know.
that one. Cannot.
Cannot.
Quinn. We'll take the Mars here with Rolling Thunder. Weird pinball there, sure enough happened, but the Dota map is full of bugs. Oh. That Swashbuckle wasn't great, but at least they do kill sexy.
They're not bugs, they're features.
They're features, right?
They're
That's what
all
Dota.
features. Top lane, they're getting aggressive. Who have they found? Nobody? Oh, okay.
They
Yeah,
found
right.
Lifestealer.
It's Yawar. He just hops inside a siege creep and he's away.
Why are they all attacking the siege creep? And why is it running away from them?
Well, the thing is, you look for the arrow. I always look for the arrow, right? So when I see an arrow disappear under 2 other arrows, I go, oh, they're fighting, right?
Oh, I don't have the arrows anymore. I have the
portraits.
Yeah, so it makes it much easier to tell when they're disappearing, right? Because you just see Lifestealer go bloop, and I'm like, must have infested or died. One of the two. Yep.
All right. Speaking of died, Mandy, with the stolen rage then, onto SVG he goes,
wait
picks
for
up the
me.
kill there.
That's cool when he rages. He's still in Morphling form, huh? Has like little red shoulders on him.
He's so angry, this Morphling. It's made out of water. How does water rage? I guess waterfall, right?
I mean, he's sentient water. So, wow,
Why
that's
does
so
water rage? Because waterfall.
You're so stupid. You should not be in this game. Our Dio is gonna go on for MKB as his next item, as opposed to the Basher.
Lelis
which
is
I'm
going to
kinda
run into a
surprised
3-man
about.
smoke gank.
Oh, that's very good, but he has a big KB ready.
And he's like, he's acting like he's got the rest of his team behind him. They're gonna
He is.
run.
That's the right play though, because you force him away from your triangle and
Yep.
you regain the map control.
And you farm the ancients instead of them. I mean, you're totally right, but it's just funny. This is the posturing, right? It's a very big thing in Dota. He's like, I'm going to turn if you don't leave here. I'm going to kill you boys. Yawar, though, he is maybe realizing that he is not unkillable anymore, as they have killed him quite a few times. 5-man smoke then into the river. Has been scouted, however, by the observer ward that Midas currently has in the river. So you see the rest of the team splitting and parting like the Red Sea. Oh, what? Okay, well, now they know. Actually, they know that someone was here because the, apparently
stomp,
the Centaur
right.
Conqueror, I didn't know, could just, he always knows if there's invisible people, right?
Right?
And he's like, wait a second. Because, okay, so neutrals only use, well, actually, the Centaur, as far as I know, only uses his stomp if there's at least 3 units there, right? So 3 creep, right? 2 creep and a hero, 2 illusions and a hero, 3 illusions. It doesn't matter, right? As long as there's 3 of whatever, he's going to go ahead and use his abilities. So the fact that he stomped there actually lets them know that there was another unit there. And because they didn't see anyone on the map, they knew that someone smoked, walked into that area. So just an interesting interaction there.
Yeah, I don't think even like Quincy was thinking about that, to be honest. They're gonna
Oh,
kill the
wow.
IO in exchange for the Grimstroke, but now they find Mandy. This will be really valuable. They can just kill Mandy though. Do they have the damage? They certainly have a bunch of stuns that keeps him forever in this place. Mandy just wants to move, but the guy literally could not touch his keyboard.
Yeah, dead for now quite a while, so a whole minute. That's a 7-time skill streak as well, going over in favor here of Lelis, who is then going to be going for a moon shard, by the way. Okay.
Who? Lelis?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
sure.
why not?
More
On a starter?
stuns.
Honestly, yeah, with BKB, I think that I saw Correctly did better this game.
That's
Maybe
what I
Moonshart's
was.
a bit too
That's
offensive.
what I was thinking. I think you definitely want the attack speed. I think you just buy 1 and turn it into the AC, right? Attack speed obviously great on the hero, but that's what I was confused by.
Yeah, because it's a bit too like all in. I mean, it's because
Yeah.
you don't think that you can win if this goes late. I mean, you are right. You really can't win if this goes late.
No, that's a good point you raise.
Yeah.
I don't know, but the AC also helps you push, right? Because you don't have a Deso.
I agree. There's points made for both, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that's the logic Alice is following here. I need to be a bit more offensive because we need to get kills. Because
Yep.
if we don't get kills, we're not going to be able to win soon.
Yep,
and
we need
do that.
to lock down what's his name, Morphling, when he's raged. The way I do that, the way we do that as a team is only if I bash him with my stun. I just need raw attack speed. That makes sense. I can follow that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Alright.
For Midas' side though, once they get the Basher, I think this game becomes a bit much harder for Lifestealer. They are going to get a Basher on Terrorblade. It's kind of popular these days to get Abyssal on Terrorblade, especially against a Lifestealer matchup. They didn't go for Scotty this game though. We got on love. Quinn?
Yeah, Sexy Fat tried to actually hit him with the arena, completely missed, blinked in for that kill as well, and he will be punished.
Oh, Mandy has a Blink this game. Interesting choice. Okay. We have seen this build with Blink a couple times, particularly if you go for the Ags, but I'm surprised you go for Blink besides before the Ags, right?
Yeah,
It's not very common to see that.
It's not queued up the Ag Zone except for the butterfly. Bit of evasion. That might be really, really nice. Forcing the MKB purchase here for Lifestealer, who now has to double back for that one after the Basher, so they're going to scout that one and change the build. So good reaction, at least from Quincy, right? they're not going to be surprised. But that is going to make it. I mean, again, Midas, they're doing whatever they can to delay the game, I think, right? Yes, the Ags is good, but it doesn't force your enemies to slow down and farm another item, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Although, to be honest, the Ags also would have forced you to probably get MKB.
MKB, that's what I was thinking as
It's
well.
the same item. What is, I guess, is Butterfly cheaper? No, I don't think
No,
so,
but
right?
Butterfly gives you more offensive potential, right? And Ags allow. So the thing is, if you go for Ags, you're kind of committing to turning into the Wind Ranger, whereas now it seems like turning to Lifestealer is also pretty useful, right? So you lose that possibility because you can only turn into one hero. So both Pango and Lifestealer give Morphling a lot. Even Slaughter, I'd argue, gives Morphling a fair amount, right? They're all kind of useful here to turn into.
Yeah,
I think Ags is a
crush on
much
the puddle.
better. Yeah, I think Ags is a much better pickup if you only have one option, like in your team, and in the enemy team you don't really want to turn into anyone, you know.
Yeah, you might be thinking, oh, what about the Pangolier? Yeah, but you don't get, of course, any of his talents, right? So you're not going to get, obviously, you don't get the Rolling Thunder, but you're also not going to get the swashbuckle damage either, right? So
It's okay to turn to Pango early.
Yeah.
Early is fine. Later it sucks to do.
But not here. No, they're going to try for Quinn, though. Speaking of the Pangolier, didn't get the BKB off. It looks like they will be able to heal him up, so he does get the chance. Can turn with the Rolling Thunder. The good stun here onto RDO, courtesy of Lelis, as they continue bashing him in the river. Lelis will now be forced back as his BKB will expire. Quinn bouncing around, but he's actually stuck behind some terrain. E-Blade then to finish off MSS out from Mandy. And I think they're just going to hold on reset in the river. Support for support there. Spine back will be the Windrunner.
Well played, Midas. They do lose the Wind Ranger, but it's not really that big a deal as they can now push in the middle lane, so that's fine. We have MKB now on Terribly, but that's a huge amount of DPS, right? And he's going straight for the Basher afterwards, as I suggested. RDO is a master of this hero, so you know he obviously knows how to build this hero very, very efficiently. The reason why Quinn got saved is because the Inkswell dispelled one of the stuns, which was nice. So well played there by the Grimstroke, but still, unfortunately, you're starting to lose these team fights. And even though Mars team fight is not the best thing in the world coming to this point of the game, it's still 30 minutes in. It's still kind of useful against some of these heroes. It still annoys, especially the supports. And because RDO and Mandy both have heroes that counter Lifestealer, they're not so concerned about that pick anymore.
Yeah, and I think Yawar nearly has the MKB now, so he's almost ready to fight. Quincy Crew, they never, I mean, what team wants to fight a TB when they have Metamorphosis up, right? So in that case, that's why they decide to disengage, even though they did have some of the ulti, some of the abilities at the readiest. And here goes Lelis. Attack speed, he's got the meme, immortal, quote unquote, you know, with the bright red eyes. He does have the Moon Shard up, so he has got that bonus attack speed and bonus night vision too, right? Which is not significant since Slaughter, I believe, has 1800 vision in night and day. So this is going to actually make him see further at night than normal, even though he already sees further than most heroes.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
Because
so
he didn't go. Oh no, they took away the talent. Okay. Yeah, the Moonshot will give him a little bit bonus night vision, which is nice, I guess.
So
It's interesting that when you eat it, you only get half the night vision. Like that's what people care about. It's like, yeah, okay, that sucks. Like, yeah, you lost half my night vision.
Moonshard used to be so OP, then we made him lose half the night vision, right?
And that's when it got nerfed. That's the real nerf that matters.
Really, Valve? Are you sure?
I struck. Like, yeah, believe me, night vision is the biggest thing.
Believe me, night vision. That was it. Okay.
My
buff
favorite
the attack speed.
My favorite is that when they changed Slaughter to the 1000 night vision talent at level 20, and they gave him the sprint, there was this meme on Reddit where they just gave him like Splinter Cell glasses, and he just like he would rush around the river. It was a great
You know,
meme.
just night vision goggles as well.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
He just looked like yeah, it was supposed to Splinter Cell.
glasses.
Yeah, well that's what they're called, dude. He
Smoke
looked
the
like
smoke?
Splinter Cell. That's what I'm telling you. Sexy Fat, nice. Can they catch MSS? They already wasted the Inkswell, so they can't say MSS. MSS is done for here, but the Rolling Thunder might annoy Sexy Fat. Sexy Fat will go
Quinn's
down.
stuck.
He's stuck though, Quinn, but they're not killing him. They stun RDO forever thanks to the Moonchar and Slaughter. He can't actually get away, and it is Les who's going to turn this around completely. The choice of the Moonchar was the correct one, as the Terrorblade couldn't deal the damage he was hoping for, and Mandy's only here to kill a single person, which he used on Chen. Okay, Lelis, okay. From Brazil, hard carrying his team here.
Yeah, he was soul-binded up there. He got bashed by Yawar once, and then, of course, the bash of the deep, as I think they're going to be able to catch Mandy here. Didn't take any damage there, of course.
That was a mistake by Mandy, though.
Yeah, and...
At least Lelis dies to the Wind Ranger down bottom.
What? All right.
She even can't believe it. What?
Not really sure. Really?
I don't know how they got the kill on the Slaughter. He only has Javelin, dude.
She got shackled, I guess, Albo. It's that easy.
Shackle focus fire with a single Javelin, and you
Yeah.
kill the tankiest hero in Quincy Carew? I guess he's
It
not.
was really good target priority there by Quincy, though. They get a little bit of a bash there onto RDO. He's not really sure if he wants to fight, then starts to fight, but then they bash him once, and because he just has, like, no HP here, no Eye of Scotty, so he's maxing out around 20-50 HP, which at this point isn't really all that much, especially for the amount of physical damage that Quincy Carew can dish out. They end up getting the kill there. Quinn gets a little bit unlucky. He gets, like, stuck in a stupid spot and just bounces around a bunch, but it's okay, because he got a really good initiation regardless. So, again, Quincy Carew very, very happy. All of a sudden, they find themselves up 9K here, 20-14, the year that was 6 years ago.
Still my favorite cast of yours to date.
Well, you know, what can I say? I do be spitting facts.
You do be spitting.
Big if true, right?
Lifestealer.
Might be.
Let's see.
No shackle.
The question here is, will the Dota players all collectively agree that 2020 doesn't actually count because we didn't get a TI this year? I don't know, maybe, right? Because otherwise, if TI 10 happens in a year that's like 2021, I'm going to get very confused.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's going to be no TI 10. All that money is just going into the Scrooge McDuck vault that Valve has.
Yeah, but at this point, that vault is full. Okay, I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
I know.
they have no more space. They have to
And
rent a
obviously-
whole nother building.
And
for
Valve
that.
is using it to support tournaments, just like this one actually. So
Yeah.
they are starting to empty that vault a bit here. Sexy Fat looking to empty Quinn of his life reserves, and they have done that.
No, and the Slaughter gets hit by the
Oh,
shackle
wow.
shot. What a nice shackle, or maybe shouldn't have happened to be honest, but whatever. The kill SVG only, the Inkswell saving Lelos with the BKB, helping him out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and good pickups there from Midas. Oh, they know where you are is. They know where you are is. You are. It's going to go in TP. They don't have the physical damage here. Oh, the bash, though. Oh, you are. Oh, no.
You are. No, he didn't know the Basher was already up on RDO. He's slowed down. All the spears to the face. They hit him with a shackle. I mean, just runs around him to brag. Look at this. Oh, I'm such a good Wurniture. I'm so good. Guys, look. Watch me shackle him again. Oh, no, no. Spear of Mars. Power shot from the high ground. And Yoar will die.
Wow.
And she laughs like a bitch.
Wow. That was...
Yes, Sherlock. Yes, he does have Skull Basher. Okay, these Brazilian casters are starting to have a laugh now about this.
I can't ping the death summary, unfortunately. I really thought I could. Yeah, they are starting to have a laugh. I mean, that's the Skull Basher doing him in right there. And he is going to end up dying there. First hit bash, very skillfully. RDO hit the bash button, obviously, there. And metamorphosized, maybe? He's going to be able to do quite the number here on some tier 3 structures. And this actually could be a lane of barracks. We don't have a fortify any longer. Can't really defend it. In fact, SPG might just be dead. It's got the Glimmer Cape to save himself. And a Lotus to make that an Aeon Disc is what I meant to say. So Mandy doesn't really want to be trying to burst him any longer. It's not really such a great use. Unless you're just doing it randomly, right? You see him in the wild. You toss the E-Blade onto him to break Aeon. But my goodness, 4K net worth lead. And that's going to be cut a little bit more now. Is actually the first team to take some barracks are going to be Midas, which I did not honestly expect this game.
Yeah, me neither, to be honest. I thought that Quincy Crew would be able to beat them with a tempo. I think there's still like a chance for Quincy Crew. Their team fight is still pretty good. We saw the power of the Moonshot. I like that Lelis has decided to go for MKV because, like, guys, I have to be the carry now because Yawar will no longer be a useful carry this game. And it's kind of true. The Lifestealer's been mega countered because not only that Lifestealer is not the best lane game carry, it's also that the two guys they picked against them are Lifestealer counters, Terrorblade and Morphlin. Right?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. We do need to, however, I will say, Quincy Crew, the only fights they've lost are the ones where they haven't been looking for them. I think they should kind of always be in fight mode. It's kind of hard, right? Because you still need to farm, and you kind of have to separate. But the Midas, their team fight is kind of short and bursty, but it can kill anyone on your team, right? And that's a real problem when you kind of have very specific hero counters here. Like the Slardar, very strong against the Terrorblade right now, and the Morphling, right? And Slardar can't really go in if your frontliners are kind of already dead. So it's a bit difficult. Right now they're all in fight mode, but every single time that they don't propose and they get surprised, they just kind of fall apart here. So I don't know how you really address that and still maintain a decent level of farm, which you definitely need, but something needs to change here a little bit. And already they're starting to play together a little bit more. I think they're starting to realize, hey, we're strong together. Let's just
exactly.
Let's just stick, right?
We have Abyssal now on Terrorblade, so careful. This is a really powerful item. Rolling Thunder, this is a good initiation. They kill Illusion instead. Arena of Mars, though. Arena of Blood, sorry, stopping them for now. As they stop the Mars, the RDO is dealing with the Slaughter. Goodbye to Lelis. Mars survives all this. But can they still win? They lost their off-laner. Apparently, Yawar has to run away. Quinn himself as well. Forced to use his BKB and the Rolling Thunder to give his space, some space to his team. But he might just die to the Terrorblade. The damage from those illusions, too powerful. And Mandy walks in, hoping to kill MSS. Magic Lamp won't help him too much. They don't have Abyssal Blade to cancel his TP. But they'll settle for the support that is SVG. That Basher with 10% chance. Oh, he's getting a fair amount of them, actually. Oh, MSS will still die. Mandy actually cancels that TP, and they also get SVG. Only Yawar survives, and not much use to Yawar this game, honestly. This Terrorblade is destroying it.
I gotta be honest. Quinn refreshed BKB, and he's like, I'm going back in, boys. But he's forgotten that ranged heroes absolutely screw him, especially ranged heroes with a crap ton of damage. And guess what? TP hits for 308 plus 91 right now. That's a lot of damage, I would reckon to say. So he just dies.
He was hoping to calculate the BKB well for Terrorblade and stun them to give space for his team. I understand the point of the play. It just seems like such a desperate game right now for Quincy because your Lifestealer is really struggling to have any impact. So it's very easy for Midas to just, well, win these fights, right? All Mars has to do, and he understands this, which is why you know there's two team fights happening all the time, is he divides the team fight, makes sure that if Lelis blinks in, the rest of the team is stuck in that arena, and that's it. That's GG. Like, there's nothing else they need to do to win these fights, whereas Quincy Crew needs to pull off a miracle release right now.
Yeah, these fights are not going to get easier for them either as the game progresses, as we finally have, for the first time almost in the game, Midas are going to have a commandable net worth lead here quite shortly, as the graph still spiking in their favor. Nearly level 25 as well here for our TP. I don't even think we've seen a Sunder this game, to be honest. Curious. Aeon Disc for Wisp is going to be the next item for him. We already have a Gem of True Sight on Mars, going next for the Crimson. It's looking pretty darn good here. Lelis has been caught, Abyssal Blade, and he is going to be food for the likes of Mandy and RDO. Dead for 75, does not have the buyback here, as that could very well be next Roche. Not quite up yet, needs another minute to respawn at the very least. And I think they're going to realize that. RDO, like, just building damage here. My goodness. Daedalus, Abyssal, Monkey King Bar, Black King Bar, Manta Style, even the Illusionist Cape. That's gonna be real good for him.
Yeah, I think this might have gone too far now. I don't know if Quincy even has a chance, if I'm honest with you. I was saying that maybe with Slaughter and Lifestealer still being somewhat useful, that was good, but I don't know if you stand a chance any longer, right? Because I think RDO is far too farmed, you know? Nope, Morphling walking in, hoping to kill the Grimstroke. The Aeon Disc will save. Grimstroke nice. Mandy still can attribute shift in time. Can he get away though? Yes, he can for now, thanks to the Abyssal Blade getting in more time. The relocate will save him as well. Yawar stuck in this arena. Blood goes inside the Rolling Thunder so he can get out of it. Well played.
They betted out BKB and meta. They are going to lose this top lane of Barracks, but they might be able to defend the bottom ones.
Oh, this time he just wants to kill one person alone. That's SVG,
he really does. Yeah, it's everyone just always trying to kill SVG, huh?
He's learned from Hector.
Hector. It's the SA influence here as Quinn blinking forward, stuns up the TB. Again, he still has the meta active, going invis now, but they do have detection for him. Well, there's the infest. Not to RDO. We need a bash. The Abyssal Blade. Rather than that style is going to do the job there. Sexy Fat now stuck and will be killed. A nice hold here for Quincy Crew as onto the high ground. Mandy will be able to TP out in time. I mean, oh no, you've revealed me.
That's not how it works, dude. That's not how it works. I wanted to tell her TP with the
That's like, take me with you, please. Porfa. Actually, that's Spanish. I don't know how they say it in Portuguese. Please.
I actually don't know. I'm sorry. I don't speak any Portuguese. I mean, it is similar to Spanish, but I don't speak any at all. Despite what my tweets to Astini might indicate, I just use Google Translate for those who won't understand.
Well, a very good hold there for Quincy Crew. I think that one starts from baiting Yawar, essentially, right? He then hops into his taxi and escapes inside of Quinn, pops back out to return the favor onto RDO. Very, very good job. I think that's what they need to do. Once RDO is BKB'd, it is really, really difficult. But now, at least the BKB duration is running out. Duster, by the way, the rat that he is going to be able to destroy the top lane range barracks.
That was close. He almost killed the Morphling or took his items either. Oh, I think he might have... No. Where's the magic lamp then? Oh, you just sent it back already. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, that team fight though was kind of a miracle a bit though, because Mandy messed up, right? Blinked in. He had to be saved by the relocate. They
that's
didn't have
true.
relocate to save the Terrorblade, which allowed them to actually go ham on the Terrorblade, and they knew they had that advantage, right? I mean, Quinn is playing out of his mind. Don't get me wrong. This guy's playing so well. He actually went for the full cooldown reduction, so Rolling Thunder only has 25-second cooldown, really well. But it's still a really tall order for them, and this game only gets harder as time goes on.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it does. You're right. I mean, I guess that's what they need to do, right? They need to get relocate out. They need to get Mandy to be in questionable health, right? Or at least not super full tilt aggressive, right? And by tilt, I don't mean like he's tilted. He's gonna throw the game.
Radiant's bottom tower.
By that, I more mean just not full aggressive, knowing that the team's behind him. By the way, they're fighting already. RDO here. What the heck? Did they relocate for this? What is going on? Why are they here? The double abyssal. They did relocate for this. Okay. Well, they're trying to rat them, Avo.
They are. It's the best choice you have, honestly.
Okay, thank
What are
you.
you laughing at?
I just the Sherlock.
Radiant's courier
they got?
has been
Okay, yeah.
killed.
I forgot. I didn't. You know what? I'm not gonna indulge him anymore. Okay, you're doing it too much, Sherlock. It's become
Come on.
me.
My production quality.
My production quality. Yeah, we banned the guy. Please don't be racist in chat, guys. Okay, don't spoil. Don't be racist. It's two basic rules. I know it's hard to follow them sometimes for some reason.
They're very hard rules. What can I
Yeah,
say?
yeah. What can I say?
Anyway, I'm on here. That's why I'm missing all the kills. I'm on here on my 4 different alternative accounts, right?
Please stop joking about this because the people are gonna take you seriously.
That's true. They probably will think I'm
They
going
will.
to.
Yeah, Richie's a good person. He doesn't do these things. Nice arena blood, actually. Ooh, really well placed arena blood by Sexy Fat.
Yeah, it
On
is.
point.
It's going to force
Oh.
Yawar out. 10 seconds till he's got another rage. But Quinn
no.
on the way in
Mandy.
now. Roche falling quite low. It's got an Aghanim Sith as well. Beautiful positioning here. It's Quinn back down to the low ground. He goes into the river. Lellis blinking. Has found one. It's going to be on me. That's a fairly easy kill. But everyone fighting over Roche here. Aegis going the way of Sexy Fat, though. He's going to be able to snatch that one up. And now Quincy in full retreat. Hand of God as well. We'll be able to support them on the way out. Nice slow in the Soul Bind as well. As I'm not sure who's got what here, to be honest, but the fight's still happening. Quinn, I think, has gotten the Refresher Shard, though, by the looks of
they
it.
killed
It's not going to
Quinn.
matter as RDO standing his ground and fighting. Double Abyssal, though, thanks to the Soul
Nice
Bind.
E-Blade.
To the Refresher, the E-Blade as well. Yawar is going to die. Does have the buyback at the very least. As I think now that's Lellis is next. Does not have buyback there on that hero. Quinn already back in the fight, however. Needs to go ahead and get back. Will not be able to do so. MSS looking for the TP. Will be able to escape, but they're going to have to fight without Lellis here. Who's got Aegis? Who's got Cheese? Who's got Ag Synth?
I don't know who. I think Mars got the accent. Yeah, and he got Aegis and Cheese as well. Mars just picked
Wow,
everything up.
Mars
Yeah.
got everything.
On point.
I
Quick fingers.
believe Quinn got
the refresher.
Refresher.
Maybe. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I didn't really check. But
It
what was
is-
really good in that fight was the E-Blade there towards this. Oh, from the Morphling to stop the Slardar. Quinn walking around. Okay, they go for Mars first. Mars is a really hard hero to kill.
And he has Aegis.
Quinn gets
Oh,
the
the Abyssal.
Abyssal. Oh, gets Abyssal. Can they punish him afterwards? Has a swashbuckle. They're being out blood, but immediately because BKBs. That's
Yawar?
well played.
Yawar doesn't have
Yawar?
range. He's just dead. GG.
What?
Okay.
I mean, I guess if you got caught in without rage, there was nothing you could do. Yeah, okay. Sure.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, not much you can do either. RDO, by that point, just way too strong. They go for the Roche, which I think was the right play, because they just needed some late game power spike. And hey, Roche is that, literally. But it was just too much. I think by that time, the TB is just way too strong. Unfortunately, the Lifestealer is not really offering you too much in these team fights. Neither is Quinn, unfortunately, despite having an okay early game. And Lellis, once he's dead with no buyback, you have no real way of stopping RDO.
Yeah, that was an odd game. I honestly did think that Quincy would be able to beat this with their draft. I thought they would be fast enough. I thought the Lifestealer would actually push fast enough, but they didn't put enough pressure on Midas. Midas, I gotta admit though, kudos to Midas where, like, credit where credit is due, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mars, Sexy Fat, honestly slowed down this game to a ridiculous degree. Like, it was thanks to Sexy Fat and to some degree the Wind Ranger that this game slowed down as much as it did. And then Morphling and Terrorblade actually got a free farm for the most part. Tactically speaking, they played this game really well as well, as they actually went around the right side of the map, as you pointed out at one point, right? And they played around the triangle mostly. They knew that Terrorblade was the main farming point, and they just allowed Morphin to get his timings. And you could notice, because the triangle, they're actually taking turns, right? When Terrorblade got his items, then they would leave Morphin to farm the triangle for a bit until he got his E-Blade and a Butterfly. Then they would let Terrorblade farm it again, and Terrorblade would also farm and push the lanes with the illusions.
Yep.
It was really well played by Midas.
I
Maybe
agree.
Europe is actually making them better.
I want to give a shout out to SexyFed as well, who got, I mean, it's a Mars versus Lifestealer. What are you going to do in that lane, right?
Yeah.
And he still ends up actually doing a whole lot here. 0-9-16 wasn't a very, very flashy game for him. He still had a few arenas that he just dropped and then died in, you know, especially early on.
Yeah.
But he knew that's what he had to do, and he did his job, right? He doesn't end up with a single freaking kill, but he gets all the glory in the end as he steals Aegis Cheese and Aghanim Synth, and, you know, he's pretty happy with, I think, the way that game ended.
Yeah.
After all, it's a win. Midas Club, 1-0 lead.
And this actually might put them in a position where they might be able to make it to the playoffs because you beat one of the stronger contenders in this game, in this tournament. I'll still call them one of the stronger contenders despite the recent results. And that puts you ahead of Infinity Esports, and you might be able to tie with Unknown and Eagle Boys. We'll see, though.
Yeah. All of a sudden, this is putting Quincy actually not into too great of a position. They're 5-5 going into this one here, so 5-6. They will go now below 50% in terms of their win rate. We'll see, though.
Yes.
We'll see. That again, we're still early on, only halfway through the group stage, and only halfway through this best of 2. You guys are watching Realms Collide 2, the
Yeah,
Freezer Burn.
Before we go, by the way, just a reminder for people that are going to probably quote this, they are playing in USC server. There is a ping advantage for Quincy Crew, so that's not why they lost. Right? I know that people like to discredit teams just because of the servers. That's not the reason. Midas was playing with 120 ping or so. Not enough of a difference to mean that, oh, they're so much better than Quincy, but like enough of a difference to say that's not why they lost, of course. That's it.
That's it. And we're going to a break, and we'll see you for draft number 2. See you then.
Hello and welcome to the Voice of the Realm, your daily now shitty podcast.
Daily now?
Yeah, daily because the sun come up. So it's
Daily.
daily. It's not nightly anymore. It's daily. As we are your podcast that brings you the great entertainment that is NA and SA Dota. And great entertainment indeed because we watch upsets all the time of the one that we just witnessed.
I'm upset.
Quincy Crew versus Midas Club. We watched game number 1, and to everyone's surprise, including our own, Midas actually managed to win this game.
Yeah, Midas tickets. I mean, they just had to delay the game, and delay they did. For Quincy, I thought it was looking real good. You know, they literally had all tier 1 towers down 13 minutes into the game. They had a little bit of trouble piercing the, not high ground, but the triangle camps, which are high ground, right?
That triangle was very well protected by the Mars.
They had, I think, 2 fights there. The first time it went very, very, very well for Midas. The second time it went very well for Quincy. And I thought, okay, from here they're just going to choke him out, take tier 2s. But that never happened. I think maybe the decision to go, I think it was, a Maelstrom first item on the Lifestealer? I don't remember what the first item was on Lifestealer.
It was Maelstrom first item, and also on Pango.
Maybe it should have been the Deso instead, just to give you some more pushing power. You know, there's things you can talk about differently. I just think that Quincy needed to play the game a little bit faster than they actually did.
I think we're getting the Maelstrom that early because he did get the Maelstrom relatively early.
He did. He got it really early. It was
quite
good timing.
slow on the rest of the timing. So
It was.
I didn't see. I mean, Tiwara's farmed most of the game, but just was not the most impactful. We didn't really see Lifestealer doing much with that Maelstrom. I was expecting him to play much more aggressively against Terrorblade. I was expecting them to engage. I mean, it actually reminded me a bit of the game between beastcoast and Quincy yesterday. Yes, because in that game I also thought that okay, you have the Abaddon. The timing for the Abaddon is relatively quick.
The first game.
The first game, yes, it is. Not because, I mean, let's forget about the Ursa 4, but you had the Abaddon carry. The Abaddon had a relatively faster timing, right? But he kept engaging with the borrowed time on cooldown. And I'm like, well, there's no way you're going to win like that. And Quincy did this game where Rolling Thunder's on cooldown, and you're like, oh, let's go. Why? Why, Quincy?
No, you're right. Sorry, I'm just thinking about Ursa 4. Poor Schofield. He couldn't do anything.
Poor guy. And give him the trash. So like, okay, Schofield, I fucked up with the Ursa pick. Like, so go.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, we'll get you.
Where's the meme of Schofield like the trash man just like sweeping the Ursa?
Who do you want to play next game, Schofield? Yeah, we'll give you that one
He
for
goes,
sure.
Not Ursa.
Not Ursa.
It's like, well, that's easy to do. We're never picking that hero again. Anyway.
Yeah, sometimes I've seen SA teams pause. Reason trash truck is moving across the street.
That's true.
That game, I am in the
Dude,
trash
the trash
truck.
trucks in Peru are so loud, dude. So loud. I was casting with a man that had the trash truck, going behind, like next to his window, and he lives on the 4th floor, and you could hear him. You could hear the trash truck. It's incredible. I don't know why. Like they scream and go basura, and they have like this little like siren and everything. At least where he lives. I was like, okay, sure, dude. You can never miss the trash delivery.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah.
See, normally I always have a truck that follows me around that yells basura as well.
Basura is trash, by the way. for those
It
who don't know.
is trash.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is trash in Spanish.
Oh, look, techies.
Yes, it also means no. Techie Spick is very common for.
Speaking of trash. Just kidding.
Techie Spick is very common for Midas. They used to play with Tio Licor. Tio Licor loved the Techies. I think that's when they got a taste of this bombing man. And he's our thing, I guess, or trio. He's a very, very powerful hero in lane. People often underestimate this hero, think he has no place in competitive, but Zayak shows people otherwise, right? Most of the time. And the Techies here for Midas Club, I know that their support can play. I mean, it can play it decently well as well.
Yeah.
Has a bit of experience. In general, the Brazilian scene does play a fair amount of techies. You have a couple techies players, and he's just very, very powerful in lane. It's a really good combination with Mars as well because you can spear, then set up for the techies to blast off, and if you blast off towards the end of the spear, if you can calculate properly, you get like this massive silence,
Yep.
and there's no way the Void is surviving that.
Yeah, it's real dangerous.
You can even put a mine down right afterwards. If you actually blast off early, you can put a mine while it's still stunned, and he dies.
Assuming you're not going to deny yourself with that one, as Techie's the only hero that can still do that.
It's true, but you shouldn't do that. The denial.
I know, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Sometimes if he's a low HP, why not? Right?
Yeah, the denial blast offs are more the harassment blast offs, right? Where you're like, oh, I'm low HP, I want to come back into the lane.
I planted all my mines. I don't have any more clarities, or I don't want to wait to use them, so I'm just going to go ahead and just respawn.
Exactly.
What a hero. But yeah, it's actually, it's not bad here with their matchup.
No, it's a good match against Void particularly, and really good against Undying, because Undying's like, I'll steer your strength. He's like, okay.
What's funny
I'll
is
kill myself quicker.
What's funny is that you do have a few NA techies that are particularly well known. I think the biggest one is going to be PPD's brother, actually.
Oh, it's true. Robot Vice?
Yeah, Robot Vice. And funny enough, we have another
Great
NA
name, by the
legend.
way.
NA Legends, Asumel's brother here. And this one is going to be playing PPD's brother's hero. Isn't that crazy? It's like the brotherly sort of, it's like a lot of brotherly Dota.
No, you know how the game from Omega.
It's like Kevin
you know
Bacon.
you know how in the Omega game, Infinity forced the draft.
Degrees of separation.
Much like you forced this joke.
There's degrees of separation. It's not really a joke. It's just like, isn't that funny?
It's not. I don't know what definition of funny you
Well,
have.
it's because you know, here's the degrees of connection, right? Right. Sumail, his brother, Yuar, is in this game. Sumail and PPD played on the same team in TI5. PPD's brother plays a lot of techies. You see the connection?
This is cringe.
You see the connection?
You're a fucking fool.
Yeah, I see the
Look at the
connection.
radiation.
I see it here. The Storm against the Viper then.
No, Viper, I think it's going to be offlane, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they like playing Viper offlane very often. And
yeah,
it wins a lot of matchups.
Yeah,
He's good
Lelis
against...
likes the hero too.
Yeah. He's good against the Mars. He's good with the Void in general, so it's a solid hero. I think Leshrac is not bad. I think that would be the pick for Quincy, honestly, if you could go for the Lesh. Lesh is pretty solid. Because he's ranged, deals with the techies, he can kill the Storm relatively easily. He has a way to clear trees, which is important against techies as well.
That's nice to have.
Yep. And has nice range as well. Good tank as well. Has the Yule Scepter, match well pickup. Honestly, Lesh is really good. Beats Storm in lane. Though people have stopped picking Lesh. Like, he either is first banned or not picked at all, which is surprising to me.
I really like it this game though.
Yeah, it's a very good game for it.
Yeah,
And I know
I
Quinn plays a nice Lesh.
I really like this game actually because it's one of the heroes that if you get silenced, as long as you already used your Diabolic Edict, as long as you have the Pulse Nova active, you're like, whatever. I'm not gonna really do much anyway.
Exactly.
So
right. You if Techies has a bunch of mines, you just walk up, Diabolic Edict as you do, and then you die, and the Diabolic Edict still keeps going. You're like, there's a ban. Okay, Midas is listening to the cast. Please stop, Jojo. Okay, this is cheating. You can't draft.
Midas know what they want. Okay, the ABBA for themselves.
Oh,
Interesting.
the ABBA carry is a response to the Void and Viper.
Yeah.
Okay, they're taking the page off Beast Coast, but with a much better lineup because there's nowhere to four. So
Techies for instead, which is a lot better.
I like it. I've been on Abaddon, versus Viper, just farms in the lane. Like, you don't kill each other, you just farm. And the Mirana's not good enough to kill the Abaddon most of the time unless you get hit by a surprise arrow. And he's good against Void.
What's really nice is the reason you see ABBA, of course, is the same reason that Wraith King usually is here to counter Faceless Void. Except Faceless Void can counter the Wraith King instead by just building Manta Diffusal, whereas that is good damage against the ABBA, but it's not going to stop the borrowed time from coming. However, they can actually still kill him if they throw another toxin into a chrono, because then it will not activate automatically.
Now they surprise us with running the Viper. Of course, because you picked up the Abaddon. That makes sense. Because once the Abaddon counters the Viper, you force the Viper to go mid. Storm is going to struggle against the Viper, that's for sure. But Storm should be able to recover regardless out of the lane, so it's not too bad. But the Underlord's a much better pick. And Underlord is pretty good against Abaddon because if you borrow time, you just want to stay in whatever area and heal up or whatever. If that area has a Pit of Malice, once your borrow time ends, you're going to be vulnerable, especially if you get rooted again. So it's very good. Also, Firestorm is fantastic against the tanky light that the Midas has. It's a really solid pick by Quincy. I mean, I don't know. This is hard to read because I don't know how much trust I have in the ABBA carry yet. I've seen multiple teams try this. All of them have failed. I think this is probably the best game to run it.
Yeah, I agree.
But I would still want to give it to Quincy.
They do, again, the Viper is of utmost concern to me against the ABBA. Again, it breaks. Yes, who cares if it breaks your curse? The important thing is that it breaks your ulti from automatically activating.
And breaking your curse is kind of relevant when you're the carry, actually.
Yeah. I mean, that's sure, but not when you're chronoed, right? You don't care about curse when you're chronoed. You care about your ulti activating so that Yuar can't kill you for free.
You can activate the
manually.
Yeah.
In chrono.
Yeah. It's like Enrage. You have to silence him.
I actually did not know that.
Fun fact. But on that point, though, that you're saying, not only is level 25 Viper really dangerous, but you could also build an Orchid on the Viper, which is not unseen before.
Did not know that. Yeah, Orchid is not very unseen before. And you don't really need another route. So usually, sometimes a lot of Vipers go for the Atos. Don't really need it this game because you got Pit of Malice to do that for you.
Especially because they have Dispel on the Abaddon, so why would you bother, right?
I want to go for my Ace Club. I like the techies.
Okay, I'm going to go for Quincy Crew. I'm trusting them this game. We'll see.
All right, we shall see.
The rhyme. I don't have enough time to think of a rhyme, so please just follow some Twitch.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Techies versus the world here, as we will have our little trio of destruction here in this map, as well as our duo of destruction. So you can strike an Alpha Plus here, bringing you the action. Should be a fun one here this game. I think we're going to see lots of explosions, lots of fireworks. We do have, of course, Quinn not on the Spirit, but against the Spirit here on the Viper instead. Yeah. We'll see how it goes for them. We'll see how it goes for them. I think it's going to depend a lot on the build here of Viper and Lelis. Obviously, the team can communicate very nicely together, so I think it's going to matter quite a bit there on what these two decide to build and how they're going to play it. As already, I mean, with the first Suicide Squad, nice silence there. Can they get a first blood on the MSS? Looks like they can. Nice.
Played. And they even using the abandon effectively with that level 1 Curse of Avernus. Lelis could still die. I don't know if they want to dive this tower though. Yeah, they're going to spray extra.
Ooh, they're scaring him out of the lane, forcing the pot already, as he will be forced to use that one. And in fact, I believe that's going to be 3 bounties then here for the side of Midas. No, just 2. They did, MSS did die for the bounty, but he did take it.
So that was a really good start of the Techies. I mean, you have to take advantage of that damage anyway. They are actually opting to leave Amin up top. It's possible, right? Amin will try to go for a second kill and commit suicide there, and then go down bottom, right? But this does make Mars' lane really difficult. Mind you, the issue with Mars is that even though this lane has kill potential once he gets a couple levels, early on it's impossible against the Undying.
Yep,
there we go. That's a second kill.
Yeah, they do well to give the kill to RDO, and now they will rotate the Techies on over to the bottom lane. Interesting. Against the Undying, I actually don't think I like it. Oh no, the courier. See ya.
What, the Techies or the Mars?
The Techies.
No, it's just a support doesn't care too much about it. You have range, you put the mines, Undying is melee, so that's the advantage. But you're right that the early levels Undying is much more powerful.
Yeah, especially because he steals your just HP, right? So then when you blast off him, I mean, it still does a crap ton of damage. I'm not saying it's not like the Undying doesn't care, but steals your HP, so he doesn't care as much maybe compared to some other heroes. As you are getting a good bash there, could set up for a kill. Suicide Squad at the ready, making sure that he can actually get a kill with this one though, and that's not going to be possible. He wanted time walk, but there we go. SVG, Decay, does a base damage of what, 50?
Yeah.
And got the kill with that. 20 damage,
20.
actually.
Oh my goodness, it's not even level 2. Yeah. Okay, that lane is just really difficult for Mars though. You need to, the kill potential we talked about, we were concentrating the Void, but we just didn't really talk about the Undying, and of course the Undying is going to be very powerful here. Once they get a couple levels though, I do trust that they'll be able to at least threaten them a bit more, but SVG, especially early, is going to just be, I don't think Mars can even get close to this lane, right? You try to get the Spirit of Mars last hits and that's it.
And that's kind of what I mean, right? Techies, he has free reign of just auto-attacking him, but melee heroes come built in with a little, basically a stout shield these days, right? Because they got rid of the item. So Undying just literally doesn't give a darn. Like I don't even know if Techies is doing any damage. Maybe past. Okay, he did 20 damage there to the Undying, but 20 auto. I mean that adds up. Oh, nice job. He actually canceled this out. All right, there we go, Techies. Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Now you start setting up mines. You're up against 2 melee heroes, which means mines is much more powerful. And once the Undying is out of mana, this is the advantage of Techies and Undying versus Undying, which is Undying would like to kill himself, can't. Techies can, so Techies always have those spells to be able to harass him, right? He's forced to use mangoes, which is not the best way to secure the lane. And now that Sexy Fat has a couple more levels, he can withstand this onslaught a bit more. The lane that is impossible though is mid lane. Storm is immediately already forced into jungle. There's nothing Mandy can do here.
Yeah, I took a look and Quinn was like, oh, there it is, 5 stacks on the Storm, and he's in the jungle.
Yeah, what are you gonna do, honestly?
That's what happens basically in that matchup. MSS and Duster are having a very fun time throwing arrows at each other. Arrows versus spears, which one is better? Eventually the Impetus will win. But for now,
look at that blast off. The combo that Spear I talked about earlier almost kills the Undying, gets him with the last hit. There's the power of the Techie. So much damage in lane. And he just has to wait until blast off is available again, and he'll kill himself, come back with full mana.
Yep, just he's going to probably plant a mine or 2 here, just making sure that he does have enough mana for the blast off when it's ready. But no reason not to begin just planting some more mines, as they did end up getting the kill there with the Spear. It's not a combo I thought would be, you know, a particular favorite of Techie players. You know, I always thought it was going to be, oh, Magnus and Pudge, right? A la Wings 2016, but no, I like this one too. The Mars, of course. You can relocate enemies with the Spear. Just push them around. Yeah, it's like you with the broom and the bugs. You just push them. Why don't you do that? Why don't you plant some proximity mines and then push them into it?
I wish. Can you imagine if I could just have bug mine, like what, like a repellent mine, something like that? Right? Yeah. Storm is struggling, and MSS is doing the right
Good
play
arrow
here.
on a
Yeah.
Mandy.
That's what you should be doing in general, though. Should be hunting Mandy. There's no reason for you to stay up top, because it's not like Abaddon should threat Underlord under most circumstances, but it's not like even with a Moronic you're able to threat Abaddon either, because he's such a good lane.
Yeah, so you might as well just do the thing you're great at, which is annoy enemy junglers.
Exactly, and you hunt them down. Yeah, very well played. I think that's the right play by MSS. Good job. And that will make Mandy's timing be slower, and you even remarked this in the draft, right? The scariest thing about Quincy Crew's draft right now is the Viper, and it's easy lane. He can really snowball out of control, especially Quinn playing it. I know he likes playing very offensively on the Viper.
Very offensive indeed. Already in the face of Mandy, breaking him. No overload attack, going for the TP out. A little bit of extra damage in the fountain will do him
They
in.
killed Lelis, though.
Yep, Wallace will die. Looks like
Okay.
they hit him with a tomato clap.
Oh, right, yeah, he wasn't expecting that, I guess. And of course, let's not forget the Cursor of Avernus also has synergy with Enchanters, because it does affect your creeps as well.
That it does.
SVG.
SVG could be dead, pinned to the tree. The one lone tree in the secret shop.
Oh! That tree allowed him to get the bounty rune! Wow.
That was funny.
The small things, dude.
That
small
was
things.
funny. Push him out of attack range. The shopkeeper's like, what the heck? You guys blew up by one tree. That was my favorite tree. I didn't know you could put mines on the ward spots, to be honest. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, of
'Cause-
course. Why would you do?
I don't know. I never considered that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing it as often, right? But it's not a bad idea, because you can, you know, if they ward, and it's especially a melee hero that wants to ward, or maybe even de-ward,
He's
you
going to
can
have
punish
a
him.
pretty crappy time there, for sure. We do have an EF5 Tornado here, courtesy of the Wild Wing. Actually, they're not using it. They're just hitting him with the right-click damage.
You don't watch enough Slack streams, that's the problem, dude. That's man. He's taught me how to play the true techies.
Nope, I don't watch Slacks, unfortunately. I don't
Yeah,
watch
you don't like a good dose of screaming with your Dota? I don't know.
oh no. Mid lane,
Oh?
they've already taken the tower here. They're doing some
Oh,
shit
Mean
damage on
wiggled
the
his
tier 2.
butt. But it was the wrong kind of wiggling. He has to kill himself.
It's just dead
And
to
not in the right way.
clicks.
Yep. He had to do that to save Storm, though. Otherwise Storm would have died. I'm pretty sure Viper would have just died, honestly.
Courier dies to the tier 2 tower.
Ah,
6
he is a
minutes into
mid
the
laner.
game. He is a mid laner. That'll happen whenever he's
I
diving.
think he almost has Atos, though. Oh my goodness.
He
that's really
does, yeah, he does. I mean, he is just running away with this one, right? Might have had the recipe, probably just had some, I don't even know if he needs regen at this point. He's got 4.7 HP regen courtesy of the 2 crowns, so he's pretty happy with that. Chronosphere down bottom, a little bit of a soul orb, and an extra arrow there to secure the kill then onto Sexy Fat. That's Quincy off to a really great start. They're off to a roaring start mid, a pretty great start bot lane. It's only Lelis that, of course, against the Yaba is not going to be doing so amazing on. He's even taking a death here, a little bit surprisingly, but he's still farming.
You can't win that lane, so I don't think it's too much of a concern
Yeah,
for them.
yeah.
But it does suck the Underlord. Yeah, Underlord can still farm, as you mentioned, right? It's
Yeah,
not
of
that
course.
big a deal.
I'm just, you know, underlying how different the top lane is there for,
No, I agree.
for Midas, right? Because this is the only lane Midas can go and look at it and go, okay, this one did work pretty nicely for us.
Yep. No, I just wanted to point it out because, you know, not to people to blame Midas or
No,
Quincy or
no.
Lelis or whatever, because
It's-
that's I know the chat likes to do that.
It's
very
just a
often.
result of the draft, you know.
Exactly.
Lelis is going to be able to farm. Great
Oh,
arrow.
Duster.
Turn
Nice
it
catch.
perfectly. And a little bit of extra damage.
Oh, and they pinged
Firestorm.
it. They're like, they have a ward here, so they're even going to get a free sentry usage there.
Free D
Or
ward.
like- yeah.
Nope, it's actually right here. You fool. Although,
Radiant's top
to
tower
Duster's
is under
credit, he goes,
attack.
maybe it's here instead. I'm not really sure.
I mean, to be honest, that was a tough error regardless. He did guess that very well, just
Yep.
because of MSS, dude. You don't get this hero Mirana. You don't get this guy Mirana at all. Man, D is done. He's like, okay, come at me. He has Bolt Lightning. He has Overload. He knows he can kill MSS if need be. And oh, they do the bottle trick, but that's near the tier 2. I've never seen this happen near the tier 2.
Yeah,
with
neither
a
have I.
Storm. Yeah.
Neither have I. SS, leap charge. He's got another one to use. 5 stick charges as well. Oh, that's too much damage though. Down to the low ground he goes, but Storm will chase him. Mandy out of mana, but no one to punish him. And there's the D ward. Duster found it. Is he gonna put another sentry here? He will. That's whatever. He already got one, so the ward paid for itself. He's not too unhappy with it. Mid lane, though, of course, still a problem will be Quinn. He now has the full Staff of Wizardry, and make that just the full Rod of Atos, actually, now on the way to him in the courier. So he's going to try and probably make sure this one doesn't die. Zamin is pushing the mid tier 1, pushing the mid wave out. I think we were talking about this, but Techie's actually a pretty good player to just be really annoying in the lanes that other people can't really play in.
Yeah, he's a great dead laner. Very, very good.
He
dead
just put
laner.
down a ward right and just barely in sentry range, unfortunately for him.
In fact, in competitive, that's what you see best on techies. Especially if you go at Sayed's play from well, now he's in 0-900, I think, the Arrow team. But the best techies players will just use this hero for complete map control and try to dominate that way to secure farm for their carries. It's particularly useful when you play a slightly greedy draft, which I would argue Midas kind of has, to be honest, because the Abaddon does require a very large item to get started, which is Radiance. So
Quinn?
I like this pick.
Quinn was looking for RDO. Maybe thought he TP'd out. Instead, just gonna push the wave here. Look for the kill onto the tower. Mandy nearby, along with our trusty techies, who will land a nice silence onto MSS. No chance to jump away, as the cat's scared by the explosions. And a couple mangoes, emergency mangoes fed to Mandy here, as he's going to be looking to finally do a little bit of damage to his tier 1, to the enemy tier 1 tower. Bottom though, Yawar has chronoed and killed Sexy Fat. Duster at least does pick up the kill onto the tombstone for a little bit of money, but will fall as well. Yawar with 2 kills there, courtesy of the gank out from Lelis, as well as his little friend SVG, so nice job there. And it's actually even, 7-7 at the 10-minute mark. Good tower advantage, of course, for our Radiant side, and Quinn, as he has his natural advantage over the Storm, is off to a better start. We'll see how he can try and transition it here into the mid game is going to be the question, though. Because Storm is one of these heroes who, he is far behind, though. He's already 1k behind, nearly even 2k behind, but here they go.
There's Underlord coming in, though, but I don't know if he's going to come in on time. That Dark Rift is level 1. It sucks a bit. The creep is nearby. Quinn just survive a bit longer so they can set up for the kill on Mandy. Not too bad. Yawar coming in together with Lelis, and the 2 cores come to avenge their dead teammate. I can't believe Mandy actually had a killing streak, by the way, considering how awful his lane went.
Yeah, I mean, I think they killed the Mirana twice, and then they killed Viper, so that was that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, well played though. I'm just impressed by that. But Quincy Crew, well played also on this rotation. Very quick by Lelis. Good Dark Rift. I've never seen someone utilize the Dark Rift level 1 actually effectively, so impressive always. But Lelis, I would argue honestly, if not, it might be his best hero on the Underlord. He's incredibly good on the Underlord. Ever since I watched him as a stand-in for Beast Coast in the last major we got to play before COVID, it was incredible. It was incredible. This guy is such a stand-up.
They're getting another kill on MSS. He's going nowhere. Real quick, what you can learn actually from Techies games is kind of how teams think and how they strategize and what they think is going on. Because if you watch Amin, look where he's mining currently, right? Look where he's got a bunch of sentries, he's got a bunch of mines in this area. He's going to be setting up some zones of control, right? Basically, he's fortified this, especially this cliff here, obviously, right? And I think that's because Midas, they especially like playing around this. We saw it in game 1, actually, which I think was pretty consequential. Yeah, to allow them. Oh, sorry, yeah, I was drawing on the map. I didn't ping it. Yeah, here in the triangle area, especially, is going to allow them to take a lot of farm here and just kind of secure themselves a bit more for their cores. Lelis nearly dying there. He goes, man, screw the tech.
Oh my goodness, Lelis. So triggered, but Mandy will fall though as a result. I don't know why he actually went in there, man.
Yeah, me neither. It was a great arrow.
Unnecessary. Yeah, a very good arrow, but of course he walked into the pit, Malice. Techies had to commit suicide. Huge loss, dude, there. I mean, just gave you so much map control with that kill, and you just wasted all because you wanted to be greedy and get the kill.
Yeah, and there it goes. There goes the map control, unfortunately. They're even going to get a sentry down here to blow up the remote mines. Blow them up out of spite. And that is just going to be real a sad time for Amin, who was, like you're saying, he was doing a good job there to build up. That's what I was saying, right? Because obviously Techies, he's going to set up mines where Midas are thinking of farming where they want to be farming, essentially, right, is the idea there with the Techies, and now they've kind of lost a bit of map control. As RDO, without a stun, is not able to stop the TP there for the Undying. So that's what I mean, because sometimes it's not always super obvious with other heroes, right? Because, oh, we can always just TP, we can just set up other defenses here and there. But with Techies, it's very clear what he's thinking.
Yeah, I am. Indeed. That's why I like you point this out. Yeah, you can point out where their map control is. It's a good way to learn if you want to watch pro techies play, particularly. Not that there's that many, right? Because most people don't even learn the hero.
No. Yeah, I mean, yes, you can use it to watch pro techies play, but also it just, like I was saying, it's more of just where Midas want to be playing right now, right? Where they want to defend, where they're thinking of fighting. Because obviously with the techies minds there, it makes it very obvious. Compared to just having, I don't know, like a TP scroll or an Underlord, right? Because Quincy, they're also probably very willing to fight in their own triangle, right? But that's not obvious. It's obvious that Midas. This is Midas. I keep seeing Amin. He still has the Omega tag. Mandy still has the Pain tag. So I've trained myself to not believe the tags on the players. But yeah, they're very, very willing to fight there in their own triangle. And, you know, slowing down the game here a little bit, hoping that Abba can get up his Radiance. But again, I think Quincy, they've itemized very nicely here for the first item on Uar. He's going to be going straight into the Midas. This is actually very reminiscent of the game they played versus Beast Coast yesterday. Is this not the exact same build, actually, I think, that Uar played? Still on the same hero, actually? Game 1 versus the Abba?
I think so. I'm not really certain, to be honest, but I think it's close enough that I can't tell the difference. Mandy again. Well, you know, Mandy this game is like, I'm here to create space, I suppose, on the Storm, which is why he's giving so much space to the Abba. You need to play this way because Abba is one of the few heroes, I think the only hero that you still want to build Radiance on, except for the, you know, the counter occasion on Spectre. And the Radiance is a super slow build-up because you don't really have any peaks in between.
No, if Sexy Fat is going to die here, Arrow, that might secure his fate as Uar
hit him from behind, dude.
And the Bulwark still provides, I believe, 20% damage resist as MSS will die, and Uar will get punished then. I mean, he explodes on him. So here is still alive for Quincy in the area, though, as now Mandy completely out of mana is going to receive a Viper Strike. Courier running on in here for Techies. Get that Courier out of here. The poor elephant. Endangered species. SVG running down Techies, finding the kill there with the Soul Rip. And that's going to be 3 heroes dead outside of Midas for 2 of Quincy. So not a terrible trade, but it's unfortunate that Mandy has to die there as well. And I think that's going to give time for RDO almost to have his Radiance. He is so close.
He's alone down bottom. He is close though, but he... Oh, maybe not. They can actually kill Lelis. Lelis TPs, and RDO's like, well, I can't cancel TPs.
I don't do that.
I don't do that stuff.
I fear no item, but that thing scares me, TV scroll.
That's one of my favorite... Oh, I missed the Mita thing.
Good old TF2 memes. I have done nothing but teleport for 2 days. You know, when you play against Bloodseeker and a carry Abba, you just teleport.
Oh, Bloodseekers now as they just play Yules.
I know. Now they build Yules right now, but in the offlane. As a carry, maybe?
Yeah. I don't think so. You might be build Basher, though. The Abba needs to build Basher eventually this game, of course, to be able to deal this.
Yep. Yeah, Techies, I mean, that's actually making really decent progress here towards the Ags. Of course, Techies basically don't build anything else except for Force. It looks like maybe he's considering the Force Staff instead. But he's going to turn into the Ags. So, of course, just the Arcane Boots and the Soul Ring, maybe a Force, but I think this game he wants the Ags. And once again, you are getting to work onto the top Tier 2 tower. Mars, again, nearby to try and defend it. This time we have the Radiance and the Orchid on Stone. We still actually don't have Radiance, pardon me. 50 gold away, but we're about to have it. So it's level 2. Oh, look at this. We still actually don't have Borrowed Time even leveled. Again, he's taking the point in this coil. Or not he, because I think...
No, he has 1 point left. 4, 4, 1, 1. That's
true.
Yeah. He has enough. Actually, he has 2 points left. 2 for Borrowed Time. No. 4, 4, 9, 10. Yeah, he does. So, yeah, he's fine. It's not like the other one. The other game was kind of hard to watch, that he actually skipped the borrowed time. This game he's just skipping the borrowed time on purpose, you know, and of course it's useful to just put as many points as possible in all the other skills, but eventually you just need 1 point of borrowed time. You might not even need to put the 2 full points of borrowed time early, honestly.
Fight popping off. Maybe.
Not enough, though.
Trying to bait him back into the mines.
I heard mines, though. How many did explode, right? 'Cause they didn't kill anyone. Oh, okay. Everything sounds like a massive explosion when Techies puts it down. Once he gets Ags, though, this is going to become a really hard game for Quincyker to win early. And they're going to be able to give enough time for both Storm and Abaddon to go back in. Oh, Storm, you madman, has the Orchid. Wants to surprise Fist's Void, but it's impossible to get this kill. Mandy TPs, and they chrono him. Of course, nicely done, he says, but like Mandy's giving himself up a lot.
Yeah, that was... He always finds himself with not enough mana. It seems like he's always surprised to have run out of mana, it looks like to me. Like the top dive here, right, where he goes in, and then he zips like 4 feet back and he's dead. Same thing here, where he zips very aggressively, and then he zips like 2 feet back again, right? I mean, I think that's just always a Storm Spirit thing. You're always like, oh, I wish I had unlimited mana, right? But unfortunately, he does not. Now, Quincy with the Storm dead, feel confident in demining this area as much as they can anyway.
SVG might just die, the mine set up for the skill, and God's Rebuke finishes him off thanks to the double damage.
Not bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen Mandy Storm do this a lot, and he theoretically is a really good Storm, but I constantly see him committing suicide for space, and I always sometimes I question why that happens. Quinn, that's a Dark Rift coming in now. I don't think Dusty should be so comfortable Yeah, they have some mines around here, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, but Amin he's baiting us if they had much more mines. Nice, well played.
Yep,
Well
yep,
played.
Yep. The
I like
aggressive
this.
posturing. There's a good sentry ward here, however, in the trees for Quincy. It's Amin just showing up. He's got the blast off. Oh, just a little blast on himself. Does catch MSS mid-leap, and it looks like they will be able to catch Lelis as well, who's pinned against the walls of the arena. Couldn't really help too much there. Techies in the middle, creating a real big buffer space between there. And there we go. Midas now finally going to get to their second Tier 1 tower of the game. This one actually contested by Quincy as well. Because Amin even getting the D ward, so he is going to be very, very happy. A little aggressive Techies. Pardon me.
Yeah, and that's all because they pretend like they had a bunch of mines here, and they actually got to stay there much longer than they had any right to, because they actually didn't have any control over that space, right? Techies, that's the next level of playing Techies, when you actually play with fake mines, right? And you pretend like you have control over areas that you don't. RDO, going for MSS, yeah, can just rush him. Honestly, that's what a man does.
He's got a Radiance now.
Yeah, now he can fight. The break is a bit annoying, but not enough. He always, of course, has the borrowed time. Went for the Essence Ring as well. Borrowed time will trigger. Okay, Duster sacrificing himself. Has to dispel that Rod of Atos, and might just die here as the Underlord stops that TP from happening. Regardless, they had enough damage. Okay, you can just run in, but I'm hoping they have a plan to escape that's a bit better than that.
Mandy, no, run. Please. Not again.
And Mandy does the same thing again. Again, he does it so often that I question if it's honestly a mistake, because I don't know if he thinks that he's creating space for this, and maybe he's right and I just can't see it, you know, and that's what he's trying to play, like a really aggressive storm to create space. Otherwise, I don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Genuinely, I just don't get it. I've seen him do this multiple times. If the same player does this multiple times, it's impossible. He's just like, he clearly has a thought process behind it, right? It's not just a simple, brain fart or mistake.
Yeah, I agree. It's just, I don't know if it's working out for them directly in their favor. RDO's at least alive again here. He's got the full Radiance going for the Manta style build. Second time we've seen the carry Abba with the same build here. We'll see how it works this game, as they're only down 2k, and now an Aegis, who is going to be on the inventory of Yawar, going next into the Scotty. So very, very similar builds here for Yawar both games.
Yep. Quincy Crew should, honestly, I mean, I'd be surprised they didn't just continue to put in pressure here. The mines make them a bit afraid of this, but soon they should be able to bring up a gem. And the Queen has snowball as we expected. So for now, Quincy is happy with the game, right? They're not too stressed out. They don't need to. I mean, they've played against the Abba carry. They don't seem to fear it too much, right? They know how to deal with it. It's just a matter of coordination. Oh! Actually exploited one of these mines. Well, they don't know how many mines there are there, because one of these mines with the Ags already is enough to clear the lane. Hence why you go for Ags so early on Techies. Oh, wait. He doesn't even have the Ags. Okay. Surprised then by that.
Yeah, the wave's about to be upgraded.
Ah, that's why. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just had barely enough damage, and then with the Ags, you'll have enough damage for the upgrade wave. Okay, cool. Thank you for pointing that out.
I think what's 15? Oh, they're just freaking battling over this spot here. I mean, it's actually undeniably so important. They don't have any vision. Now they do, and there we go.
Control the triangle.
Lots of money wasted. Unfortunately, sentries don't give any experience. They have no bounties to them, unfortunately. So you don't really get much besides just the satisfaction of killing them. As Storm now, Mandy will cut the wave here. There's going to be a TP and a Cronus here for him. He did at least get off. Oh, there you go. Let's just walk into the Chrono. It's not going to matter.
I mean, they're just punishing him so hard every single time. I don't know.
Yeah, and this is going to change the dynamic, because now Quincy, I believe yet again, now they're going to feel pretty confident to just kind of sweep through the jungle here and go on a Techie's dewarding mission.
I'm honestly not sure what to say about Mandy's. I'm just gonna ignore Mandy's plays for the rest of the game.
Quinn, he can't stop denying. Denied himself.
There's a bunch of mines here, by the way. I can't count how many though, because there we go. It's enough to kill MSS. So.
It is. So that's enough. That's how many it is.
Yeah.
How many? Enough to kill MSS.
Okay.
50-50 chance. Either it's enough mines to kill MSS, or it isn't. You know. But yeah, again, Quincy, they're just not interested in trying to contest the Techie's sort of mining zone. There are no mines on the high ground, however. They might not know this, though, so they're going to go ahead and back off then and just invade the enemy jungle for now for that free farm. Why not? Meantime, though, RDO, he's just farming the entire time. Now has got the Manta-style recipe in the courier, in the secret shop, so he just needs another 400 here for the ultimate orb. And then I'll be able to buy that.
I wonder that's going to be enough to really turn this around, honestly. I mean, I can see how it's strong against Rod of Atos, but yeah, I don't know. I always thought Adam was a bit supposed to beat the Void by having one item above him, because he does farm really quickly, honestly, once you get the Radiance. And you can sort of man fight the Void once they get the Basher, but without it, I don't really see the confidence here. Okay, you have Axe now, so of course they see the minefield sign. They don't know how many mines there are there. Now they see that one explode. They're like, okay, probably no more mines there. Pretty safe to go.
Should be. There we go, trying to nuke the wave there with the Aghanim's upgrade. Sexy Fat gets rooted a second time, trying to push back Yawar, but he's eating too much damage here from Quinn. Time walk forward very aggressively. He's going to drop the arena, but Yawar BKB does not care. Yeah, and I guess Lelas can still hit the tower from outside the... Okay, that's interesting.
All right, this battle needs to come online at some point in the game. Right? You can't just be farming the whole game, dude. I don't know if they believe it's ever going to happen, because at this rate, Quincy Crew's just going to take all your towers and win, right? Yeah, techies will slow them down. Well, this always reminds me, you know, techies sometimes can be the... I love this story, so I'm just going to tell it again. The Tetris story, right? When they taught a computer to play Tetris, and then when the computer inevitably lost, because of course Tetris is not meant to win indefinitely, right? They just coded the computer to tell them, don't lose. And the computer just kept playing and playing until the pieces were too bad for it, and it was going to lose. So instead it paused the game. And the game is still paused. You can actually see it in a museum. And that's what Techies does. Yeah, elongates the game, fantastic. You don't lose, but do you win? No. And that's the problem here with Midas. They needed a win condition. I'm not seeing the Abaddon kind of fulfilling it whatsoever in this game.
You can see Techies as well. On means like, hey, don't blow up my mines. Stop that, RDO. Order's like, I'm stacking. No, do not blow up my mines. Did I stutter? Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult here. We still have Aegis on Yawar for, what, like maybe 10 more seconds? Yeah. And Eye of Scotty coming soon then for Yawar. That'll be the next item. Mandy. Yeah, Quinn, actually, he TP'd into this one. It might just regret it. Great arrow will catch Mandy. However, Sexy Fat continuing to fight versus Quinn. They need a little bit more damage. They're not going to find it courtesy of the Soul Rip then from SVG. Even Mandy make that Quinn alive, and that'll be probably the full top lane of barracks then demolished.
There are two laws in this universe. The first one is that you cannot create or destroy mass, and the second one is that Mandy will always die no matter what engagement he gets. That's apparently it, because I have not seen a single engagement of Mandy has managed to survive even a bit. And I'm sorry for Mandy, honestly, he's really not flame, but he's constantly going in like a madman. I don't think at this point you're creating any space. And I was kind of hoping for Storm to be a secondary carry this game that can go into late game, because Storm has really good late game, but not if you are playing this way, right? There's no way you're going to find farm this way.
And here they go, once again, Expedition to clear the triangle of the Techies mines. That's a bit dangerous. That's a bit spicy, SVG. Is it spicy enough, though? It's not spicy enough.
Like the Scotty and Quinn. Quinn, by the way, has played a magnificent match this whole game, huh? Really, really on point with the Viper. We did say that he had to pop off, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, it's not really like the pop-off hero either. I think I'm used to seeing Quinn on either, but hey, it gets the job done, right?
The I'm gonna outplay every single one of you, right? Kind of situation. Yeah.
Oh, SVG's going to eat that mine. He doesn't care. He's got Soul Rip anyway. Yeah, I mean, right now, the Techies is going to slow down the game. Mandy, yet again, is getting right-click down. Luckily, Quinn Orchided cannot apply the Viper Strike, and Mandy free to TP home.
And now, Sexy Fat, yeah, it's a pretty decent Chrono. Yawar has the freedom to use Chrono like on single targets because he knows the Abaddon is not a threat 1v1, right? He's not going to use the Chrono on the Abaddon. So that's actually a fine use of the Chrono. Actually, I think Yawar, surprisingly, is really good at playing against the Abaddon carry with the Void.
Yeah, he is. He is. It really does fit his playstyle. He's just free to hit a Chrono. I mean, especially because it's like you're playing against a Techies who is a hero that you have to consider, but I think for the most part in team fights, you just kind of pretend it's like a big Echo Slam, and that's about all Techies brings, right?
Yep.
So I'm not saying it's a 4v5 when you have a Techies, right? But it's kind of like a 4v5 in mid to late game team fights, right?
All he brings is damage. That's all he does.
Yeah,
yeah. It's not even the like there are better supports to do the damage.
Hey, the silence is good, right? If you can land it.
No, certainly, but like as you mentioned, right? You have it's not so much that Techies himself is useless; it's more the comparison to a lot of other fours, right? Yeah. Compare him to an Earth Spirit that can bring silences, stuns, and damage. Compare him to a Tusk that can have a save. Compare him to a Marana that can get stun a single target for like 5 seconds in addition to initiation with Moonlight Shadow. Yeah. Techies just offers damage, and that just simply isn't enough. If you actually notice in this meta, a lot of the other supports that just offer damage, quote unquote, like for example Ancient Apparition, are not as oftenly played unless there's a counter, of course.
It's a lot like like support Ursa, right, where he gives you a little bit, but I mean, what do you really expect him to do at this stage of the game except maybe good damage? And I mean, Techies
Ursa's much
damage.
Yeah, Ursa's much.
I mean, yeah. Again, I'm just kind of bringing up the meme because people are showing up expecting the Beast Coast game. That'll be right after this one. But no, I mean, you're completely right. That's a good way of framing it right now. I mean, you even look at the position 4, right? Compare the Techies to what he can accomplish to MSS's Morana, right? Morana invading the jungle, being very annoying. Yes, took a few deaths here and there because of some good counterplays by Midas, you know. but definitely it forced their hand in that regard. And now they're going to be hunting in their own jungle. They see Duster, but they also see RDO. They can't stop RDO, however, so I think Duster is about to get absolutely demolished here.
Oh, kill Duster. Easy. You're right. I think the techies, the strength, of course, is the map control, but I mean, some people already pointed out in chat. I don't think the Abaddon is the worst person to play around as a win condition, but you need to actually play with him as a win condition, right? You can't farm endlessly. Obviously, it's very appealing as a carry. Just, oh, guys, I can just farm forever in the Techies game. But that's not what you want to do. If you played Techies maybe this game with, like, I don't know, Chaos Knight or Medusa, I could kind of understand that. You can really farm endlessly and eventually just win the game. Or maybe you're relying on this late game team fight. If you had, like, an offlaner that was more like an Enigma, I get that. But you have an offlaner that's early game or early mid-game team fight, right? Your Storm Spirit is sacrificing himself, so he's not going to be able to farm enough to get to the late game. And the Abaddon, yeah, he's an okay win condition, I guess. He is not that bad, but he can't win alone. He needs a lot of stuns to mitigate.
I think actually a problem, and every single core in the game suffers from this to some degree. To thank you, Lellis, for that. But yeah, it's okay. I accept your apology, Lellis. But the problem is with the Alba is that you literally, like, every single hero has this problem, right? Ursa especially has this problem, but I think it's really, really exasperated on RDO naturally.
Exacerbated.
Exasperated?
No.
Exasperated.
That's what I am with you. That's my feeling with your English.
Because, by the way, I think they've just chronoed the techies, and that is indeed what happened. RDO is continuing to farm, meanwhile, as is Mandy. But the thing is, it's like, oh, the Abba is borrowed time, just use them. Just give them a root. Just do this. Just do that. And yes, every single core has this, but because you already want to do that with an Abaddon no matter what, like, he just really gets his butt kicked. I mean, he's, you know, pushing your bottom tower, but...
It worked, but he had Aegis. You killed the one hero with Aegis, god damn it. This whole combo you've been setting up forever, and you kill the one hero that can come back? I know Yawar's the carry, but like... Alright, at least you get some time, right? Because they can't push safely now with the Aegis. Oh, they're going to go for a different lane. Don't do that, now that you see the mines have gone, right?
He's going to put down another minefield sign.
Sorry, you were saying.
I mean, like, no, don't push this one. Hold on, let me put this right here. Give me a second. We'll put this guy. It's like when your mother's like, we need to clean the house before guests come over. It puts down minefield sign, you know? That's what Techies is doing there. Let me clean the house before you guys come in. And then they're like, nope, don't want to push that way. Again, Techies extending this game here. Extending the game.
I believe that... I just don't know when the Abaddon comes online this game. I don't know if the Bash is going to be enough. Like, he needs Silver Edge and then Basher, and then can you man fight the Void? When will you man fight? When can you win this game, Midas? Is my question for you. Is there any item you think that can be... Like, I don't know, honestly, because Quincy Crew has pretty decent team fight as well.
Shadowblade Abyssal. I mean, Silver Edge Abyssal.
And that's when you fight, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Alright, because you Silver Edge the Void. Right. You Silver Edge the Void so you can't time block you, and then you have your own Bash. Right, and you can silence as well.
And then he silenced.
Okay. I can see that. And then hopefully the rest of Quincy Crew ignores the fight, and you just...
yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I mean, luckily they don't have a Dispel for him, right? So...
Yeah.
I mean, to some degree, they are already kind of ignoring that possibility because I think they understand it's not really very likely because, of course, Faceless Void can go sick combo man and then BKB and chrono him, right? I mean, it's so difficult. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I do kind of agree with you. I don't know when he fights.
Yeah. I'm not trying to criticize the Abaddon carry pick. I just, in this specific line, like whenever I've seen Abaddon carry, which is particularly Ector's pick, because he's the guy who came up with it, I always see him fighting around the small timings he gets, you know, fighting around the Radiance first, then fighting around the Manta style, then fighting around the Silver Edge.
I mean, even yesterday he used his 10-second BKB to run at a support. I mean,
that said, but he was right though. He was right to actually go in and fight.
Exactly. That's what I mean. We haven't seen anything like that from RDO this game. That's the comparison I'm drawing. I'm just trying to be funny at the same time, right?
Oh, right. Okay, I understand. Sorry. Yul Scepter. Oh, Mandy has a BKB this time.
Yeah, he's
Can he
gonna
TP
live.
though? That's the yeah.
He's
He has
gonna
a
live.
10-second BKB.
Yeah, they only have Bash to get through BKB, luckily.
Okay, now Mandy is cutting a lane. So Mandy now his deaths become much more understandable because he's cutting lanes and creating space for the team. Right. The thing is, I don't know what you're leading up to.
This is ridiculous. I mean, like, we have Mandy cutting lanes, creating space for the techies, who's planting mines in the base, creating space for RDO, who is farming.
Like, yes, but RDO at some point needs to be able to beat the Void. Okay, I see. Mars will go for an aggressive build now. It has later Ags, and then he will be the guy that beats the Void, right?
Okay, yeah, that's possible.
And then you just need like maybe 50 more minutes, and then the game can be yours.
Yeah, but then Yawar just needs to get lucky. He just needs to get a backtrack.
They just saw the courier. They just saw the courier. Come on, Yawar. If you see the courier, it's going to someone, right?
Maybe they thought it was going to the secret shop or something.
Could be.
Yeah.
By the way, once Quinn gets level 25 in the silence, I don't think Abandon is useful anymore.
Yeah,
There's no BKB. That's something we...
He's got no BKB, and then he actually dies in
Oh,
Chrono.
hello,
right?
Mandy. Hello, Mandy. Arrow, forced the BKB. Oh, the creep saved himself.
Oh, yeah, 2-second BKB. He doesn't even have to use it. Or he
Nope.
had 2-second cooldown on BKB, rather, is what I was going to say.
Nice, that creep.
Get down, Mr. President.
Yeah, that creep is the real MVP.
All right,
of this
Mandy,
game.
no, but it's time to leave, though. Like,
Yeah, it is, please, Mandy. The creep sacrificed his life for you.
Mandy.
Don't go back in, dude. Oh
Man-
no, he's just standing around for. Do not jump on Quinn, you absolute madman. You're not gonna
Mandy's-
kill him.
Mandy's alive. He's like, okay, that means I can go again, right? That's what it means.
This time it's good though. See, he's cutting the lane. That's what you should
yeah,
be doing.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but honestly, with Storm and Techies, this game is just painful. Like for poor Quincy.
It really is. It really is.
Quincy is puking. Like this is the most disgusting game they've played in a
Oh my
while.
goodness. Duster with the.
Oh, he's
one-
also cutting lanes.
Yeah.
Sexy fat. Come
Sexy
on,
fat
guys.
Duster, no way, Duster lives. Unbelievable. Yeah, they're not willing to chrono that, obviously. They will, however, kill Sexy Fat, Quinn, and a +1 there, getting the job done. I mean, and again, I mean, it's hilarious, but look how many mines now Techies has in this base. Is it enough? Is it ever enough? These are the big questions in life that we all ask ourselves.
No. You know what I think happened genuinely? I know Mandy follows the scene, the Peruvian scene, and there was a famous streamer that's recasting the Spanish tournament right now. He's like, we're gonna start at 7, right? Which is already past at this point. So he's like, I'm a support the official Spanish broadcast and just elongate this game so that his post is a lie, and then nobody will watch him.
Nobody will watch him. That's exactly right.
Yep.
What a team player. Mandy still has his 9-second BKB here, and he sees a bounty rune, and he's like, oh boy, I can refill my bottle. There it is. Beautiful. He's going to be probably looking to cut the wave then, as in he goes. Bottom is going to be controlled by Lullis, but yeah, the game is just going to continue. I mean, I guess Quincy crew are fine. Quinn is not actually doing too hot in terms of experience. Is there a thing for XP per minute? There isn't.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, there is. R.
It's the
yeah.
R.
All right. I mean, he's still doing pretty darn good, to be honest. Of course, he's not going to be anywhere close to Yawar, who has the Midas, so naturally he's going to be leading in that regard.
You know the game has become a bit of a snooze fest when you're looking at XP per minute. though.
Yeah, because I think that's now the next big power spike here for Quincy. I mean, yes, you're
25.
you're right, but yeah, this 25 talent is going to be absolutely massive, right? Maybe, I mean, in a strange world, if the Techies is really that big of a problem, maybe you just go, all right, I'm just going to poison attack your buildings then. That seems like it's not very good, and instead you want the silence, which is almost an auto win for you here.
Yeah, I think the silence is much better. I think also Yawar should consider going. I mean, like Satanic, and afterwards the Ags is also a good idea. So
Yep.
because if you go for the Ags, then there's literally no chance for the Abaddon, I think, to fight you at any point in the game. Maybe Abaddon's waiting for the level 25 as well. Oh, he got the 80 damage now? Okay, okay. He's starting to be better. And he's waiting for the Aphotic Shield health, maybe. And then he's
waiting for
gonna be
Aphotic
unkillable.
Shield health, and then he's waiting for Abyssal, and then BK.
And he's going to wait for level 30, and then he'll have everything, and he'll be like, wow, Abaddon's so strong.
And then we're going to wait for Techies level 25 when
Well,
he's
as
going
the damage, Vice Daedalus.
he's going to put all the mines together, and then he's going to walk them down mid, and that's how they're going to win the game. Because
plus
they're
60
chasing
mines.
Mandy and RDO around the map.
That is the goofiest talent I've ever seen in my life,
Jeez.
honestly. 16 mites.
Yeah, we might
Mandy,
see it
oh,
this
hello.
game. Mandy, no!
Well, Mandy,
dead.
yes, right? Mandy is just living his life, dude. Mandy lives his life in short but exciting spurts, right? They told him one day, he heard Carpe Diem, and he's like,
Carpe
well,
diem.
I will follow that.
Mandy's like, live fast, die young, and he's a beautiful corpse. As they will get
People don't know YOLO was not invented. YOLO applies to everyone but Mandy.
Oh, goodness gracious. That's exactly right. They're going to kill into MSS at the very least. So, hey, some action then for the rest of Midas besides Amin, who is just playing Minesweeper Simulator. The opposite of mine.
Oh.
What do you think? He's planting the mines. He's creating Minesweeper games. As Duster then cuts another wave here. Quinn looking to punish him, but Duster with the TP out is going to be able to escape. Just...
The Void, by the way, went for Witless Shackle, which was the exact same thing he did against the Beast Coast game. He got the exact same item and went for the exact same thing, and it works for him. He now has the backtrack, which is really tough to beat, because, of course, RDO can't deal with that.
4,600 HP, 4,500, right? With the backtrack talent, you essentially increase your HP effectively by 20% as well.
25, no?
25. It got nerfed by 5%.
Oh, it's true, with the stupid Ice Frog thing.
With the Ice Frog saying, oh, we need to slow the game down. Nerf everyone.
Nerf everyone. Meanwhile, some heroes are like, why? Like, only viable because of the talents.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, Razor, hello. Ice Frog, you forgot about this hero. No, seriously, guy was absolute trash. The only thing that made him slightly viable was level 10 talent. He gets nerfed, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess I'm never going to pick Razor again in my entire life.
They need to do? They need to give, like, the creep some way of dealing with proximity mines, because those poor buggers just run straight into them.
Yeah, well.
You know
Ice Frog needs to. Ice Frog put techies in the game so people understand that war is not a joke.
Like, you know what they should do is I mean, that's true. Unfortunately, that's very true, right? Because unfortunately, a bunch of areas are still just filled with mines.
Filled with
right?
mines, dude.
Yeah,
They're genuine.
It's really unfortunate.
Absolutely
but,
awful.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they can make. I mean, as far as the game design, right? Maybe they can make range creeps attack mines, not remote mines, but proximity mines. Because right now it feels stupid that he just blows up creep waves, right?
Oh, look, a smoke! Oh my God, Maya's actually gonna make it a play.
Yeah, but they're gonna find Lois. Oh,
they're gonna find SVG first. Okay.
Here.
They killed the person. They don't have Chrono. You're right, but Sexy Fat's stuck in the arena. And they're like, oh guys, okay, we were only strong enough to kill a support. Next step, off later.
RDO's like, hold on, I'm not ready to kill a support. I'm not ready to fight cores yet. I'm just ready to fight supports.
Actually, they killed the 5. So next step is killing the 4. Then maybe 20 minutes from now we can kill the 1. All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
We're getting there. We're getting there. And meanwhile, the base continues to expand with mines. It's like
the base is so scary right now. Look at this base, man.
It's like when I play StarCraft against a Zerg and I don't understand what all the spore, what all the creep spread. This is what my mini map looks like in my base.
Actually, if you played StarCraft 1, this is very similar to what Terran used to play.
That's a dieback.
Okay, wow, okay, now he can make a play. Mandy actually didn't die here as well, right? Okay, excited.
There's going to be Aegis Cheese and Refresher, however, here. What the heck is this attack speed on the Underlord? What? He took the 50 attacks? Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, it makes sense this game. This game, by the way, the techies has been mining for so long that his remote mines are starting to expire. That's how ridiculous it is. I didn't think that even mattered, but for this game, apparently.
I mean, hey, let me hit you with a +1 there. He's actually there's no points. Actually, look, he's got 3 layers of mines, right? Let me zoom out. I know this makes people nauseous.
It's like a complex cake.
He's got it's like a 4-layered cake, right?
It's a tres leches, Richie.
He's got the tres leches, very delicious, but also he's now got a 4th layer because he can't put any more mines inside the base.
Okay. Now my theory has changed. I think Midas.
They're fighting?
Killing himself.
Fighting bottom? Oh, it's Mandy.
I mean, it's not really a fight. It's just a slaughter.
It's just Mandy.
It's literally a pig as well.
All right.
Okay, my theory has changed. I think Midas, because they have to forfeit half their games, they just want to make the one game they can play count, right? So they want to make this game count as like 5 or 6 games. No, the BKB! Oh, he spent so much time working on that. I mean. Oh no! Okay, can they mine it? Can they spear him for something else? He still has
beautiful
Aegis.
cake. His beautiful cake is ruined.
Oh, the wedding is ruined.
He's gonna fight back.
There's no more wedding
RDO
for techies.
still doesn't want to fight. He's continuing to push bottom. Vipers.
Oh my goodness, dude! How much farm do you need? Look, Quinn has Nether Toxin now with a silence. RDO, you're screwed. Do they have vision? Yes, he has gem. He has gem just to counter him. Look at this. Come on, Quinn.
He can just ulti and TP though.
Oh, no, he can't as long as he's silenced, though. Oh, I guess he can just TP like that.
He can just TP like normal. Anyway, nice arrow there onto Sexy Fat here as you are continuing to fight. He's just way too tanky for them here now. Sexy Fat forced out awkwardly here, in some trouble. Yawar continuing to just eat mines, doesn't care. He's got backtrack as well. Back to 2,000 HP he goes. Finally, Quincy Crew onto the high ground. As, hey, guess what? There's mines there too, Lelis. There's mines everywhere. Welcome to hell, says I mean. But finally, they've cleared most of the mines around the tier 4. They're not going to bother going for any of the other buildings because they know there's probably a bunch of remote mines there. Mandy respawning right now. We'll see what they can do. But it's actually fallen pretty darn low. Cheese to be consumed. Hexed up as well, but Hex returned as well as Yawar getting the kill onto RDO. There was RDO there, by the way. Didn't even realize. Refresh now as he's going to find Techie the second time. Mandy, very nice Vortex, though. Trying to keep Amin alive. He is the win. No, he's dead. Okay. Well, we still have a few heroes alive.
The game is finally going to end.
Oh, GG, okay.
There was never a chance. Midas didn't play a game. Midas didn't play this game, honestly. They just elongated and elongated and elongated, and they never had an option to win. I
Yeah,
don't
this was a war of attrition, wasn't it, for Quincy Crew?
but this was World War One, really. Or two, actually. They were both the same. Midas, I'm not sure, dude. I think that the draft was not that bad. I know people will criticize the Abaddon carry, but that's because people don't watch Hector play or don't watch the South American region. This has been a pick that's relatively popular, particularly as a counter to Void, and particularly as a counter to the Viper and the offlane, which Quincy Crew intelligently swapped around, right? But you need to be able to play the hero, right? You can't you can't just pick it and hope you'll win by the virtue of nothing. You're just gonna diffuse yourself into this game and win by some miracle. Like, you need to actually do stuff, and Midas didn't do anything at all besides elongate the game.
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like my analysis is so dumb. Like, you need to do stuff to win Dota, but like that's
your analysis is like, if you want to play Dota, you gotta play Dota, you
right.
know?
Like, you can't. I mean, yeah, but it's true though. That's what they missed this game. They didn't really play the game.
You're right. I don't know what RDO was. I mean, I don't know what Midas. Not even to put the blame on anyone or point a finger. I don't know what the plan was overall. Like, RDO did 15k hero damage with a Radiance on a carry, right? Like, that's nothing.
Oh, that's so depressing. Well, that shows that he was farming this whole game.
And that's
like, your
what I
GPM
mean.
is great, RDO, but
yeah, that's it doesn't really translate into anything. Yeah, his GPM's pretty darn good. I mean, well played to Quincy Crew, of course, who not only keep their wits during this match, but also, of course, itemize correctly. Yuar's
then
like,
all chat at any point. That's an important one.
Yuar's like, yeah, this game's going to go literally forever. I'm going to build a Midas, and that ended up working very, very well for him. So, hey, I mean, good farm experience. Quincy Crew, it's training to deal with rats, right, as well in the base. And I mean, that's, of course, the problem with techies is once you're through one lane, unless your enemy team is in a pub, they're not going to just walk into all your other mines. They're just going to go proceed directly for tier 4. So there's no reason not to.
Yeah, well, with that, we will finally say goodbye to this game, and we're going to go to the next best of 3, honestly. It's going to be between Thunder Predator and Beast Coast. Some people in South America call this El Clásico, referring to the Barca Madrid, of course. And it's true. These are the two. Some people would argue not necessarily anymore, but they were for a long time the two top teams in South America. Let's see which one can take this match.
It needs to have people already say there's already a Clásico though, a Navi Alliance, right? Even though that's so we need a Spanish one, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense, right? Because Navi Alliance, right? El Clásico is a Spanish thing.
I agree.
And you use it for Navi Alliance.
I agree.
And these guys are actually Hispanic, so I take it back. I'm a Spanish guy. I get to say this, right?
All right. I mean, listen, if that's what you got, that's what you got. I was giving you a chance to label the match, but hey, do stick around, guys. That was a Techies match. It tested Quincy's patience. It tested our patience. It tested your patience. And now we finally have our next match. After that one, Quincy Crew will eventually get the draw there after the Techies draft doesn't work. We'll be back after a short break, guys. We'll see you then.
Hello and welcome back to the Voice of the Realm, as we are your daily podcast or daily radio show that brings you the great news about North and South American Dota, particularly for Realms Collide 2, the Great Depression.
Hold on to your butts, ladies and gentlemen, and to yourself, Alvaro. We've got ourselves a game
Wait, did you say
between
and
Beast
to
Coast. I said, and yourself, Alvaro. See, this is why I wanted your headphones to work so that you could hear me.
That makes much more sense. I was
Anyway,
very worried.
Hold on to your butts because we got a Beast Coast draft. I don't want you falling out of that chair because there's not a whole lot of room behind us on this table.
I'm a fan of both these teams, okay? Because one team I coach for a day, and the other team I watch regularly.
El Clasico, I better
El
say.
Clásico.
Very fun game.
I like your American accents, you pronounce it.
El Clasico.
El Clásico.
I put many dollars on this game.
I thought you guys called them Benjamins.
No. You think I got Benjamins, dude? I'm a Dota 2 caster.
That's true. Buckaroos.
Dollars.
Well, look at the draft. Let's get into the draft straight up. Very interesting drafts actually by both teams. Thunder Predator, I'm not gonna lie, I thought the drafts recently have been a bit weak because they're very off meta. I think they still haven't meshed well with Sacred, and I've also found Minos to be a bit sad these days. I mean, not like sad as like, oh, his playstyle sad. Like, I mean, genuinely, he looks sad sometimes. He gives up a lot in the team fights. He doesn't fight till the last moment. And I remember Minos before used to make quote-unquote mistakes, but he used to try to fix them all the time. Whereas right now, he seems much more accepting of his own mistakes and just dies.
You're talking about the morale.
And the morale, yes.
The
yes,
morale.
yes. I was actually commenting with a couple other players from the region, and they were telling me that they felt the same thing. That was like, it's weird because Minos, he's always made mistakes. He's always been that kind of carry.
Everyone does. Everyone
No, but he's always been that carry that overextends.
Everybody
but,
has those days.
Yeah, but particularly he does it more often than most people. But he always was also that carry that made up for that by being like incredible in certain clutch situations, and he would never give up, right? That was kind of his style. And these days he has not been feeling too well. So I'm hoping that he's going to come back for this game. The draft by Thunder for now, I like the Beastmaster pick particularly. The Oracle is a good counter to it because he can kill boards really easily. Dark Willow is fine for the Alpha. They've been really first facing Dark Willow often in this team. Mm-hmm. The Io though, that's a bit of a question for me. You don't still have a partner for him.
That's what I was kind of thinking as well. It's going to have to be in your safe lane, almost certainly. I think your draft for Thunder Predator doesn't really look too flexible. Kind of the same thing here for Beast Coast. I mean, I guess they can throw the Viper mid, throw it off lane. They do not have last pick, though, which makes this a bit tough for them.
No, it's true, but no matter what, though, they can pick like a flex, for example. They can play offlane or mid, like Pango is a good idea here, right? Stuff like that. I mean, they have...
Yeah.
With Beast Coast, the thing is they flex so many heroes that it would be... Like Silencer, for example, Whisper can play Silencer.
Yeah, that's true.
Tinker, Whisper can play Tinker.
It can always just be whatever their last pick, whatever it's going to be.
Genuinely.
It's gonna
and
be,
they've done this before as well,
Yeah,
the Ursa 4. So
very true.
I don't think Beast Coast is that weak when they're on the last pick. They're a really good first pick team, particularly because of that flex. That
I don't really know if they so much played Ursa 4 as so much as Ursa 4 played them, to be honest.
I guess that's fair, because that was not a successful flex. That's true. But they have successfully flexed, for example, Disruptor mid, right?
Yeah,
and they've done that before, and it worked. So
no, I
that's
agree.
What I'm saying.
And Beast Coast is kind of like the exception, you're right, of those teams that will go, oh, I don't know if this is really going to work. But even as Dota does, Dota has exceptions, right? And I think Schofield position 4 Ursa is the exception to Beast Coast can run almost anything, right? That's going to be the exception to prove the rule. Beast Coast can run anything except for Schofield position 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Ursa.
Please. I mean, position 4 Ursa actually kind of worked if they had played that properly or they have a better draft to use it. No, seriously, because other teams have run it before in the past. Just not, and it's not in that draft.
I was very unconvinced by it, to be
Well,
honest.
no. Like, if you ask a bunch of players, they'd say, no, Ursa 4 is not that bad given the right circumstances. The thing is, though, that was not the right circumstances whatsoever. But, like, if your Ursa 4 is completely countered, of course you're not going to play it. But the other teams have done it in the past, and they've won with it. So that proves that the hero is not the stupidest thing in the world, right?
No, I'm not saying it's the stupidest thing in the world. I just think it's a bad hero in the support role.
Well, that's what I'm telling you, though. Clearly not, because the teams have won with it. So either other teams were playing against bad teams, and complexity should have never, made it to majors, or the hero has some viability. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know.
Beast Coast needs a mid laner most likely still, because I would like to see Viper probably in the off lane if they can, because he beats most lanes that Thunder Predator could try this game. Is there anything special you want for the mid lane? I mean, you could run the DK again. Oh, no, they banned it.
No, yeah, they also banned the anti-mage, which is an interesting ban from the Beast Coast.
Okay, that's a big Minos player. Yeah, that's a big Minos hero.
Yeah.
Doom? Yeah, sure.
There's a bit of flex.
Flex, in addition to a good hero against Lina, because he fulfills the same role as the DK, which is I tank too much. He is more vulnerable to the physical damage Lina does, so you're not like completely free like a DK is, but you're still mostly fine as long as you don't overextend. That said, it is Chris Luck playing him, so I don't know why I even mentioned that, because he is going to extend at some point in the lane.
Yep. But that's okay. I think you'd rather put him on the tanky mobile Doom rather than the also tanky but quite immobile a Viper.
It's a good Doom game as well because Dooming the lane is relatively easy. She doesn't like going for Lincoln. She has to go for BKB first. If you go BKB Lincolns, you're too defensive. Dooming the IO is also really good to stop and relocate. It's very solid. I want to see what carry, though, Thunder Predator runs. Maybe Jug is the only hero I can see that's kind of relevant here. Because he would also deal okay with... I mean, Viper would still beat him, though.
Yeah, it's not the best Wisp laning part, or not the best Wisp partner. It's okay, but sometimes you're going to break tether.
Gyro, maybe?
Gyro's not bad.
But Viper beats him.
Sven. There we go.
Okay, I mean, Sven is... Yeah. The thing, though, is Sven is going to lose his lane against the Light. I think it's the Viper. I actually do find Doom to be pretty strong against Sven. There's a reason why beastcoast didn't ban the Sven. They weren't particularly afraid of him. Sven is weak against the Oracle. Sven is weak against the Viper in the lane, of course. Sven suffers against the Doom, especially now with the Axe build. That's much more popular. Not the easiest game for Thunder Predator. I would side with beastcoast draft this time, honestly. Thunder needs to... Well, they do have one factor that Thunder wins, is the Leo style factor. They gave him a solid enough lane. Oh, they're actually going to run Viper mid to make sure that Leo style doesn't have a good game.
I was wondering who Whisper was going to lock in. I was waiting to put in my 2 cents there.
It's a bit of a disrespect towards Minos, though, then. You're literally deciding what lane would I rather sack, quote unquote, and you're saying, I am not as afraid of their carry, even though they have an IO, as I am of their mid laner. Oof. That is literally a player thing. That has nothing to do with what they think of the draft or whatever. That's literally them thinking, I am more afraid of the mid laner than their carry. That speaks volumes as to what I was saying earlier, that a lot of people are saying on Minos.
Yeah, or, I mean, also maybe they don't want the Lina perhaps to be out of control, right? I think because the Lina's going to get an earlier start. Yes, Wisp, it's a strange laning partner for sure. It's a strange tether target for sure. But while Minos is farming, he doesn't really need the Wisp there. Instead, I think you're going to look for the bonus attack speed onto the Lina, right? Maybe that's what they're thinking as well. Could be. Not to say you're wrong either about Minos being a little bit weaker here in terms of his performance as of late, but it's going to be...
Particularly because Thunder relies much more... wouldn't be so much an insult to Minos, but saying Thunder relies a lot on Leo style popping off. You can actually see the games where Thunder does not get a good game. He struggles so much. Or sorry, when Leo style doesn't get a good game, they struggle a lot.
Yeah, and maybe it could be that
He's
as
very
well.
crucial.
So
Yeah.
who knows? As I kind of still do like the Thunder Predator draft, though.
I don't think it's a bad draft.
They do got problems here, particularly with the Oracle, but... I don't really know. Oracle Lifestealer is pretty strong as well, but it's no Sven.
It's not a bad draft. It's a pretty decent draft. I think Minos Sven is actually one of his more comfort picks, which is good. We'll see. I think the execution, though, lately has been a bit better for Beast Coast. That's why I'm siding with them. We'll see, though, what the case is as we go into the game.
But first, a quick message from our sponsor on Twitch.
Gaming. Epulse Gaming says... We don't have enough followers. Please help us out. A follow on Twitch. It's what this call out is about.
All right, there we go. Welcome, everyone. We are now live for game number 1 of our last best of 2 of the day. Day number 10 now. We're in for group stages here in the Realms Collide 2 match. I'm Seeking Strike here. Currently, Alvaro is holding on to his butt as he has predicted Beast Coast to take this match. We shall see as we're now going to get underway. Of course, we have our traditional SA pause. Leo Style in the middle lane here. He's going to have to face Chris Luck. Some outplay potential there as well for the Lina. It's not too bad. A hero that likes to win her lanes, has decent range against the Viper. And, well, Chris Luck, we know he does like to be very, very aggressive. The Viper is definitely a hero that suits that play style, but could find himself perhaps a little bit too deep every now and then. We've seen that from this tournament on Chris Luck in the Mars as well. But it's still not, of course, just an absolutely free lane for Lina or anything like that. The safe lane, as Alba pointed out, is going to be maybe a little bit concerning for the side of Beast Coast. Make that Thunder Predator, as they are going to have the Sven Wisp combo. Very, very strong lane, even against a Doom.
It's going to be not too easy here for Whisper. He's going to get farm, as Dooms do. They literally just conjure it up by eating creeps and digesting them. So he's still going to get his farm. That's not really the major concern here. It's more of the fact that he's not really going to be able to stop the Sven from farming. Not a whole lot of kill potential there between him and the Tusk. It's not the worst thing, but Doom, of course, with the worst, literally the worst base attack time in the game, is not really going to be too big of a presence there with the tag team for Schofield. So Schofield might be best here, maybe going instead for the Lina mid, which is a bit difficult because you got the LSAO counter engage, but you always have bottom as well to try and gank, or you do have some better attack speed, courtesy of Hector and even Stinger, right? Even a decent attack speed, base attack time rather, on the Oracle. But we'll see here. So we're about to get underway, finally on pause, as teams will go ahead and split bounties to east bounties for Thunder Predator. And as beastcoast on the west side, we'll get both of those. And we'll be getting underway.
I am hoping that this game Thunder Predator punishes beastcoast for their overconfidence. I'm hoping, because I think that the Sven Ayo is going to have a relatively free lane, as you mentioned. Not much synergy between these two heroes, which is also why I was mentioning the whole thing. And if Minos pops off, dude, he's really good on Sven. He's one of his better heroes because he doesn't die easily on this hero. And can go against, like, he likes the tanky heroes particularly because it's easier for him to, well, do those crazy plays, right? And like I said, if you see a player that's playing, like, maybe slightly worse in the past few matches, you can't really rely on that happening every single match, because it doesn't mean that he doesn't have talent. It just means that he's going through a slump or whatever happened. You know, you can't really guess what the mentality of the player is.
So real quick, just want to point out, of course, Vipers, they always just nether toxin the first wave and kill it, and then get poison attack and try and force you away out of XP range. You always want to do what Leo Style did right there. You'll note he didn't run straight back in a straight line to get out of experience range. He hooked around the trees instead to make sure that he's still within XP range. So now he does have level 2. So yes, he misses out on the last hits themselves, but at least is there for the experience. And that is really, really crucially important. So we'll see.
Also,
Chris looks going to bully him for a little bit here.
What Leo Style did really well is he got one of the... Oh no, he tried to get the denies. It sucks with Lina, right? If you try to get the deny early, you stop the poison attack from coming out on your tower. Because obviously, as you mentioned, it's the harassment. Leo Style, though, is playing a really slow projectile hero. So he struggles against the Viper. I'm surprised, though. I didn't think the Viper matchup was going to be that good. But I guess with the Nether stocks in play, look at Chris Luck. He just has to play super aggressively. Yeah. Lina struggles against him. That projectile speed matters in this case, right? Just because you can't deny as effectively. Well played.
It does, but now we're getting, we finally have a point, I should say, in the Fiery Soul. So some better attack speed then here. Out from Leo Style. But yeah, I mean, this tower already basically getting siege, already 200 HP missing from it, so that's not going to be very, very fun here for Thunder Predator off in the mid lane. We'll see, though. I think Lina, once she gets a little bit more damage there, is going to do a little bit better here in this lane. Hector getting kind of basically just annoyed here by the boars over and over and over again. Yeah, there you go. Within range now, so you can lifesteal off of Sacred at the very least. As Matthew bullying Stinger. Could be first blood here, going aggressive into the Dark Realm, but nice job there, Stinger juking around in and out of the trees to make sure they don't have the vision for the auto attack.
That matchup is tough for the Lifestealer. Very tough. The Beastmaster beats him really easily. I think Oracle can beat the Beastmaster once you get a level 3 and you have the Purifying Flames combo a bit more effectively, right? Because then you can kill the boards relatively easily. But it's not until then that you can actually nuke them. And even then, you have to waste your main nuke on the board. Oh, that's a mess up by Sacred. You shouldn't let your board die that easily. He went for the kill. Instead, they got Stinger. Matthew will finish him up, but Hector will still survive. And this seems like a good play by Thunder, but you really need to keep those boards alive if you want to harass the Lifestealer. Otherwise, he's a bit of a free lane. And you can see, Hector is still farming. This man will farm until he has literally no HP.
It's true. And of course, on a hero like the Lifestealer, if Sacred does get within melee range of him, whoa, Sacred's going to take, or rather, Hector is going to take no time there to just start trading with him immediately, because that's going to be working out a little bit better for Hector, especially if there's no boars alive, like you pointed out. That's why I was confused there when Sacred went in, but it allows him to get the kill on a Singer. First blood then onto your support. Not too bad at all. Rotation already coming from Schofield, though. He's smoked up. Level 2, he's got Snowball and Ice Shards. Chris Luck maybe baiting. Snowball coming in. Perhaps a bit early. Ice Shards, though, still will connect. Poison attacks. The first one actually missed. I don't know how big of a difference that made, but they did miss that one uphill, and now they're going to have Wu TP in. Some bottle sips here over to the Lina, and good HP here then.
Schofield could be in trouble here. No, he's just wasting time as per usual. Schofield's like, guys, I'm playing a real hero now. I can actually do stuff. Oh my goodness.
He's got boots, so he's pretty darn fast here. But now Whisper is going to have actually a pretty nice time versus Minos as soon as the Wisp is gone, just because now Minos simply does not have the regen necessarily. Without a Wisp here, you know, with this build, you know, starting off with Headdress immediately into another Ring of Regen, you got yourself another 5.5 HP regen, which is slightly multiplied by like 1.1 or something over to Minos, and yeah, it's going to be hurting a little bit here. Especially as we have now a second point into the Scorched Earth, and Minos, yeah, I mean, again, a melee hero just has to be within range of this pretty much and just eat the entire thing. There you go, there's the Wisp. And you can see, immediately Whisper knows he needs to back up.
Yep, nice Cloak Aura though, actually helping him like survive that Stormhammer damage a bit more. I like the build by Whisper, by the way. I love that Whisper will always go for 1 point in Infernal Blade when he's like up against a melee hero.
Yep, it's really
I think
good.
a lot of Dooms completely forego this because they think Scorched Earth is so OP, oh my goodness, but the reality is Infernal Blade is usually underused. That's why I'm a big fan of Whisper. All the Bolivian players are just great, that's the reality of it. You know? All the Bolivia plays Dota apparently now.
Schofield rotating. Again, just still level 2 5 minutes in. Whisper's got some good solo XP. Minos has the Stormhammer. Will throw it. Ice Shards and Snowball now both moving in. Good stun there. Ice Shards to keep him in the tier 1. Yes, very well played there. But Wu actually eating a few of the tower auto attacks to make sure that Minos can live. Very well played. As now down bottom.
They're going to kill Sacred, I think. No, they don't have enough mana for the Purifying Flames. It's fine. Hector will just guarantee the kill. Matthew will get a counter kill on Stinger. But again, this is what beastcoast usually does, right? They bait you out, and they go, hey, yeah, sure, kill my support. My carry's farming, and he'll outfarm you eventually. That's the whole point of it. And Crystalk is actually winning its lane, which is really good as well.
He's going to go for this kill. He really wants it.
Yeah, I think he can get it, though. Another Toxin. There we go. Viper's actually be able to finish off the Lina, but she does get the experience, and without the Laguna as well. So that's a win for Leo as far as he's concerned.
It is, I agree. Crystalk is, I mean, with that Fortify, it allows the next creep wave to run in, so he gets an extra maybe 5 or 6 volleys out from the siege creep onto the tower, as there's a kill top lane, that onto Whisper. Wu getting the kill there. It looks like just Stormhammer, I should say, plenty of damage courtesy of the overcharge. My goodness, they really do be fighting here. I can barely even break down what I think is going on. You're going to get another kill onto Stinger, then down bottom. 2-5 currently here in favor of Thunder Predator, just a mere 6 minutes into the game. Quite a bloody match thus far.
Yeah. Auto aggression from Thunder because they know they want to put pressure as soon as possible because they're not going to be able to do that in the mid game because you mentioned earlier in the draft, Sven is going to be farming, maybe with the IO even, right? So you can have really 3 people that can gank. So the better you have this early game, the easier for you it is to create space and gank early. Beast Coast, meanwhile, is looking for the mid game power spike.
I mean, you're right, but at the same token, right, having the Wisp that will be farming with Sven also gives you this sort of Spectre presence in the team fight, right?
True.
Where you can always just reload in real quick and then reload back out. So,
yes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying in the sense that it's impossible for them to. Oh yeah, infest. Good idea. I'm not saying it's impossible for them to gank. I'm just saying it's a bit harder. So you want to get Beastmaster and Lina to have farm.
Yeah.
And Beastmaster, yeah, he's doing fine in the lane. I mean, against a Lifestealer, it's actually not that bad. The Lifestealer's doing a pretty decent job here. And Hector's just healing back up in the creep. Remember that you heal, I think it's like 2% per second in the creep.
Yeah, something like that.
3%. Sorry. Yeah, so he healed a lot, and then he's back in the lane, full HP, now going for Sacred. Sacred got a bit over cocky.
Will roar?
That roar doesn't help him, though. Tag team will stop him. Open wounds as well. Ice Shard, they want to give the kill to Hector. Oh my goodness, Stinger, you thief! This kill is for Hector. How dare you even touch his gold?
That was a right click, wasn't it?
No, that was a Purifying Flames.
Ah, you thief.
Stinger, you absolute
Send
thief.
him to the gallows.
We found the Spaniard in the draft. There
we found
go.
the imposter.
It's Flapjack playing. It's not Stinger. Schofield.
Good
we have a snowball ready for him.
They missed the LSA, so.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Only the root hit. I thought it hit as well. It looked like it did, but he must have just barely missed. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it did not. I was looking.
We'll see now. I mean, Bisco still has a strong mid game. They're not really looking to win right now. They're looking to win the mid game and just stabilize the lane somewhat. They've stopped the only real threat, which was Leo style. Right now, Thunder Predator needs to play around Sacred. They're not the best supports to play with Beastmaster, though.
Yeah, and we don't have Roar either, so it's not like Lina can go just be like, hey, I'm coming, roar someone. That's what I mean. That's why I was very surprised, especially because there's no infest for another 20 seconds, right? You knew that. Hector just used it to heal back up and continue farming, which is fine. I think that's what he does best, right? He's in farming mode, but maybe you can try and take advantage of this. But without the Roar, it's a little difficult.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. Well, they're doing what they can best. Whisper in the top lane doesn't seem too threatened by the Sven either, and he's found good amount of farm as well. He's beaten the Beastmaster both in terms of net worth and in terms of last hits, which means it's not just the Devour that's working, right? It's just everything about Whisper. Which is really good, because Doom can also fulfill a similar role to Beastmaster. He does need some help from his supports, but he has much better supports to gank with. Tusk and Oracle are great to gank with.
That's true. The Tusk is a bit under-leveled right now, sitting at level 4, and he is not in XP range of anything. He, of course, has those 2 all-important points in the tag team, but sometimes it's nice to have a few extra levels, right? Ice Shards especially, they've been nerfed, and they no longer are always 7 seconds. Now they actually are a little bit less earlier on. Same thing with Snowball is very meh, but, you know, having a Walrus Punch to cancel a TP is always really nice, too. Who knows? For right now, he's going to be sitting at the bottom of net worth, and all the way at the top is going to be Minos in the jungle with Wu.
Okay, that's what they have to do in this game. Just farm Minos as much as possible. Whereas, honestly, I don't think beastcoast should be threatening or invading him until they get at least their first couple items here. Lifestealer, as per usual for Hector, going to be going for the Maelstrom. He loves this build as it improves his farm. Lifestealer, well, Hector never goes for Armlet because he likes farming, and Armlet doesn't help him farm. That's it. That's the Hector way. Schofield, as per usual, under leveled, so he's going to waste some time for the enemy team. Surprising the Viper, nice terrorize. The stun actually stops him from moving. The Primal Roar together with the relocate, and they can now punish Chris Luck for this play. The false promise on Schofield, maybe not the play, not going to lie. Maybe it was better to use it on the Viper than Schofield, but it wasn't in range. And he just kind of desperately tried to use the false promise towards the end.
I think maybe the ideology is something like, well, I'm gonna die. I can't really reach the Oracle, or sorry, I can't really reach the Viper in time. I'll just go ahead and throw it on Schofield instead, and maybe, you know, it's better to use the ability than to look for the perfect use and die without using it, right?
Right, the ideology of them. I agree.
Yes, yes.
He was a bit left-leaning, so he was trying to give the supports, of course, a bunch of support.
Yeah, of course. Why not? In the early game, these are the guys that makes the difference anyway, huh?
Exactly. Yeah. You have to equal it. You know, you can't let the carries have everything, because
no, they can't have all the fun.
Then you rise up.
There's a revolution right now. Even Stinger stealing last hits with false promise. What's going on?
Oh my goodness! I can't believe Hector actually infested, and they stopped him from farming by glyphing the creeps just so he couldn't push. Wow. That is a hate for Hector too. They actually just used the glyph to stop him from farming. That's insane.
Mid lane.
Yeah, Schofield could be in trouble. Another Toxin late preemptively. They have Walrus Punch, but and Snowball.
Who's it on?
I mean, he is. It's on the Crave. He might actually be able to live. No, Laguna. Wow. Leo style is having none of this.
Yeah. They're like, hey, Oracle saved you once. It will not be twice. Over my dead body. Speaking of dead bodies, Hector is currently amassing a mountain of them as he's already into the jungle. First item, Maelstrom for him, freshly delivered, 11 minutes in with the phase boots. Good timing there. Should allow him to maybe try and keep pace with Minos. At least it'll give him a good effort for it. Of course, Minos with Wu constantly at his hip, basically, here, is going to be still pretty much safely out farming him. Just great cleave, already has the Mask of Madness, now Echo Saber on the way. Could be into the BKB next, could be into the Ags. I don't really know, actually, what you want to go for. Let's take a look. Leo Sao is going for the first item, Yules.
I think BKB is the
it's Medallion, so yeah, I think BKB.
Yeah, because on the Doom, you can't really take advantage of the Ags as much, because they can just Doom you and take huge advantage of that, right? So it becomes a dead item in many cases. So it's much better if you go for the BKB top in this game, I think.
There's the relocate. It's a bit late. Cursed Crown. Minos.
Can they hit him? Whisper's kind of baiting, I think. Yeah, because there's Chris Luck nearby.
They got the reload out in a few seconds.
They want to kill Wu. There you go.
They killed him.
Bye-bye Wu. They killed Purifying Flames, and there's the Doom. And that was the bait. That's the classic Whisper, dude. He wiggles his butt. He goes, come for me. Come for me. And you go, and you get killed.
Indeed, as SA Dota is all about the bait and wiggling the butt. You heard it here first.
I mean, honestly, he does do that, though. You know when they like stop and they move and they stop and they move? That's clearly a bait, and they always do it the same way. People still fall for it. It's incredible. I mean, I guess because if you keep doing that, you can also use it to escape, right? Like pretend like you're baiting and actually you're not baiting. So it's very difficult to tell when you don't have information. Yeah, exactly. And literally with Schofield, you never know. Like, is Schofield's behind my tier 3? Is he ganking with some special smoke, or is Schofield just Schofield?
A special smoke.
Yeah, special smoke.
Not a normal smoke.
Not a normal smoke.
Special
No.
smoke.
Well, I mean, if he's behind your tier 3, yes.
That's the smoke you buy from the secret shop.
Yes, the secret smoke, right?
The
one your dad sent you for when you were little.
Yeah, indeed. The one that I don't have. I was gonna make a puppy joke for Team Secret, but I can't. I don't have anything else.
Okay, wait to include his name in the broadcast. The name dropping. here.
Name dropping. Watch out.
Ooh. Meccan's almost done for the IO. He's only 200 gold away. Not a bad timing for Wu, honestly. And they're farming well. I mean, I don't think Thunder Predator feels too threatened. They haven't taken advantage of the Lina because they did cancel the Lina nicely in lane. We still haven't gone to the power spike for Beast Coast. So for now, Thunder Predator, they're just happy that the game is not entirely lost. If they lost the lane, the game would be completely over for them. Now, they're just trying to farm aminos, make sure they don't take towers, and play defensively, trying to punish any mistakes.
Yep, Mech's done. Minos has Echo Saber done. Next is BKB, needs another 3k for it. Sacred Medallion going into the Vlads. That's going to be probably another 2k for that one. He's already got the Bacillus. But here's the Yules now for our Lina. See if she can make anything happen. Probably just farm and use it to disengage, use it defensively for now. Going for the Blink. Okay, this is a favorite build here, so it's going to be the right-clicker Lina almost certainly. Probably after Blink, BKB into Crystallis, something like that. And just trying to maintain... Oh, Fire Soul Stacks, there you go. But also just maintain right-click damage early on here is, I think, the plan. They will scout Hector farming. Don't want him hopping in the Ancients, though, and they're actually just going to go ahead and hop out. For all this, Schofield looking to try and prevent Matthew from doing so. That's the Dark Realm available, or Shadow Realm, that rather. It's also dark, isn't it?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Shadows tend to be dark.
I'd say so.
They tend to be, right?
Tends to be.
I've never seen a shadow that is not dark.
Money to burn.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be
Go.
weird. That would really mess with your perception. If there was a shadow that was lighter than the subject.
That's how horror movies start, right? If that happens,
Yeah.
100%. Especially if it was lighter than me. Have you seen my skin? I'm milk, dude.
I am Milk. Hi, Milk. I'm Seeking Strike.
Yeah, hell, hi, Dad.
That's the new Avo Plus rebrand.
Avo what? Milk
Avo,
plus?
Avo Plus Leche.
Chris Luck. That means something different, dude. I know you didn't mean to say that, but that means something completely different, dude. Chris Luck. There's a Doom coming in here for Minos, but he doesn't get it off in time. Minos, though, a bit too advanced. They have to cancel this relocate. Oh, there's no relocate. Never mind.
No, they relocated in.
Oh, yeah, we'll relocate it in. Okay, yeah, Minos will die.
Yeah, that was a good effort there. But Minos is just not strong enough yet, and they probably didn't expect all 5 heroes to be there, and are supremely surprised to find themselves the target of a big old snowball courtesy of Snowfield. How about that?
What is wrong with you, dude? Well, I mean, I guess with Tusk, yeah. He's going to try to take the tower in the bottom with the catapult, take advantage of this. Nice little push here. And this is what I was talking about, right? Play around your mid-game spike when you get 1 or 2 items. Whisper's very powerful. Chris Luck is as well. He actually went for the Dragon Lance to the Sange. Actually, Sange is very popular on this team, right? 2 Sanges we see for now.
Yep.
I mean, I get the Sange on the... I guess, yeah, the more Heaven's Halberd, the weaker Semen is, so why not? And even to some degree, the weaker Lina is. So, yeah, sure. Anyway, it's very good play here in general by Beast Coast. They're playing on their spikes, they're playing on their timings, and they punish 2 relocate ganks, which is what I was saying, right? I think that Thunder needs to be much more careful with these ganks. You can easily... Like, this game is not difficult for you to play if you just farm on this
Yeah,
Sven.
they're real eager to go for it, huh?
Right? Because they're afraid of losing map control, but that fear of losing map control is particularly what's actually making them lose the map control, because they keep committing suicide on Minos without any sort of contingency plan. And Sacred has not been active whatsoever this game on the Beastmaster, by the way. Especially with this build, I do question what exactly his plan is, because you went for a build that is entirely around being active on the map. Medallion to improve your damage, and then the Vlad soon. You didn't go for Necro's build, so you don't have as much pushing power. Why are you still farming the bottom lane, the safest lane that should be for Minos? I don't know.
Yeah, it's because, I mean, if he's got Necro 1 or 2 at this point, you go, okay, he's pushing, right? That makes sense.
Right, exactly. You play like Broodmother, essentially. Broodmother Light.
Yeah, exactly. But he's gone for this sort of team fight presence or a carrier sort of build, either even with Medallion into the Vlads. No, I agree with you. That's...
And I haven't seen a smoke from him yet.
Oh, Matthew? I mean, it's just a support kill if they can find him. Yeah, they're just going to force him out, and that'll be the tier 2 tower down. They don't push too fast. Not yet. No,
but it's fast enough if you have 5 heroes here, right?
Yep.
This is something that people often underestimate from Beast Coast. Not players, of course, but chat generally, right? They always talk about Beast Coast like, oh, these guys farm so well, they're a late game team. Yeah, but they play mid-game lineups really well, particularly. Like, they actually usually play for team fights in mid-game. It's much like people who talked about Alliance only ratting, right? It's a misunderstanding of their style. And that's why you have to be really careful when they do these things. They're really good at taking advantage of this. Now Sacred tries to stun the Tusk, but out comes the Lifestealer. Tusk might die. Does they have any help for Hector? They don't. Hector's about to lose his rage, but he's just pretending like there's some people behind him. There's
well, it's 'cause
only an
there are.
Oracle. Oh yeah, Doom must come from behind.
Only Oracle.
Yeah, Doom must come from behind, and Whisper gets the Doom consistently on the Sven. But there is Leo Style coming by. They actually refresh the tether just to slow down the Doom a bit more. Doom gets Yulzed, and that's going to give Minos enough time to get away.
Yeah, it was really good terrorized by Matthew there, making sure that 2 TPs couldn't come out instantly. Then they go bottom, they get the tower. They actually don't even get this tower top lane. That's Beast Coast. They don't get the top tier 2. And set the Thunder Predator to get the bottom tier 2. They get a kill onto Scopefield. They really threaten and force the rotations immediately out from Beast Coast. And like you were saying, it was only an Oracle, but that's all Hector really needs, right? You give him 6 extra seconds to fight, and he is going to basically be popping out full HP there. So yeah, it was a good decision to back off. Plus, they probably knew more people were on the way as soon as they saw no one else attacking the tier 2 tower. Minos, he's looking to fight again. See you later, Oracle.
Go by Stinger. Hector coming by, hoping to kill Minos. We'll see if he goes for Minos or Wu. Decides to just back out.
Yeah.
They're going to give Thunder Predator the respect they deserve, after all. They do have a pretty strong lineup right now to fight.
God's strength. They're looking to Roche. They actually are pretty strong here. They are really strong right now because they do have, of course, the Aura build here on Beastmaster, so he's going to go to Medallion Creep. Scopefield nearby, though, is going to be a real big problem. There's the Roar now. They found Chris Luck. They're trying to blow him up here. Laguna Blade committed. BKB will be whispered, but he can't save his ally now. Minos doing more damage. BKB of his own onto Hector. He goes. Snowball to try and burn some of the duration of this BKB, but the LSA beautifully connecting on 2, and that's Hector in trouble trying to fight, but cannot versus the likes of Minos. That's 3 kills for him in this engagement. Should be Roche as well. Good stuff.
I don't understand why I say that they have respect for Thunder Predator and then they do these kind of plays. I don't get the play. They seem to understand that without Doom they couldn't fight, and that was the correct choice, right? They made the correct assessment and then proceeded to say, fuck it, and threw all the papers out the window and just went in anyway. It's like,
Yeah.
okay. I don't know. I don't know what the communication is there, but that was not necessary whatsoever. And you gave Thunder Predator a huge edge now.
I was a bit confused as well because Chris Luck is he's not showing up late, but he's coming over from the mid lane. So then he is very exposed to Lina. The rest of the team goes for a little simple smoke, and they just kind of wrap around. Schofield and company are all over here. The Oracle's already dead, and he's running back the fight from the tier 2 tower. You know, so you didn't have your Oracle either, who could potentially turn that with the hard dispel onto Chris Luck, but doesn't have that. Yeah, I agree with you. I was. And it's not like, you know, it's not like, well, first of all, they don't have vision on Roche. I guess they do because of Ice Shards, but it's not like he was that low. Because Schofield was just sitting here like he was going to snowball in and steal your ages, but that was going to be a while away, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. Maybe they thought they were just way stronger. And, well, there goes Stinger dying again. Whisper, nearly dead as well. Look at this attack speed on Minos. Hector, you cannot out-heal this. Someone let Hector jump inside of you. There we go. Schofield's like, come here, buddy. And he's going to
have Axe yet. They have Stormhammer, they cut the Viper in the back lines. Laguna Blade, the Terrorize, sends him away. From a Roar, catching the Oracle. Oracle dies in a matter of seconds. They try to re-engage still, and Hector comes out. Hector's going to get pummeled by Minos. Whisper's forced to use his BKB. He can get away in time, but yeah, it's not looking really bad for Beast Coast. Stormhammer to Schofield, and they're going to lose him as well.
Yeah,
That's it.
4 dead.
All right, well played, Thunder.
Again, they split the fight into 2 right here, and of course, I mean, right now Minos is way too strong. About 9-second BKB, Mask of Madness, Aegis, and the Echo Saber with the Hyperstone. He is attacking way too fast. Hector can't even out-heal him in terms of his damage.
Yep.
You then have Doom, who has the Doom like available to be used, but Chris Luck I think maybe preempts the team fight a little bit, gets dragged out here with the Lina, gets controlled, Doom goes in to support him, then he sees the rest of his team dying here, and then he just has to run away. Unfortunately, Thunder Predator, individually, they're just a little bit too strong right now. We've only seen one false promise, and that was like, what, 12 minutes ago, you know, in the river, and that's, I think, kind of the strength that Beast Coast has at this moment.
Yeah, and that one fight in the Roshan gave Thunder Predator the confidence they needed and the farm they needed. Now Sven is out farming you, of course. And this was the win condition that Thunder Predator proposed from the beginning of the draft, right? Sven just out farming the Lifestealer. Yep. He is a stronger carry than Lifestealer once you have more items in him and you surpass this mid game kind of power spike. So
now you've done that.
Yeah, you didn't even need. That's the thing, though. You weren't even playing that aggressively. Beast Coast just kind of came by because they were trying to play on their power spike, and I kind of get the rush behind that. But at the same time, Thunder Predator they just played this really well, and now they turn this around, and it's very difficult for you to do this again.
Still not.
They have to get a good team
Minos
play
either. He's like not even This is not even 6-slotted, like, or even the
No,
core
have a
item.
roar. They're gonna go for the Viper. Are they still fighting this? Lamino seems to want to fight this.
Yeah,
he
he
has
does.
BKB activated. God Strength. There we go. Stormhammer
They have
stopping
no
Chris
false
Luck.
promise.
Yeah, Chris Luck is dead in a matter of seconds. Minos takes care of him. Saker's still surviving. He's playing like a tank here, and it's working thanks to the Solar Crest. Schofield will fall as well. Hector cannot tank this either.
Oh,
That
no.
Solar Crest boosting the damage by
That's
so
everyone.
much. GG.
Yeah, GG is going to be dropped, unfortunately. Stinger got a
3
good
fights.
doom onto Leo style, but he kind of just walks away from him after he gets Yules. I think he maybe doomed him through the BKB or something, but it wasn't too effective there, unfortunately. Thunder Predator, a little bit too strong right there, fighting in their peaks. I think maybe that's how Thunder Predator were expecting those earlier relocate ganks to go, and then kind of just got beat down by Beast Coast every single time.
Yep.
But those were some clean fights there by by Thunder Predator in the end.
Very good. I'm happy to see Thunder Predator kind of. I mean, I guess because Sven this was a very comfort pick trap for Thunder Predator. All of them were comfort picks, right? Including the Dark Willow, which is why they always first pick it. So it does make sense that they played better now, and I like this, right? I think when your team is struggling a bit to find their own because they changed a player, which was sacred for Frank, right? You're trying to find your new style again. You're trying to play the comfort picks, much like Quincy Crew did a couple days ago, and this was the right way to get back on track. Now Beast Coast. I mean, they made the mistake here this draft, honestly. Thunder Predator played well. I don't think they played as aggressively as they should have, especially early with the Lina Beastmaster, but they still played really well overall in the end, and 3 fights determined the game for Beast Coast.
Yeah, I think maybe they weren't expecting the team fight to be that strong. Perhaps, like you're saying, Sacred didn't really have an early game presence whatsoever, so I guess it kind of fell to the Sven sort of wisp, relocating and trying to assist here and there, but Beast Coast played very well around that. But when it came time to actually team fight properly, I don't know. Maybe the Vlads and the Solar Crest really ended up making a difference. Maybe they're just too farmed, and I don't know. I think really the problem is that Stinger took 3 kills and shouldn't have, and that's why Beast Coast lost, obviously.
Right. The fight around the Roshan was just that was the thing, right? I mean, I know Beast Coast maybe was just desperate because the Sven was hard to get farmed, but that fight was just not the right fight, unfortunately.
Well, it wasn't it. We'll see here, as this is the best of 2 series. You guys are watching Realms Collide 2 with 2 casters, Avo Plus and Seek & Strike. We'll be back after a short break for game number 2 of our 3rd and final series of the day. We'll see you in a bit.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm for the last time tonight, or today.
Today, I mean, you know, you can. We didn't close the blind, so you can tell the sun's up, unfortunately. But you don't know
Sun is
that.
out, and that is what it's all about.
Get out. I'm Kanye. I rhyme out without.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Follow
yeah,
use that joke, Rich.
yeah. Anyway, I'm Kanye. So anyway, what I was gonna say
I'm gonna let you finish.
is
I'm gonna
that
let you finish.
we're here for the last time today. Good match of Dota thus far. A Thunder Predator perhaps surprising a few people here, as we'll go ahead and
Including
take.
beastcoast.
And well,
I would say primordially Beast Coast, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you ever go into. I think a lot of teams don't go into a match thinking that they're going to lose. Here's Thunder Predator though, picking the DP in the
No,
last.
I didn't mean that necessarily. I meant that in the draft they thought that. I mean, they let Minos have his Sven, right, which is one of his more characteristic carries, and the guy has the highest win rate with, I believe, or like one of the higher, right? And they also gave him the easy lane, right? So they kind of underestimated a bit the power of Minos because, like I said, he's not been playing the best games recently, but the guy's still really good. That's why you can never rely on someone talented, having a bad day. That's never a good idea. Because why as him, Beast Coast got surprised. I think Chris Luck did play a really good game though. That game, I think Chris Luck recently he hasn't played much Dota. He hasn't had the chance. Literally hasn't been playing ranked at all, right? Like training as he usually does. Because Beast Coast doesn't actually train. For those of you who don't know, they don't actually ever do scrims. That's not their style. Well, whatever that means. They just rank. They play a lot of ranked.
Like as a team?
They never scrim. No.
No. Like as a team, they play ranked, or like
Nope. Just individually. That's how they practice. That's what their training is.
they all,
Like
COVID-free
when
world,
Beast Coast will draw like a weird draft, they're like, has Chris Luck ever played this hero kind of situation? And like, I'm sure they tried it. No.
Yeah. I mean,
They have never tried it. They do it for the first time in a competitive match.
okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
I was equally as puzzled when they told me that, but it's true. So
So like, no offense, but like, what does Guashi do if she doesn't like organize scrims for the team? I mean, that's not like the only job.
Guashi's much more of a mother than a manager. She makes sure that they get fed. She makes sure that they have
Okay,
a life.
that makes sense. Hey, that stuff's important. I'm not.
And I'm not trying to be despectful when I say that. I mean, she genuinely takes care of them to a ridiculous degree. You see some of the things that she posts sometimes, like, I had to cook them this for dinner today. It's like, okay, Guashi, I guess that's your job
Hey,
too.
to teach Chris Luck how to tie his shoes today.
That's adorable.
I'm just kidding. He drew me this little Chris Luck. He drew me a little drawing, so we put it on the team fridge.
Yeah, but Guashi will organize other things, right? They do organize scrims, for example. And I'm actually not sure about tournaments because I mean, he told me this in ESL, and he was like, "No, we never scrim." I was very surprised about this.
That's what I mean. I'm surprised as
Yeah.
well because I mean, don't get me wrong, Bisco's they're a good team, but like
I mean, they even have my question is not what Guashi does because I kind of understand the point of a manager besides scrims, but what does the coach do? And they're always playing ranked.
It's probably I imagine they're looking at like replays and helps during the draft.
I guess that's kind of
and,
like their role,
but sure. But I was always surprised because everyone always says, "Oh, you can't like really compare pubs at all to professional games."
Well,
I
not
go,
for Beast Coast, apparently.
I mean, maybe. I guess.
I don't know.
They're exception to that. I mean, like I said, Dota's full of exceptions, isn't it?
But the point I was trying to make, though, is that Chris Luck is back to playing ranked regularly now. He took a little break. He's back to playing ranked regularly. You can see his level increasing literally every single match, right? He's making many less mistakes. His laning is much stronger as it used to be. The guy is a talented player. But sometimes Chris Luck has had some issues recently with his health as well, which has led him to not play as consistently. And that sucks. It sucks to see the players leave because of that. So I'm glad to see he's back on full form.
Oh, there we go. That is good then.
Yeah, that's very good.
They need to bring a little bit more, I think, to bring Thunder, or just make some different decisions anyway. Speaking grander, is going to be Thunder leading 1-0 in this series.
I think Thunder's very peculiar when Beast Coast drafts against them because Beast Coast they were actually very similar to Thunder that they refused to go in the meta, right? And then recently, Beast Coast was like, all right, we have to accept that there is a meta and we have to draft around it because otherwise we're going to lose every single game. Because they were, honestly, in the last tournament, they weren't doing too well. And then once they accept that, Thunder's like, well, we don't have a meta. We have our own meta and we play our own heroes every single time. And that's one of the strengths that Thunder has as well as a team. Wu they always call him the Dota encyclopedia. He spends all day talking about Dota. He theorizes a bunch of drafts. He doesn't really listen to what other people say. Obviously, his teammates, yes, but not, like, he doesn't care about what other teams' thoughts of the meta are. He cares about his own. And he cares about the logic behind those thoughts. And one of the things that Thunder Predator does always really well is they actually discovered that the Death Prophet is a consistent mid laner. So they pick her really early because they believe that Death Prophet is one of the mid laners like Kunkka, TA, Void Spirit, Ember that have really good lane matchups almost against anyone or can recover in jungle.
Yep, she just farms. It was even against quote unquote bad matchups. She just farms.
Yep.
And
This is
then
the only
just
team in
leaves.
America to do it, though. All the other teams that do this is either China or Europe that I've seen. I've not seen either SCA do it either.
The good old DPDK meta when it was just these guys mid every single time, and they would just race to see who would be their tower first.
Yep.
And it was the slowest mid lane ever. And
Yeah,
it
back
was-
then it wasn't even. But back then DP was not considered a consistent mid laner. It was considered that DP was OP, hence why you picked it. But it was not considered a mid laner that can win a lot of matchups. In fact, she has a couple bad matchups back then. Nowadays, because Queen of Pain is completely out of the meta, that's why she's much stronger.
Oh yeah, they really did nerf that hero quite a bit, huh?
Yeah. That's why Thunder Predator is playing in the DP again.
Good old Shadow Strike nerfed to
Yeah.
oblivion. nerfed into the shadows.
Also, now DPs just go with Crypt Swarm instead of the Spirit Siphon, and you're not so dependent on Spirit Siphon. You can actually max Crypt Swarm if you want to, if you need, right? If you're up against matchup like against Queen of Pain. Okay, interesting Venom matchup. Well, no, he's good against the Spectre, so I can see it.
This Thunder Predator draft seems, I don't know, it seems like a little slow and lumbering right now. Like,
Yeah.
it's very, very, very item dependent. I think maybe a way I'm putting at it, because you have these 3 heroes already, and you're looking at, all right, I mean, if we let him farm for 20 minutes, it's kind of scary, right? Tiny Blink, probably that's it. DP, I
That's
don't know,
24, right?
Yule's something, Yule's plus boots on DP. Spectre, 20 minutes, still farming, but haunts in and has good stats to fight, you know, like, but on its own, so I think I do like the Venom pick for that, just because of a little bit more slows, right? Because a very item dependent team. Same thing with the Maiden. I think the slow is really good here. Shards as well are fantastic. Tiny doesn't usually build a Force Staff as well, so he can really leave his team for dead. Spectre doesn't care about that, of course.
Oh, if it's for...
Why do we just... There's the curse of Avernus today is so strong. Is this every single series we've had ABBA at least once?
I think people are realizing the hero's not that bad, though.
I mean, I agree. I mean, listen, we've seen it twice before today and once yesterday. I didn't win. Again, I don't really think it was the ABBA's fault, but... I mean, we're just seeing it so much.
The Abba's 5 this time, though. I would be very surprised if they put Spectre anywhere but carry. I'm pretty sure there's an Abba 5. It could be an Abba 3. It could be an Abba 3, too, but I haven't seen them.
Could be.
I don't know Sacred's pool as well. I know that the 3-4 heroes they always pick for him. Maybe Abba's one of them. I'm not really sure, I'll be honest. But pos 5 Abba's pretty good against the Venomancer.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised by this, because his Veno goes for the Plague Ward build. Abba can hit the Plague Wards quite efficiently. He has a really good tank. If he goes for the 2-2 build, which is very popular, or even the Venomous Gale build, you have the Dispel.
Yeah, Dispel the Gale.
Yep. So it's pretty good.
You can't Dispel, by the way, Poison Sting or Poison Nova. Undispellable.
Not the Poison Nova, yeah. And
Beast
Poison
Coast.
Sting is reapplied all the time. There's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Queen
yeah.
of Pain. No surprise. There's no other way to win the lane, honestly, against DP. She's the best hero right now on the meta that can... Well, I say in the meta. She's the best hero in general that can
That
beat
can
DP.
just deal with her.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. Early damage against the Spectre. Even once you get some more points in the Sonic Wave, it's possible to actually just kill Abba from above 400 HP, so his ulti doesn't automatically trigger.
Yep.
Of course, the players, I should say, can trigger it themselves manually, but that's something you have to be on the lookout for, and who knows, a Queen of Pain blinking in, maybe you're Orchided, and you're just dead.
That's true, because then you can't trigger it if you're Orchid, of
Yep,
course.
yep.
It will have to trigger normally.
Yep.
So, yeah, Beast Coast, I like the Queen of Pain. I think that actually one of the bigger reasons why she's off meta as well is because Lena's so powerful, and Lena wins the lane very hard against the Queen of Pain. So that's why nobody's picking the Queen of Pain. But I don't think she's awful. I think she's actually fine overall.
I agree. I don't think the hero's that bad. I think she's just not insta-pick material anymore, because she would just bully everyone out of the lane before with Shadow Strike. It was the dumbest thing.
Yep.
Oh, one Shadow Strike and half my HP is gone. Cool hero. See you later. Right?
So stupid. And then you pick DK and you'd be like, is she actually damaging more than my stupid passive, which is meant to out-heal everyone?
I maxed this passive. How is it already? What the heck? I already have my level 20 talent, which is 2 times the regen, and I'm still ticking down to frickin' Shadow Strike. This is amazing.
Look at that. They banned the DK. Because, of course, the DP can flex a bit, right? She could play in the 3 position here. Not too bad.
Yeah,
We have seen that a bit.
You're right. It feels greedy to do that, but you're right.
No, I don't know. I think position 3 DP is actually... I mean, she's certainly greedier than a lot of 3s, but she's not the greediest
Yeah,
3.
I mean, you totally have a point, though, because the Abba is pretty item independent, especially as a position 5.
Yeah,
yes,
he needs nothing.
He's really good with items, but just give him a pair of boots and maybe a wand, and he's happy. If you can give him the farm for a Lotus Orb, he is amazing, I will say, but obviously very optional. But yeah, and then I guess you can run the DP3, Spectre Safe Lane. Tiny 4 needs a little bit of farm, though. Hopefully you can get a head start in your lane by getting a few nice kills with Toss Ava, and it's definitely very possible. We'll see here. Beast Coast, if you have to pick the Ector hero, what's it going to be? Sven.
Okay. I was thinking 2 off meta. Sven. Just make it easy, right? Nah, Sven's pretty good against Spectre. I would say Sven beats Spectre most of the time. Especially if you have 1 item up. You definitely beat the Spectre.
Yeah.
Sven is great against DP as well. Yeah. Now I would... It's tough because the DP offlane is okay against Sven. Like, you won't suffer too much. The combo of DP Tiny is good, but you... Yeah. I'm going to go for the Timber, so...
Wow, can't believe Timber was still in the pool, to be honest. That's surprising.
Yeah. I don't know, though. I still like the Beast Coast lineup this time a bit more. This time is a lineup that is a bit slower for them, but they have strong lanes. Usually, Beast Coast actually loses the lanes in terms of the draft because they concentrate in the mid game. Not the case here. I like the Crystal Maiden pick. It's really good with Venno particularly, especially if he goes for the wards build. The Sven is incredibly solid this game.
I always like Schofield on the Tusk. I think he plays a really good Tusk
His
as
Tusk
well.
is amazing.
Nothing really too great with tag team though is the problem. So
CM level 20 talent.
you know what I mean. So
right, you're
it's not the strongest early on.
It's
so
okay with Venom. It's okay.
It's yeah, you're right. It's just okay, but you have of course an ABBA there against you who's already quite tanky and can't dispel really much. I guess Gale, right, is the only
That's
thing
the
he'd
one
be
you
able
dispel.
to.
But tag team is the constant slow.
Tag team is the constant slow. Can't dispel that. Yeah. So
Yeah, it's an aura. Yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning slightly towards the Beast Coast draft. I think this time they have a stronger draft, honestly. I don't think Thunder Predator drafted this badly. I don't think it's a bad draft by any means. I think it's actually a pretty solid draft, especially in terms of synergy and considering the enemy team. But I just find that Beast Coast is stronger. It's easier to execute Beast Coast draft by a long shot, and their lanes are pretty powerful as well.
my only concern is really in this top lane with the Timber Tiny versus what is probably going to be, and it looks like Sven
Crystal.
Crystal
Yeah,
Maiden.
that's a tough lane.
That's my concern because
But Sven can go jungle though.
he can, but then Sacred is totally fine. He can then rotate to other lanes, right? Because
Yeah.
you're gonna win mid, so you're gonna have Leo style in your triangle for 5 minutes, so that's fine. Because Sacred, he's gonna win his lane. He doesn't need to be there. Spectre, of course, is gonna do her thing. Minos in her jungle. So I feel like they've the mid lane is going to be a win for Beast Coast, but I feel like Thunder have really adjusted well to it with their draft with this final pick. I feel like they've dealt with it nicely. So I think it really depends on this offlane Sacred as well as if the Beast Coast offlane can really slow down perhaps Minos' farm. I think that's what we're going to be looking for. I don't know. I think it's about 50-50 to be honest. It's a really fun game.
I agree. Well, we'll see now. Can the Beast Coast offlane win this game? Follow us on Twitch. Don't be lame.
Welcome back, guys. Final game of Dota 2 of the day. Just 3 best of 2s today. It's not a while. It's not until, oh goodness, oh no, that's tomorrow we're back with 3 best of 3s, but then the day after we only got 2 best of 2s. What's that? And then we start getting into the 4 best of 2 territory. So make sure you guys are following the page here, because there's a lot of Dota still to be played. We are about to finish up halfway through group stage technically, but the latter half of these 10 days coming up are going to be very, very heavy in terms of their actual series per day. So that's going to be real exciting. Thanks for tuning in, and hope you guys are enjoying the coverage thus far. There's still plenty left. Again, only halfway through the group stage. So for now, though, in our current match, we do have, of course, Ector disconnected, so he'll be getting good to go soon. Where are his items? Why does he only have 25 gold?
Whom?
Hector. Whomst.
Whomst.
Hector only has 25 gold, and all he
No,
has is a
it's bugged, dude.
Quelling Blade?
He has 470.
Oh,
It's bugged for you.
It is bugged for me. Whisper as well has not bought items. Stinger as well has not bought items. Whoops. Okay. just
Who needs items, dude?
Who needs items?
Watch them all wait for the bottle, right? They just all buy 6 bottles, and they all give them to Hector.
That's funny.
And
I
Hector
think
just
they-
comes out the lane, 6 bottles, super Sven.
I think they might be swapping lanes here as well for Beast Coast. It looks like
That'd be
they're
smart. That'd be a good way to mitigate the only problem I think you have.
Yes, and I think that's wise. I always forget about this. I go, oh, I don't know, this safe lane looks really hard, and then they switch the lanes and they're totally fine.
Well, yeah. I think it's something that you don't consider because I hate to say this, but it's a bit of luck. I'm not going to lie, right? Like you can do predictions and shenanigans and everything like that, but at the end of the day, there's no chance.
It's a bit of Chris luck.
It's a bit of Chris luck, right? No, but you get what I mean, though. Like you finding out that the enemy team was actually baiting you or not baiting you or whatever. It's impossible with the available information to make an educated guess. That's 100% correct, right? So, I don't know. I think this whole lanes thing. It's a bit of luck. It's a bit of luck. I liked it
we'll
more
see.
when there was more. There was more mobility, and it wasn't like, oh, we're gonna swap lanes, because otherwise it's like we can swap lanes, and it's not gonna sell us out completely.
Yep. Alrighty, we'll take a look here though, as we are now getting underway. Everyone's gonna go back and buy items. Stinger's like, oh yeah, items, I need these, huh? And yeah, they will indeed be sending Ector up top lane. He's gonna be going for a bracer first. Maybe gonna, he's queued up a Midas thus far. Curious. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, that works.
Yeah, he likes these items though. You
There you
will
go.
never see Hector going for the build that
What do you say? People are, oh, Hector's born with a Midas. He's gonna buy another one then, so 2 Midas.
Yeah, you go from silver spoon. He's born from a silver spoon to born with a golden spoon. Yeah.
He's yeah, I can upgrade the gold spoon. Yeah, indeed. He's got a mandate from heaven to keep farming. This man.
You see this?
There's Dusk with boots. They're not gonna scout anything quite yet. We'll see. For now, Minos is gonna be going top. Plenty of stats here. We'll see. We'll see. Again, they're not really going to be showing too many of their matches yet, or too many of their lanes. These wards, by the way, were placed down. These 2 down here were placed literally the exact same second. So we'll see who gets the T ward out first. Again, lane's not scouted. Will be Schofield then, running just top lane. Almost looks like this thing was an illusion. But for now, looks like they're willing to try lane this top lane here versus Minos. Wanted to try and maybe force the lane swap. Good stun there onto him. He's got the aphotic shield, however, along with Wu to try and tank some of these hits instead.
Look,
And,
they're already
good stuff.
rotating Sacred though up top.
Yep. Minos
play.
as well is running down bottom. Wu will continue chasing. We'll see. Hector, he's going to be able to get a free wave of creep here for himself. So we'll see how long it takes him as Schofield gets Spectral Daggered. Very rude. And here's Sacred.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to ping it.
You see this? You see this?
Look, Schofield just looking to block him. I don't know if I would do that if I were you, buddy. Whirling Death really hurts, especially when you're around all those trees. Okay, so they're keeping the Abba here for now, actually? Okay, interesting.
Well, yeah, because the Abba doesn't really matter what lane you go
Yeah.
for. Right? The supports don't matter.
Sacred, they're just trying to keep him away from experience as long as possible. And Hector, he was able to get a few of the CS here. Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. 1 and 3 here. More denies than CS, but hey, that's money. Down bottom, Whisper for now is all alone, and I don't think he can really last too long in this lane here. We'll see. Level 2 at least, so it's good to always give him solo experience so he can get as many points in the Plague Wards or with the Gale, whatever he wants to go for early. Yeah, good job here. The Beast Coast support just forcing Sacred here to 1v1 versus Hector. This is an interesting solution. I don't know how much longer this is going to work, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sacred, for now, is being harassed a lot. I wonder if they're going to swap him early, because the thing is, Sacred, they give him, well, good first blood for Schofield.
Yeah.
If you prevent him from getting level 3, he doesn't have a lane. That's the whole point, right? I keep saying this, but Viking GG does this a lot against Timber Saucers to prevent the pick. That's why people don't pick it against. And Whisper's going to have a fine time in the Scythe lane. So it's surprising. I mean, it's going to be a really tough thing, and they could continue this tri lane forever, as far as they're concerned, as long as the Timber Saw doesn't have time.
Let's see. Toss at the ready. It's hard with the creep nearby, though. Matthew not going to go for it. Doesn't want to waste the mana. Wu is returned, as has Sacred. Now level 2 has not put the second skill point into anything yet, though. Tag team activated here. Going for Wu. Oh, Hector is going to die. There's the point of the Timber Chain there, sealing the deal.
Goodness.
And they're actually going to get the kill on the Schofield as well here. Oh, my
And
goodness.
Stinger.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
Well,
this is your lane gone now.
Careful, Sacred. You don't actually have reactive armor. You're not that tanky. And
Wu committed suicide.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
He's out of here.
I know, I get that, but like, I guess it's more efficient than killing yourself against the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I guess he didn't have any mana, and he's just like, it's going to take me forever to walk over there. I don't have boots yet.
Yeah, I can sort of get that. Still, though, that is a really big deal, though, because you were trying to cancel a Timber Saw. Timber Saw already got to that point that you wanted, which is level 3, and now it's scary. Now it's a very scary lane, which is why Tusk, by the way, rotates now that he's died. There's no point in staying in this lane any longer. The lane's already going to be tough for you. You haven't avoided the Timber Saw lane. This is a bit bad, actually. Whisper will still do fine against Spectre, but now there's much more pressure on Chris Luck having a good lane against DP. And like I mentioned in the draft, the matchup is not that bad anymore, because DP's just maxed the Crypt Swarm, and it's much better now. So, yeah, it's a tough game now for Beast Coast lane-wise. They still will be explosive in the mid game. This is not by any means lost, but it's definitely not the position they want it to be in.
No, they might even get a kill here for Wu, trying to force out the Aphotic Shield on himself. They have, but Minos making the jump immediately onto Whisper. The Aphotic Shields burst, and so does Whisper.
Okay. Okay. Whisper playing really aggressive there.
Oh, top lane. And the toss onto Hector. He's in trouble. Body blocks are good. We've got another Timber Chain in a second. 2 stick charges as well for a Whirling Death. And there we go. Another kill onto Hector.
They are destroying them now because of this lane swap.
Yep.
Completely won because of that. And Whisper is not holding his own as well as I expected against a Spectre, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought for sure Whisper was going to be a lot more killable with the Tiny in this lane, but actually...
Chris could also die as well. Matthew, Avalanche toss. Chris has no mana, sorry, he's dead.
Ooh, this is tough. This is a bad start.
Now things are starting to crumble a bit for Beast Coast. They weren't hoping to have these lanes at all. That Timber Saw pick really screwed them over a bit. It made it much harder, and because they... Yeah, it wasn't really the Timber Saw pick necessarily, of course. It was the Timber Saw pick in combination with you feeding him 3 kills by accident, or 2 kills by accident, right?
Yep.
Because you underestimated his damage. But that was also really well played by Sacred. I don't want to take away from Sacred, because what he did that was really smart is instead of going for any points of active armor level 2, he instead went for the point in Timber Chain and Whirling Death, which a lot of Timber Saws don't do, and that surprised him with an extra bout of damage. So kudos to them for that.
Yep. That allows him to get 2 kills there. At least, well, yeah, 2 kills because he would have died if he had reactive armor, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay. They are going to now actually, look at this. It's Thunder Predator flipping the script. Now they feel confident with their offlaner solo. Matthew coming in. They actually don't have vision of this. Wu might die, but it's all to set up here for a double kill. That'll be going the way maybe of Minos here, as there's the first kill. Whisper gets the experience at least onto Wu, as Schofield slowed here by the dagger. And actually, nice job there with the shards. Will be able to secure himself at least a bounty rune, and actually shouldn't die here either. So not too bad, but that's a second death onto Whisper, I believe. Minos 1-0-1, CSing quite nicely here as well to boot. Actually, 21-5, doing just okay, right? Ector still CSing, is the one really CSing quite nicely.
And the mid lanes aren't even going your way, despite you trying to pick up a good matchup, because, well, the kill from Matthew meant a lot. You have an out advantage for Leo Style, is playing this lane super aggressively. And Queen of Pain, you're good until level 6, of course, against the Death Prophet. Once you get Exo, there's no way you're finding that. Okay,
Minos all alone for now. Schofield thinks it's a bait, and it is, but the problem is the supports are coming from behind. Whisper continuing to get more damage in. Schofield's going to be zoned out here. Whisper might need to get back as well. Matthew closing the gap. Nice shards to close him off instead. They're going to have to take him instead. Schofield will be killed this time by the Miscoil of Wu.
That Abaddon pick completely canceled the Venos offensive capabilities, honestly. Really, really good. Kept the Spectre alive, and they're capable of playing aggressively. And it seems like Whisper was not only not expecting this, but hasn't played against a lane like this because he keeps getting hit by the Aphotic Shield, which is why they've gotten 2 kills, actually.
Yeah.
He keeps, like, using the Aphotic Shield, and then he attacks it. Yeah, like this, for example. You just go against it, like, oh, it's just a shield, but it deals damage, too.
It does, yeah. It deals the burst damage.
Now, maybe
Wu
Minos
in
can die?
I don't know. Another Aphotic Shield here as Wu going to
hit it.
sacrifice himself. Careful here. Doesn't have a choice but to hit it. Here's Wu, or make that Minos will be it now. Going for the safe TP home, refill his HP. And yeah, I mean, Wu's, 2 points in Miscoil. Miscoil actually has been getting buffed slowly and slowly after they removed the self-kill on it. It's not going to show up in any recent patch notes, but now the self-damage is not too bad. Where are they going? Bottom?
Oh,
yes, bottom.
Yeah, was forced to use poison over this early. Minos doesn't have the mana, though, for the Spectral Dagger.
Ouch.
Yeah, he can't go for this. In fact, Minos might have gone a bit too far. They try to help him with a Miscoil. They fought a shield as well. Minos, there's a tag team, breaks the shield, and Chris Luck is here to help out with a Sonic Wave to finish off Minos. Finally, the kill that we're looking for here on Beast Coast, as Wu is also in trouble. He can make it away maybe with the Aphotic Shield. No, he just dispels the first Shadow Strike, but the second one will finish him off. Yep. Oh, he tried to deny it.
Nah, he's just looking for damage on the Schofield, right?
Of course. I'm just joking.
But, yeah, okay, there we go. Not bad. Very, very aggressive, haunt right back into the lane. Maybe just didn't want to lose any experience. Yep. Beast Coast react very nicely, though. Leo Style is going to get that mid tower, though, with the first Exorcism here and the level 5 wagon. That's a little bit of a problem. Sacred as well, beginning to do the slow siege that Timbersaws like to do here, now that he's actually maxed the reactive armor, has the point in the chakram. Stinger's already died to this here previously. And Chris Luck rotating back to the lane will be scouted by the Observer Ward. Matthew making the jump now, having the blink. Nice job there. Arcane Rune, though, to Leo Style. All right, okay, now this is not bad, though. This has allowed Whisper to now set up the toll booth here. He's gone 1-3-1, so the what's it called? The wards aren't that tanky themselves, but the poison sting's going to be real annoying.
Yeah. The poison sting is going to be annoying, of course, and the wards do deal half damage, but it's still enough. The slow is always there. Matthew dies here in the middle lane. Hector taking advantage of this, and Hector has recovered slightly. They managed to make some space for Hector, and after all, that's what you want, right? You just want the Sven to be able to farm up. But now is what you were saying a bit in the drafting phase, right? The Timber Saw popping off is going to be a threat for Hector, as you can just hunt him in the jungle, especially because you have a good lineup to do so as well with a Tiny.
Yeah, that was kind of my concern going into this one, right? That's why I was, it's going to really depend here, and Sacred has performed well, like you're saying, to held on to that second skill point, surprised him maybe with the Timber Chain. Tier 1 already down. He's actually doing some good chip damage here to the Tier 2. Hector, though, is going to show up with the last seconds of God's Strength and farm the entire creep. So thank you very much for locating, for compacting all this farm for me. I much appreciate it. But again, I mean, just look where Thunder Predator are playing here with Leo style. They've got Exorcism up in 5 seconds. Underneath the tower is Stinger, who is already kind of playing this dead lane underneath the Tier 2 tower. Sacred going for the dive. Now a TP is coming. 3 heroes currently dive in. They're actually going to use the Exorcism as well with the creep wave. Looking for a Tier 2 tower here already, perhaps, but the fortify will be forced.
I have never seen people try to take the offlane Tier 2 before anything. This shows the Timber's dominance, right, this game.
Yeah, I mean, they've already got the Tier 1 mid lane. They want still, I guess, someone to be farming and present in this bottom lane, because it's, I guess, wasting time. Wu's going to die so close to level 6, but he's not going to get it.
Yeah, that bottom lane is impossible to take because Whisper's there, right? Yep. With the top booth, it's just dangerous to gank this lane, and you're going to lose unnecessary advantage, which of course they don't want to do. And they're going to take the triangle, though. Beastcoast does defend the triangle quite well. Stinger.
It's dead again.
Okay.
Yep.
Why did you TP there?
Maybe he didn't think Matthew was still there.
Yeah, but wasn't Timber on TP?
But okay, so the good news is Whisper finally, his toll of pain has taken quite the toll here on Thunder Predator's bottom Tier 1 tower. That bell will toll, so he's now going to get the kill there, and he can now rotate over and stop this slow siege.
Yeah, but for whom does it toll, though, Richie? For whom?
For whom does the bell toll? I think Abba's got a voice line like that.
Yeah, because Abba, a lot of his lines are based on Hemingway.
The spell tolls.
Chris Luck has the silence. Yeah, it's a win. I think it is Abba. I think it is. There's one character that a lot of his lines are based on Hemingway, which of course is who wrote that book. Who, by the way, was in Barcelona. Fun fact.
Yeah, we were talking about authors yesterday because I learned that Orwell was born in India and also fought in the Spanish Civil War. And then you were like, so did who? Hemingway? Someone did?
Hemingway, yeah. There's a bar actually named after him because he used to go there every day after supposedly fighting, and he drank. Well, he drank. Everyone knows he drank.
Everybody, yeah.
He was an alcoholic.
There's a drink named after him.
Matthew actually killed Hector alone. There with a freezing field against his base against Sacred. Matthew's behind. Very good freezing field. But with a toss only available, Matthew might just die to the freezing field. Stinger keeps on dancing, and they do end up finishing him off. Now with a snowball stopping their escape. Sacred still dying to the poison alone. Is it going to be enough? The poison sting will take him down. They can't heal him in time. Wu used the mist coil there trying to save him, but it wasn't enough. Here's the haunt counter initiation, but immediately the sonic wave, which actually kills Chris Luck though, unfortunately, as the blade mail surprises him, and the Photic Shield does as well. Leo Style cannot TP, the snowball preventing his escape. Leo Style though will just die to the Stormhammer at this rate. Yep, and Schofield will survive with Minos trying to get away, but a Frostbite stopping it in his tracks. Whisper looking to slow him as well. Venom's Gale hits, and Minos out of mana, and soon to be out of HP. Matthew is going to try to save Toss. What? Oh, no, that's not. Oh, he tossed him against Stinger, and he used his dead body for something. He says, your death will not be in vain, but mine might be. Mine will certainly be.
All right, we're still fighting. 3 minutes of straight fighting here, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what? Sacred's back, and Beast Coast, maybe you should now look to get back as well. Whisper, nice job there on the Gale, connecting onto 2, but Sacred, of course, having 3 points in the Timber Chain. Pretty darn fast.
I think Schoffield's dead.
Yeah, yep. There it goes. Okay, how many people died there? A lot. Okay, sounds good. Woo.
An SA amount, right?
An SA. It was a Brazilian amount of them they died.
Yeah. It's. I don't know, that was a crazy team fight, but that recovered Beast Coast, by the way. The lanes did not go their way, but that recovered Beast Coast. Now the 2 top net worth people are Venomancer and Sven, which of course is who you'd like to be. If Queen of Pain could be there, that's fine, but since Queen of Pain is more or less matching Leo style, I don't think it's that big of a concern, right?
Yeah.
And you want to play around Hector mainly.
I mean, the good thing is like you're saying, Hector does get a few kills in there. He actually ends up kind of mopping. Like, he was like the intermission, like he respawned, like first he died and then he came in during the intermission and like kind of cleaned up whoever was there. And then he kept farming and didn't really join that second half of the fight. So he does pretty well here. He's got the full Midas, right? He's going to have Echo Saber kind of soon. And like you're saying, that's going to be a good recovery for him. I can't believe how busy that fight was that early, right? There was like so much. There was a Haunt, there's a Blade Mail, Sonic
They just keep
Wave.
throwing bodies at each other.
They really did.
Like, no, we're going to win this. No, I'm going to win this.
I'm going to win this.
At no point they think, is anyone even winning this?
What does it mean to
Why
win?
are we fighting each other?
Chris Luck bottom. The scan will scout him Leo style. There's another TP in the trees. Now another TP in the trees. Chris Luck then going to show himself. They do have Schofields. Or not Schofield, rather. Make that Matthew in the trees. Leo style. I mean, my goodness, this Vessel really does quite the number. Whisper continuing to chase him down as well, but they've got the Dispel for him. He's going to be A-OK. All right.
Hector
Mid lane.
in the middle lane. Yeah, this is. Or I guess not.
no
I mean, he
catch.
was playing like he had people behind him, right? So I guess they thought because they were all out of vision. So well played by Hector. He does this a lot, by the way. That's why he gets punished sometimes. He's like, why is Hector farming there? Well, because he's pretending like he has people behind him. And
Yeah.
if you notice, whenever he does these kind of plays, the supports are always out of vision, or theoretically out of vision, of course. It's risky though, because sometimes the supports will be under a ward and they won't know, of course, like these deep wards on Thunder Predator, inside the Beast Coast jungle, and then. Oh, is that what we're doing now? We're pinging these now, Choco?
You see that? You see?
That's funny. That's funny. Ay, ay, ay.
Alright, well. There's something about knowing that he's probably reading this as he streams and saying it in Spanish, so like Crystal Maiden y Lina son hermanas. And I was like, oh.
Oh, gracias, Choco.
Gracias, Choco, gracias.
Oh, look, Schofield. He knew. He responded to mine. You know, there's always the bug of, do not talk over stage. Wow.
I don't think they can hear the Spectre chat though. They
No,
shouldn't
I
be
know,
able
that'd
to.
be hilarious, though. I mean, sometimes there's the bug where the players can hear the casters for some reason.
That's happened to us. a
Oh
couple
my god,
times.
the funniest time that happened was when X-God was casting some qualifiers, and I think he was like casting Reality Rift or something. It was a solo cast. No, actually it wasn't a solo cast. I think Dan Auger there, he had another co-caster there with one of the Aussie boys, and oh my goodness, it was so funny because then like the Reality Rift guys were chiming in, and Cyclops was like, "Who is this? Who are you?" He wasn't sure where it was coming from.
That happened to us once when we were, I think I was casting with Arthur, and
Yeah, it was Neon.
It was Neon.
I remember
and,
that
and,
game.
and they could hear us, but we couldn't hear them. But we could hear the Russian casters. So the Russian casters could hear the players. We could hear the Russian casters, and the players could hear us. And I was like, okay. And we were answering. We're trying to answer in like this terrible Russian that I have, as the players would answer in this English. They'd be like, why are these English casters speaking in Russian? They were so confused. But they were very good sports about it, though. They were very good sports about it. They were not angry at all, so it was nice. It's a really stupid bug, though. Please fix it.
Yeah, there's so many really silly bugs
If you're
there.
that's actually a really good tip, actually. If you're having trouble against a certain hero, try picking it. Your learner's weakness. That's true. That's why a lot of teams that have comfort picks, you know, they also are really good at playing against them, right?
I always really love when teams smoke up near their cores, and their cores, I mean, Hector's obviously, he's in farming mode, if that's not clearly obvious from the fact that he just got strength and is going to farm the jungle. Because he smokes, and then without missing a beat, continues just last hitting the camp, right?
Yeah.
He's got no interest in joining. Beast Coast, no, he's got no interest in joining. They're just smoking there because they're already there. It's just convenient.
And this match is a bit tougher for the Spectre because you don't have the great core-to-core match we had last time. Sacred.
Very
Yeah,
dead.
Spirit Vessel, so it's
Wow.
really easy to kill him with Freezing Field.
Very
Yeah, Spirit
dead.
Vessel is so good. They even haunt in, but they're like, no! Finally, Freezing Field cancel with the Avalanche.
Yeah, very good Avalanche. Took a lot of damage out there from the Whirling Death because he was standing next to so many trees.
Yeah. Stinger
Kinda-
on point with those
you know,
Freezing Fields, though.
Yeah. Two good freezing fields, definitely. But also Sacred doing very, very good with the Whirling Deaths as well. He made sure to walk over to the trees to make sure you can get that bonus damage. Even though, you know, still level 1, so the bonus damage for trees not insane, but it's still nice. It's always nice to have.
Yeah. Yeah. That's well done. I think because it reminds you a little bit of the match with Quincy Crew as well, where Stinger also played a ridiculously good Crystal Maiden. To me, the MVP of that match, obviously on the Beast Coast side, because Quincy Crew all played so well.
Hopefully you guys enjoy that pause, by the way, because get ready for more just kill on kill on kill.
Yeah, you got a slight break from
You got a
this
break.
action.
Drink some water, reset your mind, and get ready for more SA Dota.
I mean, we'll see though, because right now Minos, oh sorry, not Minos. In general, Thunder should not be trying to fight as much, right? They should try to be going for the smart pickoffs, but those kind of fights were okay when your Timbersaw was relevant, but now that the Spirit Vessel is available and they can kill Timbersaw, no longer wise, because you actually lack the initiation the team has.
It's a
You
really
want to
good
wait on
point.
Blink Dagger.
It's a good point. I didn't quite consider that Whisper obviously is going to go for the Vessel. He's only got one
Yeah.
charge here, so you know they gotta be a bit careful for that because of course always have the Abba to dispel the
Exactly.
Vessel,
Yeah.
right? And also Vessel has a not insignificant like cooldown on it whenever you use it. 7 seconds in between when you can apply it, right?
Yep.
Which I believe is very similar to a Photic Shield. If anything, it's 6 seconds. So technically, Wu can always dispel it constantly. of course, how realistic is that, right?
Yeah, but then you're only aphotic shielding the Sacred, right? Because I'm assuming the person you're spirit
Sure,
vessel.
but for the next 5 minutes,
Yeah.
that's, doesn't sound too bad to me, right? We're going to try here for a kill on a Sacred. Again, they're not really going to commit for this kill until they use the Spirit Vessel, and Wu is going to be very, very keen of that fact.
I'm gonna try to rotate that up top though. This is what Beast Coast likes to do. They rotate 4 heroes, they leave Hector farming, and they put pressure like this. If they die, it doesn't really matter because Hector is farming, which is their mindset most of the time. They're obviously gonna try to take a tower here. It's really difficult to try to defend when you're in Venomancer territory. Cobras everywhere. How do you deal with
You're
that?
in Venomancer territory. I like it. Yeah. It's like trying to find your way to the through the outback, you know. Oh, where am I? Oh,
It was like back in the day in the Wild West where you could go to the outhouse and there would be like 15 rattlesnakes waiting for you. That was just a small chance you would die just because of that.
It's a real fact, actually.
That is a real fact. Rattlesnakes were a big issue back
Snakes love outhouses.
then. Yeah. They smell poop and they go, gotta bite someone.
Yep, pretty much. Anyway, we'll see here. Matthew, by the way, looking to bite someone with this brand new Blink Dagger he's got. He's now maxed Ava and Toss, so he's got a good amount of damage here. Always going to be a bit difficult against a Venomancer, of course, because he's, got Plague Wards, right? So constantly just make sure that you're not able to really get much done. Minos is making decent progress towards the Skadi. Of course, can't outfarm a Sven, especially with a Midas, especially with an Echo Saber, especially if it's Hector. So he's going to be nearly having this full BKB already, actually, which is amazing progress. But meanwhile, fight's breaking out down bottom. They found Crystal Luck, trying to root down Leo's side, but they got a Purge immediately ready for him.
Leo Style will get away. He's going for Lotus Sword, by the way, as next item. So I like this. Thunder Predator is already accepting Sven is going to be a problem, and they're just preparing a bunch of items for him. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Avenged Halberd as well coming out of the Timber. I remember 4 Zoomers loves the item on Timber. We'll see if they're quiet.
Yeah,
though.
the only real way to counter a Sven, unfortunately, is Lotus and an Axe of your own.
Well, yeah, of course, but also the Heaven's Halberd. Matthew, Snowball, stunned. Wu, the next target. Easy with a Frostbite. Can't dispel this time, and Tag Team will guarantee the kill. And Hector farms heroes as he continues to farm creep camps. Very good. But yeah, the way to counter Sven, as you mentioned, is Lotus Orb and not Axe necessarily. But I know that you were joking. But Lotus Orb and the Heaven's Halberd. That's the best way to counter.
I'm kind of joking, but not really, because unfortunately, even if you reflect the spell you reflect counts as casted as yourself. So you still just stand and take his spell, and by then Sven's already done all the damage for you. But if you have Lotus, actually, you don't take the damage. Because you are flying immediately and you're invulnerable.
No, but you stun him though.
Yeah, you do stun him, but it doesn't matter if you're a support because he's gonna one shot you.
Well, once he wakes up. Well, but
he's
the
got
idea is that your team. Yeah, but the idea is that your team should be able to help you right after, right? The idea behind Lotus is that you're gonna Lotus and then you'll still take the stun if you have the Axe though. You should still take the stun. They stun you first, then you stun them, and I guess you might have like an extra 0.1 seconds, but it shouldn't matter though. That's what I'm saying, though.
It's because you end up flying over. I'm not sure if you actually take the damage, though, because of the splash. I'm not sure.
He stuns you, right? And then as he stuns you, right afterwards, the Lotus will reflect, and then you stun him.
Yeah, but you fly towards him.
But he's right next to you.
But you fly towards him, though.
But
so you go
he's right
flying.
next to you.
You got to Superman him back, you know? It's the only way. It's like, when Superman flies towards a building, right, and he's got his fist in front of him and he bursts through it. Could you imagine if, like, there was another Superman flying towards him with his fist out? What do you do?
I can't tell if your analysis is just incredibly wrong. Just what are you saying?
What do you do?
What are you
There's no way
talking
to
about?
counter him.
All right,
We're gonna kill
Sacred. Hey, dispel the Spirit Vessel though, so Sacred is no. Oh, what a snowball! Actually, very well played. But I think Sacred has too many charges now, and you only have one Spirit Vessel charge. Oh, the Aphotic Shield got dropped. Maybe you can use it now. Oh, they did have the Rune Stinger, you madman! And now the Freezing Field canceled by the Avalanche in a second. Sacred stop. There's the Lotus Orb. Look, Sven got stunned, and Sacred's fine.
Well,
there we go. That's the Lotus Orb to counter I was talking about. Sonic Wave as well, but they can't kill Sacred. It's a bit too difficult. Wu will survive for now. They dropped the Exo here as well. However, for now, of course, Slug is committing to this kill on Sacred. He doesn't have an axe, so that was not really a big deal. But Avalatoz almost destroys Chris Slug for now surviving. Matthew might have sold himself here as the Poison Venomous Gale stops Leo Style from getting further. Whisper just wants to run away at this point. They don't want to fight this any further. They're going to scatter at the 7 wins as Whisper will fall. And Tusk is going to try to create some space. Chris Luck gets the kill on Wu, but you want something more and you want to run away as well. Stinger nearby. And okay, Sven is back to farming. Matthew is fighting against Schofield alone. Evades the Ice Shards. And is Schofield going to die or is Chris Luck going to die for this kill on Matthew? Yes, Sonic Wave again. I think he's going to die. There we go. Blink Sonic Wave. Watch him do this. Chris, look, it's crazy. Oh, not even blinking. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness! I cannot believe that he just got the kill.
I'm not gonna lie, Alvaro. Everyone just kind of ran in one direction and 4 fights broke out there.
Yes,
I was
really.
I was trying to
I couldn't follow all of
what
them, I'm
you
sorry.
were casting, and then I also was following a little bit of a side storyline there.
You see how powerful Lotus
There's
Orb
so
is?
many, yeah, just wait till he's got eggs, and then the Lotus is not gonna do anything.
It'll still stun him. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
But you take the damage.
Who cares about the Stormhammer damage?
If you're a poor little tiny with no armor, you
Oh my
care. You're
God.
just dead. He needs eggs. You need tiny eggs. It's the only way to counter him. It's otherwise, you know, Sven is an unstoppable force, right? With a Lotus, you're an object. With a Lotus and an Axe, you're an immovable object.
No, because by definition, you're actually moving once you get the axe. You, what? What?
Well, because you're not moving with the Lotus, because you just cast a
Alright.
regular Stormhammer back at him.
I'm done.
But you're starting to move as soon as you get the Axe.
I'm done. Let's
And
just
there
move
we go.
on. Let's just move on. We're getting a Silver Edge or Nectar as his next item, it seems like. Or actually, I don't know. I don't know if he's deciding between Silver Edge and Axe. This game particularly, Axe is really useful, especially against Leo style. He didn't go for Yos though. Very
He's
smart Leo
gone
style.
for the Lotus. That makes sense.
Yeah, of course, because Yos under this game is useless with level 15 talent on Sven.
There's going to be another Lotus soon here for Sacred. He's queued one up. Double Lotus. Wu is going to go for the Vlad's first, and then probably for a Lotus of his own. What courier? What courier is that, Choco? It's Sven. Sven's courier already has a full shadow Silver Edge on it.
Oh, full Silver Edge? Okay, so
Yep.
that's the Hector special, right? Who needs Axe when you got Silver Edge? There's the better mobility here.
That's pretty good. They're going to counter you anyway with Lotus and Ags, so might as well just go ahead and break them.
Stop them.
That kills Sacred even faster. He's dead.
And it's very useful against Spectre at any point in the game.
Yeah.
And this is usually a turning point for Sven. Once you get the Silver Edge, it's very difficult for Spectre to ever match you, especially if you can guarantee the break every single time. Right? I don't know if Spectre can come back into beating the Sven this game. They're going to have to use the other heroes to beat the Sven. Oh, Wu is like, well, like maybe if I walk against the wall? Maybe?
He's
I
like,
wish
he's
I
gonna
went to the
break
gym more
me."
often.
Yeah, he saw the Sven coming, so he was terrified of him.
Yeah, God Strength activated. Matthew saves him, but actually sacrificed himself for that. I don't know what the Sonic Wave was for, by the way. Matthew will die here as a Spectre. It's looking only for Stinger. Unfortunately, that Freezing Field gets cancelled and Stinger will fall. And here, Leo Style is chasing after Chris Luck as the Timber's also chasing after the Sven. Chris Luck is still silenced, can't blink away, which means he will fall. Hector gets away, luckily,
Whisper?
but Venom might not be so lucky.
Yeah.
Another toss offensively is what Matthew bought back for to get this kill on Whisper. Can they guarantee it, though? Sacred has no way of slowing him down except for that Chakram. Leo Style, though, is coming by, and that's going to guarantee the kill on the Venom.
Wow. So that was almost the same exact fight we saw about maybe 3 minutes ago. Everyone just kind of fighting in this general area. And this time it works a lot better for Thunder Predator, though. Good fight. I mean, what even happened there? The Tiny blinked in, saved the ABBA, and then everything just kicked off from there.
I don't know what the Sonic Wave was for. Did you see it?
I didn't.
I just saw the Sonic Wave, and I saw nobody in its path. I'm like, did Tiny blink in time?
I heard it. I heard the Sonic Wave, and then they killed Chris Luck on the cliff. Nice job focusing onto him.
Well, that was much later, though. At the beginning of the fight was Sonic Wave, then they killed Tiny, right? But the question was, is the Tiny just avoided with a blink? Is that what happened?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's well, unfortunately, we can't check the death replay because Thunder Predator, they've only lost one, but they bought back on the Tiny.
All right, yeah. And even then, though, it wouldn't matter because Tiny didn't get hit by it, clearly, right? Because he went for full health when he initiated. Now, I was watching it. I'm sure that Matthew was full health when he initiated, and Sven chunked him, of course.
Yep,
but
yep.
That's what happened. So I don't know what to say there. I mean, I don't know. They're doing a good job of making sure that Sven can't deal the damage because Spectre's just ignoring him completely. And that's how you play Spectre versus Sven, honestly. You hunt, you kill everything around him, and you say, well, Sven, beat me and my team now.
Yeah, but the problem is Hector will take that as a challenge and go, oh, absolutely, and he's going to keep farming and just hope that he can eventually out-farm you and the rest of your team here. And he's doing a pretty decent job at that. Still maintains a 5k net worth lead here over the Spectre, 4.5k more like it. But now halfway towards the Ags, immediately after upgrading his Echo Saber into the Silver Edge. That was the first time he even used the Echo Saber, or sorry, the Silver Edge. He never even used Shadow Blade. He just bought the whole darn thing and just kept it in his stash until he had the recipe for the Silver Edge.
What's the point of Shadow Blade if it doesn't give you a break, right? Hector is he's a man of expensive tastes, right?
Yeah, but I'm surprised he didn't use it to, like, you know, help him farm, you know, every,
No, I
every
agree with
14 seconds, you know? Because
Matthew. Okay, saved by the Aphotic Shield and Lodosorb. Double Dispel. Yeah, double the dispelling power. They're stuck in the Ice Shards, though. The two supports might die as a result. At least Matthew will certainly die. And now they're going for Wu. Get rid of the second Dispel. Nice. Sonic Wave this time does hit somebody. And it's going to be Wu.
yeah, it hits
And
two
we
people.
saw it.
It hit Sacred, too. Abba's going to buy back. They know Tiny's got no buyback. They really want to contest this Roche. There's no Haunt. There's no Exo. Haunt and Exo back up in about 10 seconds. Seems a bit risky. Minos just running in. Whisper's not going to connect there on the Venomous Gale, but Sacred doing a bunch of damage here. On the back lines, meanwhile, who is this? Mid lane is Chris Luck. He's currently sparring with a few others. Snowball then onto Wu's Reflected using the Lotus Orb, so that'll be flying right back towards him. And, well, that's not really where he wants to be. He's got the borrow time in 10. There's going to be the Haunt now coming through. Can Wu stay alive? The answer is no. Sonic Wave again available in this fight from Chris Luck. He's got the Aghanim Scepter, so that's going to be more readily available, but they have already gotten the kill here onto Hector. Now continuing on the run as Stinger perhaps in some trouble. Sends himself to Frost Nova, but not much else here. He will be right-clicked down by Minos. Schofield underneath the Tier 2 tower. That'll protect him for now, as I think they're going to try and convert the rest of this Exorcism here perhaps into Roche. Sacred in some trouble, however. Good Lotus will reflect that, but they're wasting a lot of time here, which is exactly what Beast Coast are looking to do. Chris Luck doesn't have the mana, but will have, of course, the Sonic Wave in 4 more seconds. As Leo Style is still just continuing to be on full HP here. Let's see if they can keep fighting, as they really, really, really want to, it looks like. Snowball onto Sacred, trying to kill him. There's another Sonic Wave. Third one of this fight, courtesy of Chris Luck.
Oh my goodness.
Walrus Punch to cancel the TP. Leo Styles got another life drain here. He's got one more actually to use as well. He's going to use it onto the big creep in the, or rather the hard camp there. Schofield, continue to fight. Abba, why is this fight so long? What's going on? Minos is back again.
Minos is back, yeah.
Yeah,
He's going to
Matthew
kill
is
Whisper,
here.
I guess.
Yeah, he's going to
Nope,
force him out.
Whisper has 4 stuff.
Matthew's dead. Okay, Chris Luck has barely enough mana for the blink. Minos onto Schofield he goes. Schofield's pretty fast and has a blink in a second, so he's actually going to turn and fight Minos. Okay, because guess what? Stinger's also back.
Oh.
At this point,
Now they can kill Minos. Minos
Hector's
is in
about to
trouble.
respawn.
Oh my, oh, okay. So I thought that Spectral Dagger offensively, I was like, oh, that could have almost killed Minos.
All right, so now we're back where we started here pretty much. Tiny is dead for another 30 seconds, which is literally what I said 30 seconds ago. Yes, Choco, Roshan does have the Aegis of Immortality currently. Sacred's about to respawn. We're going to have Exo and Haunt back in 40 seconds. That was the, what? Why are these fights so long?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, I kind of understand this by Thunder. I actually don't know what Beast Coast is doing, though, because Thunder really benefits from having an uncoordinated fight.
Really?
You can completely... Yeah, of course, because you can completely ignore the Sven. You can play around it because you have extra mobility on most of your heroes. You benefit from these kind of situations. Death Prophet is useful, especially against single targets, so dividing the fight is really good. Haunt is very similar. The Timbersaw can just move around and avoid you, right? Tiny is also very good at single target killing. Like, they actually lack team fight. They don't have a big team fight spell.
Well,
that's Beast Coast.
What I was going to say was that I think in that fight, Beast Coast were just buying time for Exo to respawn, just in case, well, just
I mean,
so they
that's-
didn't do Roche. Well,
That's fine, though. They keep having these fights, right? Like, you know, the Spectre doesn't need to beat the Sven because that's not her prerogative this game. It has to be more on the Death Prophet.
Chris
and that's what she's doing.
into the Roche. Full mana.
No, that's not Chris Luck. That's Schofield, dude.
Chris Luck was in the pit too.
Oh, okay. He blinked out as
He
well.
blinked into the pit.
Oh. They find Sven. This is really bad, but
BKB?
he has BKB. He walks away. Do they fight this now? Matthew will certainly be fought. There's Lotus Orb with the BKB. Saves yourself, of course. Well played. Wu is forced to activate that borrowed time. Tag team annoying. Exorcism from Leo style. Stinger activates that freezing field, but immediately the silence comes out. Sonic Wave to keep him away, but Stinger's already dead. And they continue this further. They know the team fight now is a bit dangerous. Sven did use his God Strength. You saw that. BKB might have been used, but that doesn't mean that he's, of course, useless.
Yeah, good job trying to keep him out of the pit here. Leo style with the Ghost. The Exo doing still good damage. Actor nearby, you hear him. He might have camp, ready to go in. He still has not got the Aghanim Scepter up there. So he's going to kill onto one. Leo style looking for more damage. Oh, nice job. The Illusion Rune actually is going to purge off the Spirit Vessel. That means he's a life stealer for quite a bit of damage. Reflecting as well the Snowball. Oh my goodness. They're dead. Minos doing way too much damage right now. Another great Sonic Wave catching 3 people here with the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, with all the long fights we're doing, once again, that's the second Sonic Wave of this fight. And if there's going to be a third one, it's going to be pretty successful here.
Well, yeah, if they have enough time, though. It's 25 seconds. Yeah, Axe is good, but not that good. Tusk is trying to gain some time, though, so he can get Sonic Wave back up. Tusk will die, though. Now it's time to go for the
A
Roshan.
rune. I
Let's
can't
see.
believe Leo Style actually found a rune right there. That was a perfect rune for him.
Aegis for Minos now, completed. Thunder Predator, they are leading. I mean, actually, I don't fucking know. I don't know. If they're leading. They're doing a good job, though, of fighting these team fights. They're constantly avoiding the Sven, going for a support,
really
then
are,
Sven
yeah.
left alone, and then Sven kills himself most of the time. That's why the Lotus Orb. Honestly, Leo, in this game, he's playing almost perfectly. Sven is good against the Death Prophet traditionally, because traditionally you build a Yule Scepter, you don't go for a tanky Death Prophet, you usually don't build armor either. But the choice of going Lotus Orb level 1, level 1, as his first item, after Boots of Travel, of course, allowed Leo to withstand the Sven much better. He's a much stronger tank now, where he just crushes anyone that kind of fights him one-on-one. The Warcry is not as useful, but it is also mostly on Beast Coast fighting this so haphazardly. If they
Yeah.
fought a consistent team fight where they actually bunch up and try to fight the enemy at a choke point, take advantage of their big spells like Freezing Field and Poison Nova and Sonic Wave, it'd be very powerful. Because this team fight is constantly divided and so many people are going around, you know, that makes it so difficult for Beast Coast to win because they have no advantage there. What's the point of AoE ultimates if there's only one person you can ever cap?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, to be fair, Chris Luck is landing multiple people in a lot of these Sonic Waves, but that's it. Like that's the
Yeah, but
only AoE
it's always at
damage.
the end though. That's the problem though. Like he lands a Sonic Wave. Most of the time he's been landing them either when he goes in, right, which is kind of nice, but there's no follow up, or at the end when your Sven is already dead or you've lost a couple of heroes, and
Yeah.
you're like, well, at that point you're too late. And that's not really Chris Luck's fault necessarily. It's more along the lines that if the team fight is so chaotic, then how are you supposed to land a good Sonic Wave? So you just wait until that happens, right? Until the atoms align and by some miracle everyone can be hit by a Sonic Wave. I don't know. I think Beast Coast should take a chill pill. Honestly, this game.
Okay, Choco, now that's a good ping. Dagon on Stinger.
What the? Sure, dude. At least they're having fun. I'd be more. I don't know. Yeah, they're having fun. Yeah.
I don't know if it's a good item. This game. I mean,
Sherlock says, "I will purchase Dagon."
I didn't know you could pay. Oh, you could.
Yeah,
pay
me
that.
neither. I guess you can pick the shop. I never considered that.
Huh. No. Okay. Can't do it with neutrals. Good to know. All right. Well, alrighty then. Yeah, I mean, that was the pretty long BKB durations used as well by Hector in that fight. He used, I think, the 8 and 7 second BKB there. But the Lotus is actually doing such good work. Not only that, but Lotus, Schofield keeps Lotusing them after the snowball, and then they're just invulnerable for a couple of seconds. And guess what? Eve, today I learned if DP is inside a snowball, her Exorcism Ghosts still continue hitting people.
Of course, yeah. Any kind of vulnerabilities. Her
pretty-
Exorcism Ghosts are the best thing in the
Well,
world.
pretty useful. Those guys are loyal. They don't know where to return the stolen HP to, but they do know that they need to keep killing people.
It's going well for Thunder Predator for now. I'm very surprised that they managed to mitigate the Spectre versus Sven matchup. But I don't know if I want to... Like, I want to praise Thunder Predator just as my nature as a caster. I don't want to make teams look bad, but I don't know if it's their praise or more of a blame on Space Coast, to be honest with you, this game. Like, I'm questioning if the game is going the way of Thunder right now. They're winning these team fights because they're forcing these haphazard engagements and they itemize so well to prevent themselves for them, or because Beast Coast is just playing their dance moves. Like, Thunder Predator goes, clap your hands, and Beast Coast goes, yeah. Beast Coast goes, turn around, they turn around.
That's
Every
a fair
single time.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if that happens, then, yeah.
I'm surprised Wu even knows who he needs to be dispelling in these fights. There's so many things constantly going on. Like that's usually, I think, the hardest thing. Because you're right, they are kind of putting on their dance shoes and they're all having some fun and whatnot there.
Doing the Danza Kuduro, and then Thunder Predator is singing, and Base Coast is following. Oh, is that not popular in America? Did that never make it to America?
No, we do the hokey pokey, right? And that's kind of what Beast Coast are doing. You know, you put your Sonic Wave in, it gets Lotus Stormed back, and then your team is dead, right? It's kind of how it's ordered. I know you cannot.
And then the game is turned all around.
Yeah. And then they do it again 3 minutes later when everyone respawns. Obviously, I know you cannot Lotus Orb Sonic Wave before someone in chat goes, oh, actually, Caster, you cannot Lotus Orb Sonic Wave? Yes, I know. It was a joke.
You're already 2K, so the chat is already determined.
Already 2K.
Now you're
It's
dropping.
true.
You can only go lower here, dude.
It's true. Bit of a longer pause here as we get the good to go.
I was gonna mention though one thing about what you. Damn it! It was an important comment actually.
Oh yeah, about the hokey pokey or the.
No, it wasn't about the You confused me. That stupid dance thing. The dance routine just confused me. Whatever.
See, you do the
Ignore.
hokey pokey. Minos.
Oh yeah. The mention I was gonna say, it's about how now Thunder now has actually enough to fight, and I don't know if Beast Coast can bring this back as easily any longer, despite the Sven versus Spectre matchup. I don't know. Like, honestly, the Death Prophet does actually tank nicely into the late game, and her level 25 makes her a pretty decent late game carry as
Yeah.
well.
Again, we still do have this break, right? But the Sven is just unable to actually find it onto someone he wants. There's actually, it's like quite a target-rich environment, right? Because who do you want to break? Well, right now, it's almost like Sacred, but also doing a crap ton of damage is also Spectre in these team fights. If not more, I think we've actually hit the crossover period. It's kind of hard to tell. I feel like we've lost the natural flow of the game when there's so many pauses, right?
Yep.
But I feel like we have hit this crossover point, and now it's actually Minos doing most of the damage and should be trying. You're going to try to be hitting him with the break, but like you're saying, you know, you can Spectral Haunts and reality here, reality there, and as this Sven's never going to be able to reach her realistically.
Yep. That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how you deal with that as Beast Coast, honestly. Especially because there will be a point where you're just gonna haunt in and Lotus Sword preemptively, right? Like we have 2 Lotus, one on Timbersaw and one on the Death Prophet. I think we should actually get a third one, the Abaddon at some point. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I don't mind the Vlad's build he's going for. It's okay, but
Vlad's
maybe he just thinks he's never gonna.
never gonna give you up.
What?
He's
No, I was
never
gonna say.
gonna
I
give
was
you
gonna
up.
say I would be surprised that he goes for Lotus because he might think that he doesn't, he can't farm it in time.
I don't think he's gonna let you down. Don't worry
Oh,
about it.
god damn it. Leo style. There's a Lotus.
gonna
Sons of
haunt.
Sven. Haunt. Can they go in? I think Leo's dying too early. Oh, he acted his BKB before he died.
Yeah. And Minos
That was an
is here.
8-second BKB.
Minos is
And Minos
here.
actually reality'd in. Okay,
there's
now
the
they're
missile.
going though for Whisper. Buyback immediately. They want to fight this. They have to, of course. Minos here. With a toss Ava. Look at Leo. Thanks to his boots of travel, he can come back in. Silence of Sven. Can get away with a Stormhammer. Sven's about to die. There we go. They kill the enemy carry. They kill the offlaner as well. Chris Luck in the trees with BKB. Has Blink in 3 seconds. Can they stop him from blinking?
Tiny's got Blink
Doesn't
first.
seem like it.
Oh.
He got Blink first, but he got slower fingers. However, he does have an Avalanche toss to bring her back. Silence and dead. All cores are dead for Beast Coast. And you
Wow.
turn it all around.
Yeah, and they're exactly doing it. Yes, Motoka. Yes, indeed, the tiny Blink Dagger. Saving the day there. That's going to be the tier 2 down. They can even try and Exorcism is about to end. Yeah, not bad at all. They don't even use Aegis there as well. They still have another 2 minutes left of Aegis as Matthew is
Another-
find
Use the Dagon.
Yeah, use the Dagon, quick! Kill them!
Quick, kill them all. Take on the wall.
And
Oh
that's,
no.
oh my goodness, actually siege so quickly as well here, of course, with
the Abaddon.
Yep, curse.
Yeah, we also have, you don't have Exo this time, but you actually have Tiny, which toss still affects towers, by the way, guys.
Yep, it does.
That's why you just saw him toss near the tower. I have to
Well,
toss near the tower.
And also, of course, Tiny does 1 million damage to towers already, right? When
But
he's
with-
got a
no,
tree.
only with a tree. Yeah.
But he's no attack speed, right? Is the problem. So any just bonus attack speed you can get is cash money.
Yeah. Oh, that's true, right. I see tree plus the curse of Severance. Yeah, that's a good combo. DP will have Exo in 60 seconds, which is when they're going to fight next. I don't think they should go for this. Honestly, it's a bit dangerous. They got Dispersion Town, by the way, on Minos.
Yep, level 25 already.
Yeah. Let's see.
Everyone's about to respawn here. Of course, we're going to have Sonic Wave. Got Strength up and, well, actually, by the time Hector is respawned. Okay, Thunder Predator, they want this lane of barracks. They feel like they can get them quite quickly. Matthew prepared to re-engage here, but the TPs are coming. There's going to be some Ice Shards, perhaps throwing a wrench in this one, as Wu will now pop the Curse of Avernus. Minos still here. Of course, still has Aegis. There's going to be the Abyssal Blade now onto Whisper. Okay, where is Hector? He's fighting. He's got the break now onto Wu, or onto Minos. Does he have the damage, though? Onto the first life. Still alive is Minos. They finally have killed him. Onto the back lines goes Schofield, trying to sow some chaos
Haunt in
here.
5 seconds.
He's going to be dead. Haunt in 5 seconds, indeed, as Hector does not have a break here. There's the Lotus to get Minos off and away to safety. And honestly, Beast Coast have looked better for wear here. Zinger trying to do his best to slow down the enemies. Does a pretty good job there.
The Dagon's on cooldown.
Down to the low ground he goes. The Dagon on cooldown. Stinger going in. He's the core now. He gets bashed by Minos. Minos not even doing him the favor of killing him here, as instead Hector getting focused on by
he
Minos.
does haunt!
Oh, the haunt just to close the gap there. That's all you need, ladies and gentlemen. A 4-step
GG.
would have done it. No, the haunt.
Of course, that is GG.
There's the kill onto Stinger, who bobbed back, did not get the Dagon.
Couldn't use the
off.
Dagon!
Come on, man. GG.
Any analysis I could make about this game would be wrong, so I'm just gonna... Like, I already said all I had to say. This was a chaotic game was the name of the game for Thunder Predator. It shouldn't have been played this way from Beast Coast, though I don't think their draft was bad whatsoever, by the way. I don't think that. I think the draft could have been played really well. The lanes did screw them over a bit, but these constant team fights and the way that they proposed them was just not taking advantage of the strength of your draft.
Yeah.
You know, was that the reason why they lost the game? Hard to say, right? Hard to say what it would have been if they played to their strengths, but they did not play to their strengths. On the other hand, Thunder Predator played to their strengths very well. Both Leo Style and Sacred were actually stand-up performers this match. It was very well done as well for the Spectre here on the Minos. Overall, all of Thunder was incredible. So Thunder, at least maybe they're back on track, or maybe they're just waiting until this match against Beast Coast and then they beat them instead.
Yeah, of course. They got to hype up El Clasico, you know.
Right.
It's always hard when there's so many pauses in the game, and I feel like it's hard for both teams as well, right? Because it breaks this natural momentum, this natural flow the game really has going, right? And I don't know if that's going to be to the benefit of either team. I think it's to the detriment of everyone, to be honest, right? When there are this many pauses, unfortunately, because it's kind of hard to tell, oh, you know, this Aegis, how long has it lasted? I don't think he has it for much longer. They actually still have Aegis for 2 more minutes, for example, you know, stuff like this. And you're completely right. I mean, they had the right idea trying to swap some of the lanes, right? Trying to get this tri-lane against Sacred, but he ended up kind of making a few outplays here really early on in the game that I think really made quite a sizable impact, right?
Yep, yeah, I think so. Certainly, I think the choices as well. We're talking about the early game in contributions. Death Prophet's item build in general was incredible. I think that's what won the game. Not gonna lie with you. So, yeah, congratulations, Thunder Predator. You bring your A game with Beast Coast.
Yeah, they absolutely did. They absolutely did. And the A game indeed. It's a 2-0 win for Thunder Predator, and that'll wrap up our day today, won't it, Avo?
Yep. With that said, guys, we will be having more games tomorrow and, of course, for the rest of the month. So if you guys want to join us, the best thing to do is you can just follow this very channel as this is the official English broadcast, of course, so we're going to broadcast every single game. Sometimes people ask me, are you going to cast so-and-so? Are you going to cast so-and-so? My answer is yes. It's always going to be casted on this very channel. So the best way to follow this is to follow us. However, if you don't want to do that for whatever reason, no. You can also just come by here at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and that will allow you to watch Beast Coast versus 4 Zoomers, see if they can do better then. We're also going to have Omega versus 4 Fun, quite hype matchups to start off, and finish off with Infamous versus Infinity. Hope you guys enjoyed the cast. Hope you guys enjoyed the production.
I didn't.
I did not either. I think our producer's a moron.
He definitely is.
Yeah. He messed up the score in one case.
That's going to be it for the games today, guys. Thanks again for tuning in. And on behalf of Avo and myself, stay safe, and we will see you tomorrow for some more Realms Collide action. See you then.